Hey folks, in today's video, we're going to be building this startup landing page from Front-End Mentor using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But instead of me just writing all the code perfectly with zero mistakes right off the bat, I'm going to show you what it's really like being a web developer. I might try something and it won't work the first time around. I'll have to look stuff up, and I'll have to use trial and error before I reach a solution. And things can get pretty frustrating along the way. It's not working. Why is that not working? So I want to make this video to show you how I build a website, but more than that, how I troubleshoot bugs and eventually fix them. I'll talk you through my thought process the entire way, and you'll get to see how hard it can be, but also how satisfying it can be when you do finally get your code to work. That wasn't too bad, right? Now, I know this is a really long video, but my hope is that by seeing what I do, you'll be able to take these problem-solving practices and start using them yourself in your own projects. Sound good? Let's get into it. All right, so we're here on the frontendmentor.io page, and I'm going to go to the challenges page. And you can see all the different challenges that they have here. Some of them are free, some of them are premium, which means you need a paid Front-End Mentor membership to access them, which this one actually is. It's called Scoot. It's a scooter startup. And again, this is premium, but I do highly recommend Front-End Mentor as a great way to get designs to really nice looking websites that you can build, practice your skills, and also add them to your portfolio. So you can get 10% off a pro membership using my link, which is down in the description. All right, so let's start this challenge. And the next thing we want to do is download the assets, which is the starter files, which we will be using, and then also the Figma file for the design. So then the next thing we want to do is get the design and upload it to our Figma account, which you can make for free. And here is our downloads folder. So let's get the Figma file first, get into the zip file. I'm going to copy this and paste it back in the downloads folder. That way we can drag and upload it. All right, so here's the Figma design. So it seems to be looking good. So next up, let's get those files set up as well. So I'm here in VS Code, and I have created a new folder called FEM Scoot Startup, and we're going to move the starter files into this location. So here is the Explorer, and we're going to open up that zip file, go into the folder here, and then we're going to go to the starter code. So I'm just going to copy everything here, which includes the HTML files for each page. And then there is an assets folder, which contains images and stuff like that. So I'm going to copy this whole thing, go back to my Scoot Startup folder here, and paste everything in. So I can see back in VS Code, we have all of our files, and then we have the assets folder. So let's take a quick look at what we got here. So we're going to start with the index.html file, and Front-End Mentor gives you the starting text, so you don't have to, copy and paste from Figma. That can be a little bit annoying. And then we have the assets folder here. So we have icons, images, patterns for like background patterns, and then some SVG for the logo, as well as the favicon. All right, so we have our files all set up and ready to go. Next thing we want to do is check out the Figma design and kind of look at it and figure out what our approach is going to be when we're building this out. So we are going to start by taking a look at the design system first before we build out any code. All right, so here's the design system. So the first thing is the colors. And we're going to be adding all these colors as CSS custom properties. So I'm going to do something where I have Figma on the right, and I'm going to have VS Code here on the left. And let's create a CSS file so that we can start adding our styles here. So we're basically going to add some CSS custom properties in our style.css file, which is going to be here. And in our index.html, we want to, add our styles. And I'm going to make the address, the path, the /. Okay, so that seems pretty good for now. So here's our style.css file. There's obviously nothing here yet. So we're going to start adding some boilerplate styles. So the first thing I like to do is wildcard before, and then after, and we want to add box sizing border box. I guess that doesn't work. Box sizing border box. So what this does is it's going to make all the elements include padding in the final width and height, which you definitely want to do. Otherwise, your sizing is going to be kind of off. The next thing, let's do body. And by default, there is a margin set on the body. So we kind of want to zero that out with this reset. So set margin to 0. And just for the purpose of this video, I am going to set a minimum height of 50 VH. And this is going to be so that I can scroll up so you can more easily see things that are like the footer, things that are on the bottom of the website. And this is just for, video purposes. I'm going to want to delete this. So temporary delete after complete. And I think that's good for now. The next thing I like to do is for image tags, we want to make the height, or actually let's set the max width first. Max width of 100%. This is so images won't be super, super large and potentially create horizontal scrolling if they exceed the width of their parent. So this is something that I always add for image tags. Then we also want to add a height of auto. This is going to make sure that the image doesn't get skewed. So it'll adjust the height to match the correct aspect ratio when the width changes, which is something that's really important for responsive websites. The next thing I like to do is for typography styles. So for the headline tags, H1, H2, and H3, I've started doing something where I actually will remove margins from all of them because they come with a default top and bottom margin. But because paragraph tags also come with a default top and bottom, it kind of avoids having a double margin, which can happen if the container containing the H1, any of the H tags plus paragraph tags is like a flex or grid parent, because that will get rid of margin collapse, which usually will make the bottom margin of a headline tag and the top margin of a paragraph tag kind of merge together. If they're contained within a flex or grid parent, it's going to add them. So you'll have a double margin thing, which you don't really want. So I've started getting around that by setting the margin to 0 on my H tags, which actually seems to be working pretty well. The other thing I like to do is add a default line height for my H tags to 1.1. So this means the line height is going to be just a little bit more than the font size itself. For paragraph, we're going to say line height of 1.3. And we might have to change this depending on the design, but I feel like this is pretty good for readability. You don't want to have too little of a line height, but you also don't want to have too much of a line height where there's a bunch of space between the lines. So that seems pretty good. I think the next thing I might do is for anchor tags, text decoration none, to get rid of the default underline that you have in browsers. And let's also do some UL and OL, so unordered and ordered lists. I don't know if we have any unordered lists here, but usually for navigation, I'm going to use an unordered list. So we want to remove some of the default styles from that. So let's say margin 0, padding 0. And then in the same way, we also want to add some default styles for the list items to not have the bullets or the numbers by default. So list style type, we'll set that to none. And we can change this so that it'll only select, for example, maybe just UL tags in like the header. So then it won't affect if we actually need bulleted or numbered lists in the content of our website. Okay, so I think that's maybe good for now. We can add stuff later on. So let's then kind of get our site going, and we're going to run a local server using the live server VS Code extension. So what that means is, let me show you the extension. So if you go to your extension marketplace in VS Code, if you don't have live server installed, it's this one here by Ritwick Day. It does seem like there's another newer one, but it's by somebody else, and this seems to work really just fine. So if you don't have this, it's going to say install, and you can install it. And then when you have that installed, you should, in your bottom right-hand corner, let me just move this picture, you should see this Go Live button here. And when you click that, it's going to run your local server. So let's click that. And then in your browser, it's going to load your website here. And you can see, obviously, there's not very much going on here because we don't have any styles really set. All right, so we're going to add our colors, which I have in Figma on the right here. And we're going to add them as CSS custom properties in VS Code, which I have open on the left. And before we add the colors, I'm going to start using layers to help organize my styles. So layers are a CSS feature that is useful for controlling specificity, because you can group certain style rules together in layers and have them override other styles. For example, component styles can override global styles. But they're also really useful for organization, and that's actually the main reason why I'm using layers, because it makes it easier to navigate a really large style sheet in VS Code. So let me show you what this looks like. So we'll create a new layer with @layer, and I'm going to add all the styles that we just created in a new layer called global. And then inside the curly brackets, we want to get all the styles that we wrote already, move it into this layer, and now we have them in this global layer, and we can now fold it up in VS Code to make it quicker to navigate the file when you have a ton of styles. So I'm going to create a new layer for our colors, and we're going to start creating CSS custom properties in the root so that they can be accessible anywhere else on the website. So we're going to start with the yellow color here. So for colors, I usually start by creating a property just for the actual color yellow, and then we can use that color yellow in different parts of the website with another set of properties that are kind of more like functional or descriptive properties. And let me show you what that looks like. So we're going to do double dash for the custom property. I'll say C for color, and we'll just name it the same thing, yellow, that it is in the design. Then let's maybe zoom in here, and I'm literally just going to copy the color from the design. So FCB 72B. And you can see in VS Code, we have this little color swatch here, and we can convert it to HSL. So the hex code is just quicker to type than, the longer HSL value here. So that's our yellow color. So now next up is dark navy. Dark navy. 495567. And I might just fast forward this section as well for adding in the colors. Okay, so those are all of our colors. Okay, looks pretty good. So the next up, we want to add the typography. So we want to get the fonts from Google Fonts, because I think at Front Inventor just uses Google Fonts for everything. So let's look here. Font family, Space Mono, and then Lex and Deca. And then we'll have to figure out the different weights here. So let me show you how I do Google Fonts. So I've started hosting Google Fonts locally on each project with the actual font files, because it's not GDPR to load Google Fonts through their CSS or the script that is loaded from the Google servers, because they can track the IP addresses of visitors. So what I've been using lately is, if I go to DuckDuckGo to search, we're going to search for Google Web Fonts Helper. So you can see here, it should be the first result here, Google Web Fonts Helper. And this is the website. So we just want to type in the name of the font family, which was Space Mono. There we go. And then here you select the different weights that you need to use. So let's kind of go back to our design here and see which ones we need for Space Mono. All right, so bold, bold, bold. That seems to be it. And then for the other font, Lex and Deca, is just regular. So there's actually only 2 font weights. And so we'll only need 2 font files, a Space Mono bold and then the Lex and Deca regular. So that's good, because if you have too many font families or font weights, it's just going to create more of a load on your website. So I'm kind of happy they're only using 2 here. All right, so let's get the Space Mono bold. So bold is 700, and then I'm going to uncheck regular since we don't need that. And then here's the CSS styles that we're going to use. And we need to maybe change up the path for where we're going to store these font files. So I like storing them in the project root in a fonts folder, but since we already have the assets folder here, I might just create another subfolder here for fonts. So let's do that. So that means the path for the fonts folder here is going to be the root, so /assets/fonts. So let's remember that. So / to go to the root, assets, / and then fonts. Okay, so that's going to be our CSS styles, which we will be getting later. For the time being, let's just download the font files. All right, so we have a zip file there. Let's get the other font family, which was Lex and Deca. Interesting. I guess there's a bunch of different. I guess they just get wider and wider. So Lex and Deca. And that one only needed regular, which is good. So again, we're going to adjust the path here. So fonts, assets, I'm sorry, wrong. Assets, fonts, there we go. And then let's download that. And I guess I should have copied the CSS from the other one, but that's okay. So let's first get our font files into our project. So here is that's a starter code. Let's go to our downloads folder. So Space Mono's here. So we're just going to copy this WUF2 file. And then we want to go to our FEM Scooter startup in assets, in fonts, and paste it in. So let's get the other one, Lex and Deca. Copy. And again, we'll paste it into our assets fonts folder. So now we should be able to see that when we go back to VS Code. But in the meantime, let's copy the CSS styles for Lex and Deca. Want to go to VS Code, and I'm going to add the fonts above everything else, because that way you can use the font family anywhere else, and you know that it's not going to, I think, make an error. So I'll copy the Lex and Deca style, and then let's see if we can just kind of go back to the other font. I'm being kind of lazy here. Okay, here's Space Mono, and I think we wanted bold for that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Space Mono bold. So it forgot everything I wrote, so let's do this again. Assets fonts, copy our styles. And then I'll just add it first since it was first in the design. Okay, so now we have our 2 fonts, and we can use the font families. So the Space Mono seemed to be the headline text. So what we're going to do is go into our global styles and set it as the font family for the H tags. And then let's see what other monospace we can use. We'll just do that. And then I'm going to add the other font family. let's copy the Lexend Deca. That is a sans serif font, I believe. So we'll just do Arial. And you do always want to make sure you have a fallback fonts in case something goes wrong with how these are loaded. Now let's make sure that these fonts are going to get loaded. So let's add some text for the H1 tag using space mono, and then we'll have some paragraph text here. So we have all the copy here, and I don't want to mess up the formatting, because if I save, I have VS Code automatically run prettier. So I'm just going to select all this text here and put it in a comment so it doesn't mess up the formatting. Okay, so now I'm just going to add H1 tag. I think maybe this was the H1 tag here, so we'll just paste that in there. Let's add some paragraph text. And then save that. So now let's go to our website. So here's our website. The fonts do look different, which is good. And in Firefox, if I zoom in, you can actually go to fonts and it'll tell you what font is getting loaded. So if I click on the H1 tag, it's loading space mono. Click on the paragraph, it's loading Lexend Deca. So everything looks good. I have an error here. Ooh, favicon. It's not loading the favicon. I thought I did have it. Here, favicon 3232. Let me just update the path here. There we go. Let's reload. Still not loading. Let's see. Assets, images, favicon 3232. Not sure why this is not working. Let's just start from scratch. Oh, there we go. I think the path was just wrong. Okay, so now we're good. All right, let's also start saving the font information in our styles as well. So I think what I might do is maybe in global. Yeah, we'll add these styles in global. Sometimes I add them into like a typography layer, but I think this is fine for now. So let's kind of get things set here. Okay, so H1, if you can see that. We'll zoom in a whole bunch here. All right, so H1. Oh, actually, sorry. I want to make that CSS custom properties. Maybe I will add it in the fonts layer. So we'll add another root element. And let's say font size, FS. H1. This is going to be 56 pixels. So I'm going to do a little calc to divide by 16 to get to rems. So 56 divided by 16 is going to get you to rems from 56 pixels. And you want to add the rem unit, so times 1 rem. Maybe it might be better to do this 56. Still figuring out the right way to do things. So this is going to be the straight up numbers. 48. And then 40. And then 24. Okay. There is some character spacing that we'll need to make sure we have. And then for body, it's 15. Oops, I guess I could just duplicate that previous line. 15. And To be honest, there's usually other like styles that we have here. So I'm gonna try to get those as well. They just, for some reason, I think in the design system, they only add the desktop font sizes, and sometimes it changes when it goes to tablet or mobile. So let's kind of check this. So this is 15, which is good. 56, which I believe we had. 56 looks the same. And then 40, which I think we did have. Yeah, so H1 tag is good. Might actually be easier just to add the H tag styles here in the fonts layer. So what I'm going to do is font size for mobile, it was 40, so var 40, and then we want to change the font size with our media query. So when the width becomes greater than or equal to, and then we need to figure out what our breakpoint is going to be. So this H1 style, it's the same for tablet, it looks like, and then it changes for mobile. So usually for the breakpoint between mobile and tablet, I'm going to do 700 pixels, because tablet widths usually start at greater than 700. I think 800. So we'll do again calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem, because you should not use pixels for your media query units. You should use rems or EMs. Both are fine. Both act the same now. There used to be a bug with rems for media query widths, but now I'm just going to use rems because they act the same, because they fixed the bug. And we'll say font size 56 for desktop. There we go. And tablet. So that's the H1 tag. So now let's check out the H2 tag. And we already know that the body tag is going to be 15 pixels, so maybe I'll just add this to the body styles here. There we go. Because I think that stays the same. Okay, so let's find our H2 tag. I think this could be an H2 tag. This actually might be an H3 tag. So these are 3 different features. Locate with app, pick up your scooter, enjoy the ride. And this section actually should have, I think, a hidden H2 tag called features. And this will make it more accessible for screen readers so that they know what this kind of pertains to. So this is the H1. There'll be an invisible H2, and then these are H3 tags. So let's find an actual H2 tag like this one here. And this is 48 on desktop. Looks like it's the same on tablet again. And then 32 on mobile. So 32 and then 48 for desktop. And I don't think we had 32. Yeah. So let's add that here. And I'm doing this all up here just so we don't have to keep typing calc every time when we need to use it. So it kind of stays up here. And when you eyeball this, you kind of know that it's font size 56 pixels. So I think it makes it a little bit more readable. So for H2 styles, it was 32 for mobile. I'm sorry, down here, 32 for mobile. And then I think it was 48 for tablet and desktop. Let's just double check that. Yeah, 48. So that's the H2 tag. H2 tag looks the same. So H2 is the same. This is also an H2 tag. Let's just double check this, 48 and 32. And we do have a negative letter spacing here, negative 1.3 pixels, negative 2.14 pixels. So We'll add those, I think, after we have our tags, because those we want to add to the actual element styles. So let's go back to our H3 tags up here. So it looks like, again, tablet and desktop are the same. So kind of makes it a little easier for our media queries. We don't need as many. Okay, so for this one, this was 20 on mobile and 24 on tablet and desktop. So 20. And we don't have that yet, actually, so we need to add 20 in. Oh, we have these out of order too. There we go. So 20. There we go. Okay. So now let's add in the letter spacing, because I think all the texts have negative letter spacing here. So H1. Negative 2.5 character spacing. I don't think there's a character unit, but I don't know if that is actually what we want. Let's check the design. Negative 2.5 pixels. So it's not really, I guess they just, it's assumed it's going to be pixels. So letter spacing, negative 2.5 pixels. And we need to, again, check if it's correct on mobile, because it might be different. So here's the mobile design. Negative 1.79 pixels, so it is different for mobile. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this, and then this will be the mobile one, and then this will be tablet and desktop. So I'm just going to copy it from the actual design itself. So H2 is this one, negative 1.43 pixels. For mobile, and then negative 2.14 for tablet and desktop. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to change this to H3. That's very important. So let's go find the H3 tags. Negative 0.89. And then what was it for tablet and desktop? Negative 1.07. Okay. Then we also need to get the paragraph one. 0, 0. Okay. All right, seems pretty good. And let's now check what the website looks like, because we just want to make sure it doesn't look weird. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Okay, so we have our colors and we have our fonts. So I think next up we can start adding our HTML markup in our index.html file. All right, so before we start actually writing the HTML, I wanted to take a little time and kind of show you how I decide which HTML tags to use, because I do think that it can get a bit confusing, especially if you're kind of newer to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the design here, and I have the desktop design open, and I'm going to just literally go down the page starting from the top, and I'll show you what tags I'm going to be using. So we're going to start up with the header, which is this white section here. And in the header, you want everything in the header to be in the header tag. And then you have the rest of the website, starting from this, scooter sharing made simple section, all the way down to everything below, up until the footer. And that is going to be in the main tag. And then you have the footer, which is going to be in a footer tag. So basically in the body, you are going to have 3 direct child tags: the header, main, and then footer. So let's take a closer look at what's in the header. So in the header, we're going to have this logo here, and then we have some links, and then we have a button here. So inside the header, what I've usually seen done is the logo, which links back to the home page, is going to be kind of itself inside the header. And then these links here are going to be inside a nav tag, because these are navigation links to help you navigate to other pages in the site. So semantically, you want them to be inside that nav tag, usually in an unordered list, because this is kind of a list if you think about it in terms of the information that's presented. And then we have our button, which would probably be outside of the nav tags. It's not really necessarily navigation, but it probably could be. I personally will probably not, just because I like keeping the text links inside the nav tag. So that's the header. And then in the main part of the website, that's the majority of the website content, obviously. What I like to do is put each section of the website inside a section tag. So we have one section here. This is going to be probably the hero section. That's everything in here is going to be inside a section tag. And then down here is going to be another section. This is going to be features. So, it has these 3 different features. And then this next section is a little longer. So this is going to be, another sort of features section all the way down to there. And then each one of those is going to be, one div for each of these rows for, I'm not sure what you want to call these. It's kind of like features, but it's like a 2-column features section. Then below that, we have a CTA section. So CTA stands for call to action, the content that you're hoping the visitor to the website is going to take action on to take them to the next step. So this is obviously a company, like a startup company website. The purpose of the website is to get people to sign up for this scooter service where you can rent scooters, and you can get the app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store. And then at the very bottom, we have the footer again. So inside each section tag, we also need to think about the headline tags. So, H1, H2, H3, and so on. Usually you're going to see H1 to H3 in most websites. And you can kind of think about it like an outline of each different part of the website. So the H1 tag is over the entire website, and it's what the whole website is about. And on this website, I would make the scooter sharing made simple the H1 tag. We'll say H1 is going to be in there. And then below that, you want most text to be in a paragraph tag and not just like in a div or a span. So this will be a paragraph tag. And then below that, we have a button. And this button is probably going to be just a regular anchor link, because the button elements are supposed to be for forms when you have someone fill out an actual form and you're submitting the data of that form to the website. This is really just a link that'll probably take you to, a sign up page or something. So I would just make this with an anchor link. So that's basically all the HTML in terms of the text content. There's obviously other stuff here, like we have these arrow images, these circle images, a background image. So stuff like that you're going to want to use. We'll just use regular image tags, and then we'll have divs within here to help us control the layout by, for example, putting things in a div that we want to be in, a grid or a flex parent. And we want those to be grid or flex children. But divs are really, they don't have a specific semantic meaning. Their semantic meaning is just a generic div. So divs and spans are generic elements. I think sections are actually as well. But it's helpful to use the correct tags just so you don't have all divs or all spans on your website. It makes it easier to look through the code when you have to go back and make changes or something like that. So that's why we try to use the correct different semantic tags, like the header tag, nav tag, etc. So that's pretty much the hero section there. And then up here is going to be another section tag. And this one, I think I mentioned this earlier, but you want each section to have a title. So this first section has the H1 title, which is the whole website title. This is a new section, and you can only have one H1 tag on the site. So the all the other sections on this website are going to be H2 tags. And this is going to be a hidden one because there's no actual headline for this. So I would say something like, features, and we would make this a visually hidden one so that only screen readers would see the features text because it's not visually on the website. It just helps users who are using screen readers able to navigate more easily. So then each of these three features here would be an H3 tag. And then we would have a paragraph tag for a little blurb underneath. And then, these would be images that we would assign to each of the individual features. And again, we would add some divs here just to make these a 3-column layout. And we're going to be using the same approach basically for all the rest of the sections. So in the same way, this next section is going to have the H2 tag, easy to use writing telemetry. Or I'm sorry, I guess you could do an H2 for each of these rows. I think just because they stylistically look the same. And if you look at the meaning of what they're telling you, these are all different sort of features of this scooter startup. What we could do is make these H3 tags. So it really comes down to how you want the page to be organized. So if you weren't looking at the design at all, you might look at each of these things: locate with app, pick your scooter, enjoy the ride, easy to use writing telemetry, things like that. These all are features to me. So I might actually put all of these under an H2 tag of features, and then each of these has an H3 tag. So then this one would also be H3, and then it would also have a paragraph, then it would also have a anchor link like that. So each of these rows would be another H3 tag under the features umbrella. So you kind of think about what meaning you want to kind of put these under, like what category. And, to me, these all seem like features. And then this would obviously be an image for the circle images as well as the arrows. So again, this would be H3, paragraph, anchor link, etc. And then down here, this would be a new section, so not under features. This is the CTA section. So this one would get, I think, an H2 tag. Sign up and scoot off today. And this would be in its own section tag. And then these would be just anchor links, I think, for each of the buttons. And then in the footer, we would have basically kind of similar markup to the header just because the design's similar. So we'd have this logo link, we would have the links again. I guess you could even put it in a nav tag again, and then you have some social links. So that's kind of how I would create the markup for this website. All right, so let's start writing the actual markup. So I have VS Code with the index.html file open on the left. Then we have the Figma design on the right just for reference. And let's take a look at our index.html file. So this is just the kind of placeholder stuff that I added to test the styles for the H tag and the paragraph tag, but we still have it down here. So all of this is the kind of starter text that Frontend gives you. So let's start adding the tags. So if you remember, inside the body tag, I was saying that we have 3 main parts. So we have the header tag for the header. Then we have the main tag for the main part of the website. Then we have the footer for the footer content. So let's take a look at the header. So in the header, we have, this logo image. So let's start just kind of creating the tags for the content that we can see, and then we'll worry about the layout and stuff after that. So this looks like an image. So I think we probably have the image from Frontend Mentor. Let's try going to assets. Yeah, it's probably this logo here. And anytime we have an image tab, we want to add the width and height attributes. So we can see here, down here, VS Code tells you it's 108 by 29. And for SVGs, they're really just code. So I think we should be able to, here we go. So here is the actual SVG codes. These are the code for the shapes of the Scoot logo here. And one reason I like opening the SVG code is because we can see we have the width and height attributes already here for us, so we don't have to manually open the image and look at it. So we'll add the width and height attributes there. And we also want some alt text. So this logo is going to bring us to the home page if we click it from anywhere else on the site. So just in terms of kind of helping users understand what the purpose of this image is, I'm going to say home. And we can also have the name of the website. So Scoot Home or Scoot Homepage, anything just to tell people what this is if they are using screen readers to navigate. So there's our logo image. And then next, inside the header, we want to add these links, about, location, and careers. And those are navigation links to navigate you to other parts of the site. So we want to put them in a nav tag. And then in the nav tag, because these are a list of links, essentially, we're going to use a UL tag, unordered list. And then each list item is going to be inside this unordered list. And I'm going to use some Emmet shortcuts. So I want to add li tag. And then inside the li tag, I want to have an anchor link. And then I want to have 3 of these. So we'll multiply this by 3, which is why I wanted the parentheses. And we're just going to leave these blank for now. And let's add the text for these. So I'm going to go down here, just kind of select and drag the text that we need. There we go. So this is our nav links. And then next we have this button, Get Scootin'. So again, I'm going to just put this outside of the navigation because it's kind of different, I guess. Although I guess it is a list item, so yeah, maybe we will actually make this a list item, anchor link, and then let's get the button text here. Now this is obviously very different looking because it's a button style from these text links. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a class to this anchor link, and I'm going to call this a button. And this is so we can add some helper styles to this button class to make it look like a button. And because buttons are pretty common on websites, let's quickly check the website to see what other styles of buttons we have. So this button is a solid yellow color. Down here we have another yellow button, another yellow button. So it seems like all the buttons are the same. Okay, so we really just want that one class. If there was another button style, like for example, you might have like an outline or just a different color, I would add another helper class like button yellow, and then we could target yellow, whatever the yellow button styles have to be with that selector. But we just have the one button, so we'll keep that as button. Okay, so this is the header, and there is a hamburger menu on this website. And I'm going to get to this a little bit later just because the hamburger menu is a bit more complicated. But I'll show you how we do that as well. But in the meantime, we just want to kind of keep going down this website and getting all of our HTML tags in. So we're pretty much done with the header. So let's just close that up. So everything else now is in the main part of the website. So I'm going to create a new section tag, because I want each section of the website inside a section tag. And this is again just for better organization. All right, so in the section tag we have the H1 tag, scooter sharing made simple. And again, I'm really not worrying too much about what the layout's going to be quite yet. We're just trying to get our HTML markup in, and we can always add divs and move things around later on. So after the H1 tag, we have a paragraph, and that's this thing here. Then we have another button. So this is going to be the same anchor tag with a class of button, Get Scootin'. There we go. Okay. And that's the hero section. So what I also like to do is add a class to each of the section tags. And this lets me target for example, the paragraph tag inside the hero. If that was a uniquely styled element, I could use this hero class to target everything inside here. So It just helps to prevent having style conflicts if you keep reusing the same classes. Okay, so I think we're good there. All right, so the next section is, and we kind of need to decide what we want to do. So I think I'd said I wanted to have all of these as kind of features, just because looking at the content, it seemed like they're all kind of the same type of content. But there's two very distinct designs here. We have this one that's a 3-column thing, and then here we have 2 columns with image and text, and there's 3 rows of that. So we are definitely going to have to use some divs and stuff to kind of divide up the space, but let's see if we can make it work with just one section tag with a class of features. So this first one is the 3-column features. So again, I think I'm just going to add the kind of bare HTML, and we will worry about divs maybe a little bit later on. So these, oh yeah, and I forgot, I want the hidden H2 tag. So H2, I'm going to add a class that we will add some styles for visually hidden. And this is so it's not going to show up if you are visually navigating the website, but if you have a screen reader, it's going to read this. So you know this next bunch of content is features. So we'll add the name there. I'll show you what we're going to do to make this visually hidden, but still accessible to screen readers. So after that, we are going to have our 3-column things here. And I know I said I wasn't going to add divs, but I think just for the sake of organization, I will. So I'm going to say, let's call this, it's always hard to think of a name, features small, since these are just smaller. And then I'll call these other ones features big. I don't know if that's the best naming, but that's what we're going to try. And then each of these is going to be in another div, because this div is going to be probably a grid parent. So in this div, we're going to say feature small. So feature small, singular for each of the 3 features, and then features plural, small for kind of the parent. So in here, because we have this H2 tag for the overall features section, we need to increment it again by 1. And this H3 tag is going to be nested inside the H2 tag, just in terms of semantics and what information's in the website. So locate with app, and then let me just zoom in a little bit more. And then each one has a paragraph tag as well. So we'll select that, move it up. There we go. And then there is an image, which I guess we could try adding here. Image. Let's see if we can find it. Probably icons. The title is locate with app, so I'm going to guess it's going to be this one here. And then let's open that as code. And then copy the width and height. And I'm not sure if this SVG is going to be with a circle or just going to be oh, it looks like it is a circle. Okay, so that makes it a bit easier actually. We could also make the circle with a div or a span and CSS, but there we go. Now, I'm not going to add an alt text value here because this is really just a decorative image. It's not giving the user any real information that's helpful. So what we want to do is we want screen readers to ignore this image basically, because it's just a visual decorative thing. And to do that, you want to add the alt attribute, but leave it blank. If you don't add the alt attribute at all, I think what it's going to do is going to read out the file path and file name, which I think is probably very annoying for screen reader users. So you do want to just make sure you have an empty alt attribute for purely decorative images. Okay, so that was the first one. So I think what we can probably do is duplicate this. And the next one's going to be pick your scooter. Let's see if we can find the name here. Scooter SVG? We'll just guess. The size is probably the same. But let me just make sure. Yeah, 96 width and 96 height. So we can just reuse what we had before here. Okay, so now we need to get the pick your scooter. for the H3 and then the paragraph as well. Okay, and then there's one more, so we'll duplicate it one more time. Enjoy the ride. Ride. Okay. All right, so I think that is good for that 3-column features. So now, let's just make sure we're in the right place. So each of the 3 features are in that div, and then this div for all 3 of them was there. So now let's add another div for this 2-column section. And I think I might just make each individual row the div. So we'll say features large just for this row. So let's add our H3 tag. And then a paragraph. And then learn more. So again, we'll use an anchor tag with the class of button. Learn more. There we go. And then we also have an image. And my guess, usually for alternating layouts like this, where you have the image on the one side and then the other, usually the image is first. And I look at that by going to the mobile design here. You can see the image is first and then the text is second for each of these 3. So that's just a very common design pattern. So I'm actually going to make the markup reflect that, and I'm going to put the image first before the text. So image, assets, images. This might just be the telemetry JPEG. Okay, 445 by 445. And then height is 445. And for the alt text, I think I actually might add some descriptive alt text. So you want to basically describe what the picture looks like to someone who, cannot visually see the picture. So woman holding a phone. And then I guess I can add the arrows here too. Maybe we'll just add the descriptive images a little bit later on as we go through each section. Okay, so easy to use writing telemetry. And I think that's good for that section. Maybe let's go to the desktop or the tablet design just so I can zoom in a little bit more. Okay. So next up, I think I might just make this feature singular because we're putting each of the features inside their own row. And I guess I could add a parent div called features large. And then each of the individual features will go inside there. Okay, I think that works. So let's duplicate what we got. And the next one is coming to a city near you. Let's see, here we go, near you. I'm assuming the size is going to be the same, so we'll just leave it like that. And then we'll just copy and paste all of the text. There we go. And then it has the same learn more. So let's get this last one done. Zero hassle payments. Probably this one here. All right, so that is the features section. So that looks good to me. All right, so that section is done. Next section is going to be this CTA section. So again, we'll have it a section class of CTA. section tag, I should say, with a class of CTA. And then I might just copy the same markup we had in the header because I think it's going to be the same. But instead of the button, there is some social links. So we'll do that a little bit differently. So I'm going to delete the button. Oops. There we go. I'm trying to think if I should put these in a... They probably need to be in a different UL list altogether, to be honest. So maybe I'll give this a class of social. And then, again, we'll say li containing an anchor link times 3. And then in each one is probably an image. Assets, my guess is icons. So first is Facebook. And we want to get the width and height again. So 24 by 24. My guess is they will all be sized the same. And Facebook. So let's actually duplicate this. So Twitter, and then Instagram. There we go. Okay, so that's the social icons. Oh wait, I totally messed that up. Let's put these on their own line. There we go. I just like indenting everything instead of having 2 tags next to each other. There we go. It's a lot of indenting, but okay. So that looks good for the social. Oops. So this is our markup. So we can delete the rest of the copy there. And okay, so this is the markup. Now we haven't styled anything, but let's just take a look at the website just to check and make sure the images at least are loading. So here we got our logo. We have our navigation links, our H1 tag here. Images look pretty good. And we will make them circles with CSS. And then you can see here that the header links didn't have the button, the bullets, I should say, in the list, but the footer does. So that's because we had added some styles to remove that here. Header UL. So we want to do the same thing, footer UL. There we go. So now we don't have that. Okay, so our markup looks pretty good for this home page. Next up, we're going to start actually styling everything. Okay, so I actually forgot. I wanted to talk to you about the navigation and how the mobile nav has a hamburger menu instead of, the text links and button visible already. So let's just take a quick look at the design. So on mobile, we have hamburger menu. If you click, it'll open this little panel on the left side, and then it'll have the text links and then the button here, and then you can close it to go back to the website. And hamburger menus are actually kind of complicated to build, especially if you're trying to make them accessible for keyboard users. And there's just kind of a lot of functionality built into it because they need JavaScript to handle the opening. You need to figure out what CSS you're using to, have the menu. You also don't want the rest of the website available to scroll or to access while this menu is open. You're really trying to make this be the only content that is available to you while the menu is open. And then of course you want to hide the menu when the menu is closed. So there's just a lot of moving parts to it. I've had to build a lot of hamburger menus in my time. So I decided to finally make a kind of a GitHub repo with a boilerplate hamburger menu with code for just kind of the basic HTML and JavaScript and CSS that you would need. Let me just show you the demo website of this. So very simple website. It's really just meant to illustrate the functionality. If you click the hamburger button, the menu is going to open. You have your links here. Click it to close. You can use a keyboard. So if I tab and I highlight the hamburger, if I press enter, it'll open. And when it opens, it's automatically going to highlight the close button, which is kind of nice. And then when you close, it's going to automatically highlight the hamburger button again. So you can kind of quickly toggle between open and close. And right now you can see you can scroll. When this is open, you are not allowed to scroll on the website. I'm scrolling just in Firefox here. But this is using this plugin called the Body Scroll Lock Upgrade, which let me show you, what that is. So this is a really helpful plugin that basically makes your body not able to scroll when the menu's open. And I am using that in my boilerplate, which you can see if we go to the code real quick. So here I'm loading the body scroll lock upgrade. And then we just have the boilerplate HTML, which looks kind of similar to what we had. And there are some elements that you do want to make sure you are matching in terms of the ID, just because we're going to refer to these elements by ID in our JavaScript. So there's also some CSS involved, and it's mainly going to be these styles here, top nav, and that's kind of what I'm using to designate the different elements of the hamburger menu. So because I don't want to write all this from scratch, what I'm going to do is just copy and paste this into our current website. So let's take a look here. So first we obviously want to copy the body scroll lock upgrade. So I'm just going to go up here to my index.html and paste it in there. And then, yeah, the script.js file. Let's copy that. And that's going to be after the body scroll lock is loaded. Then we have, the header with a class of top nav. So header class of top nav. Oops. And then I think what I might do is just copy the whole nav tag, paste it here, and then move the links in there. So about, about location, careers. There we go. And then I guess we'll add the button as well. I feel like I'm going to end up having to take it out of the UL just because, well, maybe we won't have to. Just because I was remembering in the mobile design, the button was all the way at the bottom of the menu when it's open, but we'll give this a shot. Oh, we also want to make sure we have the right class, top nav item. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I need that, but we can always remove it if we need to. Okay, so now we got everything we needed. So the main differences here are that we now have this button open, and we'll have to link the correct image here. So, assets, assets, images. Actually, it might have been icons. Icons, hamburger. And let's get the right width and height. Width of 20 and height of 16. Then we have the close button. Let's get the width and height of that. 18 by 18. All right. So the main differences here is that we have added some labels for screen readers. So a screen reader will be able to read this and say this is navigation. And we have this open button, which is the hamburger button. And we have some ARIA properties because when the menu is closed, we want to set the status of ARIA expanded equals false. And when it's open, we want it to be ARIA expanded open. And then we actually do kind of identify those things in our styles as well. And then the menu itself is considered a dialog. So dialog is kind of like a pop-up window where you open it. When you open it, you can't access the rest of the website. It's just the dialog. So that's the functionality we're using for the menu. Then we have our close button here. Then we have our links. So the next thing we want to do is get the styles. Styles, and we don't want all of these because a lot of these are boilerplate global styles, but I'm going to copy everything that says top nav, and we'll go into our style.css, and I'm going to put these in their own layer to keep it separate from everything else. So layer, we'll just call this top nav, paste in all our styles here. Classes should be the same. We may need to, update some of these colors and stuff like that. But other than that, it looks okay to me. Let me just close the fonts here. So you can see our top nav class here is what we have in the header. So that's why it's important to make sure all the classes and everything is the same. Okay, so next let's get the JavaScript, and that's the last thing we need. So here's the JavaScript, and there is kind of a lot to this, but I'll just kind of briefly show you what it is. Script.js. We'll paste these styles in there, and I think we are already loading the script in our header, which we are. Okay, in our JavaScript, the first thing we are doing is creating all of our variables, and these are the different elements that we're interacting with. So for example, the open button open, that's going to be this button here. Close button, then we have our media query here, which we are using to target using JavaScript. So we might need to change this breakpoint to whatever we had in our styles. Maybe we'll just do this now. I think it was in fonts. Yeah, so 700 divided by 16. I guess I can just do that in our JavaScript. So width of less than 40 EMs. So right now we're doing greater than or equal to. So we'll just copy this number here because we're using just one breakpoint between mobile and tablet, because tablet basically has all the same styles. Is that correct? Yeah. I think we also want to make sure the CSS has the same in our top nav. It's really too bad we can't use custom properties in media queries. It would save a lot of time. Okay, let's go back to our JavaScript. So again, we created variables for all the elements that we're interacting with, and we have a bunch of functions. So initially we're setting up our top nav. So there's basically a couple things that we want to either allow the user to interact with or not allow them. It's kind of like how buttons can be enabled and disabled, and if they're disabled, you can't click on them. We're doing that for the elements in our website. So for example, when the menu is closed, we don't want the user to be able to interact with the menu, and we want it to be hidden. So we're going to set, I think, a status of inert to that. Then when the menu is open, we want the rest of the website to not be interactable. with, and we'll set the main tag to be inert, whereas we're enabling the menu to be interacted with. So that's what a lot of these are doing here. So for example, in the top nav, if we're on mobile, we want to make the menu inert so you can't interact with it. If it's desktop, we do want the menu to be, visible and stuff. So we're removing the inert attribute. Then if you're on mobile and you click the open button, we're going to open the mobile menu. So we're setting ARIA expanded to be true, which sort of tells screen readers in the website that the status of the menu is open. And then we're again going to toggle the inert values here. And then we're also going to lock body scrolling. So you can't scroll while the menu's open because that can be really confusing. If you open the menu, you accidentally scroll, and then when you close it, you're in a different place than when you were before you opened it. And then when you close the menu, we're setting ARIA expanded to false, meaning the menu's closed. And then we're again setting the menu to be inert, and then the main tag, the rest of the website, to be not inert. And then we're enabling scrolling again. And then these are just for transitioning styles. So that's the basics of what's happening with the JavaScript. I do have a more kind of in-depth video about the Hamburger Menu logic on my channel, which I'll try to link as well. The other thing that we have in our styles for the menu is for prefers reduced motion. If you have that set in your OS, you will not translate the menu off and on screen because that can create vertigo for people, but it's going to simply fade in and out. So that's another part of this menu and the way it works. So that's pretty much it for the Hamburger Menu. So I added the JavaScript and CSS and everything. Let's actually check our website and see if it's doing what we want. So we have, and it is visible, which I don't know if we want that. I wonder if it's just because oh yeah, so now we have the desktop. So I might need to adjust the media query again, because I think 700 was the tablet. No, I think that's right. If it's 700 or greater, we want the hamburger button to not be visible. So I think maybe just because I'm zoomed in a bit. So this is going to be the mobile, where you open the menu. The links are kind of the wrong color, and we close it like that. But it seems like it's actually working, which is great. And then on larger viewports, we have the text links. So I think we're pretty good menu-wise. All right, so we're going to start working on the header, the first part of the website. And I have the site open in Firefox, and in the developer tools, I'm going to actually turn on responsive design mode. This lets you emulate different devices. So right now we have the iPhone 11, has a viewport width of 375, and here is the mobile site. So up in the header, we have the logo, and then we have the Hamburger Menu, which you can see here. Let me just zoom in so you can see it better. And that's pretty much it. There's obviously a lot of work that we need to do. So let's take a look at the design and figure out what our approach is going to be. So if we look at the mobile site here, we're really just kind of mainly concerned about getting the logo and the Hamburger Menu sort of in the right place. And you might notice the logo is centered horizontally, and then we have the Hamburger Menu that's kind of on the side, but there's a little space between the Hamburger Menu and then the edge of the left viewport. So that's actually a really important part of figuring out the spacing and stuff, because let's see how much space there is. So there's 24 pixels to the top of the site, and then there's 32 pixels on the left side. And this 32 pixels on the left side is actually something that's probably going to be consistent throughout the design. So let me show you what I mean. So let's take a look at the hero content here. If I select the content, hold down Alt, again, we're going to see there's 32 pixels on either side. So this is a very consistent spacing that's most likely going to be going all the way down the website, as you can see, except for these kind of elements that go off screen. But we're just going to worry about the kind of the text content that does seem to be limited to having 32 pixels on either side. So that's one of the first things I actually want to add. I consider these wrapper styles, where the wrapper wraps or contains the main content of the website, like the text and most images that aren't, full bleed, meaning going out all the way to the edge. And you can see that this is basically, the same all the way down, again, except for these images that go off to the edge. Other than that, all the regular content is going to be 32 pixels of space on either side. And that's on mobile. And this usually will change for tablet. So let's go to tablet now. And I'm going to try to select all the header content here. So if we hold down Alt now in Figma, on tablet, it looks like it's, let's say 40 pixels of space on either side instead of 32. And again, this is going to go down. I guess there's more space here, but the max width is going to be 40 pixels of space on either side. Let's see if we can find more content like that. I guess just down to the footer. So again, 40 pixels of space on either side. So that's kind of the max width that you're allowed to have on tablet. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use grid and add some columns to it to contain the content. And then we also need to take into account what's going on desktop. Now on desktop, that's going to be everything to kind of infinity viewport width. Like you might be viewing this on a really ultra wide monitor. You might be viewing this on a on a TV that's super, super wide. So on desktop, instead of adding space on left and right and then having the rest of the space taken up by whatever the content is, it kind of does the opposite, where on desktop, you can kind of see that this is usually 1110 pixels, just because I've worked with front-end mentor designs before. So I think this actually, let's just move this over just so it is the right width. So 1110 pixels on either side. I'm sorry, 1110 pixels of the wrapper content, which is what's limited here. And then any additional space that you have based on your screen size is just going to be equally divided on left and right. So you can see that, I don't know if the hero is going to follow those rules just because we have, some content here. Yeah, so it's a little bit different because we just have this amount of regular content and then we have kind of these weird full bleed images. But let's see. This might be too narrow too. Actually, this does conform to the 1110. So 1110 pixels max width, extra spaces on the left and the right. Same here is my guess. If we have the image and the text, it's 1110 pixels. So it's going to be 1110 pixel max width and then any extra spaces on the left and the right, versus on tablet and mobile, you're going to have on tablet the 40 pixels of space on left and right, and then any extra available space will go to the middle column for the content. And then on mobile, it is 32 pixels of space on either side. So we are going to use grid for this, where we're going to have basically a 3-column grid. The middle column is going to be where the content lives, and then the left and right columns are going to be the space. So we're going to be able to add all of these sort of mobile, tablet, and desktop ways of handling the wrapper and the spacing in our grid styles. So this actually is probably the first thing we want to build when we're building the header, just because it's going to affect everything else on the site. So with that in mind, what I'm going to do is go to VS Code. Let's go back to our site here. So it's going to make VS Code take up a little more space here. So right now in the header, we have our header tag, and then we have our logo image, and we have our nav, which contains, all of the links in the Hamburger menu as well. So we want to create our wrapper, and the wrapper we want to kind of be the parent of, the content here. So in our header, I'm going to make the header tag the wrapper. So I'm going to add a wrapper class, and we're going to add this wrapper class to basically every other section of the site. So for example, in the hero section, the section tag, I'm also going to add this class of wrapper, and we're going to do that for all of the sections down here. So might as well add them there. Oh, I forgot to add the CTA content here. I can't believe I forgot that. Whoops. Let's quickly go back. Sign up and scoot off today. Can't believe I forgot that. CTA. So we're gonna add H2. And then we want to have the buttons, so Apple Store and Google Play. So these are gonna be images. Assets, maybe icons. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go, App Store. And then let's get the size. Oops. Width and height. And I'll say Apple Store. I guess App Store. And then let's make another image. Icons, and that's gonna be Google Play. Let's get the size for this as well. Oh, the fonts are not loading. Okay, we'll have to figure that out. Let's add a width and height. Alt text is going to be Google Play. Yeah, so fonts are not working there. Let's see what is in this SVG here. Font family, space, mono, bold. And I think we need to probably change the font family name. Yeah, just space mono. It does say space mono here. Let's look at our website and see what's going on here. I wonder if we need to copy the actual like SVG tag instead of the image. Have the inline SVG instead of loading it in an image tag. Oops. Okay. There we go. So it's loading. Okay. And in terms of alt text, I think we want to add like a title field or something. I can't quite remember actually how to do that. So let's search for SVG accessa or alt text. Let's try CSS Tricks because they are a reputable website, I think. Here we go, inline SVG. Inside the SVG, add title. Must be the first child of its parent element. Okay, that seems easy enough. So let's go back. So in the first SVG, oops, title, and we'll say App Store. And then on the other SVG, do the same thing, title, Google Play. So now, yeah, now it gives you a tooltip. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's probably good enough. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about wrappers. Okay, so we added the wrapper class to all the sections. We also want to add it to the footer. So they will all have the same styles. So now we need to make the wrapper work. Okay, so we are starting with the header tag wrapper. So I'm going to, let's think about this. So I told you I was going to have 3 columns. So the first column is going to be the left space, the middle column is going to be the content itself, third column is going to be the right space. So if the wrapper is going to be the grid parent, that means the direct children will be the different things, the different columns. And in the header, we want everything, the image and all the nav, to be in that center column. So to do that, I think the best thing would be to add a div, and we'll give this a class of maybe content. Let's think about this. Yeah, if it's content, it'll go in the center column. So you can see here, at the beginning, we were adding all these different semantic HTML tags that weren't just divs because they have specific meaning attached to them. But now that we're trying to get our layout styles, I am creating divs for us to be able to target this content class with CSS. So that's what we're using divs for, basically. All right, so now we have 2 new classes. We have the wrapper class and then we have the content class. So I'm going to start writing my styles. And we also want to figure out where we want the layer to go for this. I'm going to add it after global, but before top nav. Just because I think these layout styles can be applied to different components, but we might want to override the general layout styles in some specific components, maybe. Okay, so in our layout styles, we'll start with the wrapper class. And then we're also going to have the content class inside that. And the VS Code syntax highlighting is a little bit off with some of these newer CSS features, but it should still be valid CSS. So in our wrapper class, we're going to say display grid template columns, and we want to again create on mobile 3 columns. So we're going to say 1 FR for the first and last column, and then in the middle, what do we want this to be? And let's just think about mobile to start with so we don't get confused with all the other devices. So we want it to be basically 100% of the width of the available width, which in this case will be 375 pixels, but we do want that 32 pixels of space on either side. So if we just do 100%, it's just going to look, I think, the same, where it goes all the way out to the edge. But we can subtract 32 pixels on either side, so 64 total pixels. If we say calc 100% minus 64 pixels. There we go. Let's just make sure this looks okay. So in our header, oh wait, I made top nav display flex, so it's kind of getting rid of all of our grid styles. So the top nav flex, we really just want that for the middle column. So I think maybe, I think we need to move this top nav class into the content. I'm afraid this might mess up the hamburger menu styles that we had, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Let's just make sure these wrapper styles work. Okay, so things definitely changed. The logo got really small. Hold on, it's still messing up our styles. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna help, but I'm gonna add another div just with a class of top nav, and then just move the nav inside that, and then remove it from there. Okay. You might need to change that later, but I think we're gonna be okay for now. Okay, so now what we've done is we've created a grid for our wrapper, but things are kind of crunched. You can see that. So here's our wrapper grid. So we have one FR, and the middle is 100% minus 64. So it's total of 311 pixels. But by default, it's going to put the content div, the grid child, in the first column. So we need to assign it to start at the second column. So we're going to target this content class inside the wrapper class to do that. So here, grid column, and we're going to start at 2, and then we want to span 1, so we don't have to explicitly write span 1 or have the end line. By default, it'll just span 1, so we can do this. Okay, so now everything's in the middle column, which is good. I'm just going to uncheck the line numbers so we can see better. So now things look better. We have everything in their middle column, and then we have one FR. I'm sorry, we have 32 pixels on left and right. I keep messing that up because I'm thinking about the desktop styles. So this actually looks good just in terms of the wrapper, right? I do think the design is a little different, so I'm just going to quickly change, I think, the sides that they are on. So on mobile, this is in the middle, and the hamburger is on the left side. So let's see what we got here. So maybe we'll move the image to the... Because on desktop, the logo should be first. So I think maybe we will just... we might be able to... Let me think about this. We could assign them both to the middle column, which would mean we wouldn't have to use the content div. And then we can just horizontally align the hamburger menu on the left side, and then the logo in the center. So let's try that. Then we won't have to have this extra div. So we're going to change our styles a little bit in their wrapper. So instead of the content class starting on grid column line 2, I'm going to say the direct child of the wrapper will start in grid column line 2. So this should put the logo and the hamburger on 2 rows and all starting there. So that's good. However, we want to center align the logo and we want to left align the hamburger. So we can do that by adding some sort of header specific classes, I think. So I might add a new class header there, and this will be image. And sometimes I like adding classes to things just to make it a little more explicit. So header, in the BEM style, we have that double underscore, but maybe I'll just try dashes and see how that works. So header logo, and then header links, I guess. So now we can create a new layer for header styles before top nav. Just because the top nav is just all the hamburger menu stuff, which is kind of a lot. So here we'll target the header class. Then we have header logo and header links. So I'm just going to add the selectors for these. So now we can, these are the grid children because the wrapper is the grid parent. So the direct children are going to be header logo and header links, which means we can use grid styles to align them. So let's center align the Scoot logo with justify self center. Header links, justify self start. There we go. But we need them to be on the same row. So we can do a compound selector here with header logo and header links, just to kind of indicate that we want to start the grid row for both of them on the first one. There we go. So now they're overlapping, which is pretty awesome that we can overlap with grid instead of having to use position absolute. And this is also nice because it will center that logo and then have the hamburger logo just still on the left side. This seems really simple, but it was actually, I got tripped up by it a lot when I was kind of earlier in my career, because what I would try to do is, if it's not, and this is before grid, so if you couldn't do the overlap with grid, you'd basically have to position absolute the hamburger button in order to center this, because otherwise the hamburger button would take up space, or you'd have to do some kind of horrible workaround, like scoot over the logo to the left the same width of the hamburger button. And it's just much cleaner now that we have grid styles, so I like it a lot better. So now it looks much closer to what we have in the design, right? However, there is also more space that we need to take into account. So on the top and bottom, inside the header, there is 22 pixels of space. And that's probably going to be specific to the header, so I will add that in our header styles. Let's just make sure this will look right. Yeah, it should be fine in the header styles. So padding block to just target top and bottom padding, 22 pixels. And I might just round down to be 20. There we go. So now this is our header, and it looks much closer to what we have. So you can see the header, which is in white, now kind of looks like it has the correct padding on top and bottom. And then obviously we need to fix the hamburger menu. But I think I do want to finish those wrapper styles. So if you remember, our wrapper right now is just working on mobile. The space changes on tablet. So let's change our emulation to now be tablet, which, if you remember, is supposed to have all the links kind of like desktop. So I'm going to add a media query. And we'll say from widths, I think it should be greater than or equal to calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. We're going to change our grid template. And you do want to just make sure you're using the same breakpoints as much as possible, unless you absolutely can't. Just to keep things consistent and make sure things change at the same breakpoint as everything else. So this is going to be going from mobile to tablet. And on tablet, we have the space on either side was 40 instead of 32. So 40 times 2 is going to be 80. So now when we save, you can see we had a little more space there. So now you can see, it's hard to tell, but it does say 40 on the left and the right, and then everything else gets put into the center. So that works for tablet. Now we need to also think about desktop, because even though most of the styles, like text font sizes, are the same between tablet and desktop, the way the wrapper works on desktop is different. So we do kind of need to figure out a desktop breakpoint. So what I'm going to do is duplicate our media query here, and we're going to update this to, say, maybe 1,000 for desktop. And then in this case, the grid template columns is going to be different, right? So let me just get this all straightened out. So we've laptop, and this is going to be 1440. So I am going to zoom out, and it's going to be really small. So here's a center column, 1440. So right now it's taking the tablet styles and just having 40 pixels of space on either side. Now on desktop, it was different. We wanted to limit the width of desktop to be 1110 pixels. So we'll say 1110. Oops, 1110 pixels. Sorry, 1110 divided by 16 to convert it to rems, times 1 rem to add that rem unit. So now everything is getting put in that middle column, and any extra space outside of 1110 pixels is added to the left and the right. So you can see if we increase the extra space kind of gets added equally on either side. Now the only problem here, I don't know if you can see this, is that there are some breakpoints before we get to the tablet styles where it gets really close to the edge. So ideally, what we actually want to do is combine our desktop and tablet styles. So instead of having a whole desktop breakpoint, which I shouldn't have done, what we can do is basically incorporate this 1110 max width into our middle column here. And we can do that with the min function. So min, I'll go around everything here. So with the min function in CSS, it lets you give it two values, and at any given viewport width, whichever value is smaller is what's going to kind of happen. So in our case, if 100% minus 80 pixels is smaller than, I guess, the 1110 pixels, then that will be what's taken. So let me copy this calc function. So a first value in the min function is going to be 100% minus 80 pixels, comma, and then this is the width we want for desktop. So now we can actually remove this desktop breakpoint. And what's happening is at large viewport widths, like 1440, 100% minus 80 pixels is going to be 1440 minus 80, which is, 1360 pixels, I think. So 1360 pixels, or it's going to be 11, or 11, should be 1110 pixels. And 1110 pixels is less than 1360 pixels. So this is why at desktop widths, it's going to be this second value. But then when you get smaller, you can see that it kind of very nicely has that space on the left and right sides. So it gets bigger when it needs to, but then at this point, below 1110 pixels, we're going to have the 40 pixels space on either side, because at, let's say, iPad widths, 810 pixels is going to be, the first value is going to be 810 minus 80, which is 700 or 690, I think. So 690 versus 1110 pixels, which one's smaller? 690 is smaller. So that's why on smaller viewport widths, it'll have this first value, which will add the 40 pixels space on either side. So it looks really complicated, but it's just something that I've found really helpful. So I do like using that for my wrappers. And this way we don't need to have that desktop breakpoint. So here's our tablet styles. They do still need some work. Oops. Trying to turn off the highlighting on the header. There we go. All right, so here's mobile. Looks pretty good. And then as we increase, once we hit that 700, then it's going to do this. And this is also where we need to change the design. So I think we're good on mobile. And we've got our wrapper styles working for, the rest of the site, as you can see here. So as we increase our viewport width, when it gets really big, all the extra space goes on the left and the right, because we did add that wrapper class to all the sections on the site. So this is pretty good from a wrapper standpoint. But let's go back to iPad. Okay, so now we need to get the tablet styles working. And I have Figma open here, and we're looking at the tablet design. So, mobile design looks pretty close. Now we need to worry about the tablet design. So if you remember, we had added all the content in the header to that middle column. And in that middle column, I think we're going to have to add a nested grid to control the layout of these elements, or we could possibly just change the alignment, I guess. But before, we basically put the hamburger and the logo in the same row, in the same column, that middle column. Now we might need to nest stuff for tablet and desktop. Because I don't necessarily want to overlap everything. And this is going to be harder, I think, because we did have all that markup for the hamburger menu. So we have our logo, and then we have all the links here. And then we have, and I'd added the button to the links too. So maybe we can use the same markup. Because there are cases when the hamburger menu is just like so different that you might actually need to have two sets of markup for desktop and then mobile navigation, which is honestly a huge pain. So I try to avoid that whenever possible. So right now, the links and the button are in the same kind of unordered list here. So I guess what we could do is in our header styles, I think we can change their grade assignment. So we really just want them to overlap for mobile. So maybe I'll add a media query that only targets mobile. So width of less than calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. And then move grid row 1 there. So now let's check out our website. Okay, so this looks actually better. So now they're in the same, in different rows, but they're kind of not overlapping anymore. So now they are both in the middle column, but they are in different rows. So let's look at our styles here. So the header class is the grid parent. Let's think about this. I guess I could try to align the logo on the left and then the links on the right. And hopefully they won't, overlap and run into each other. So let's just try that just for the sake of avoiding adding another div. So header logo, initially for mobile, it's justify self-centered. Let's add a media query. Width of greater than or equal to calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. Justify self start. There we go. And then same way, we'll add a media query for the links. So again, this is the text links plus that button. Justify self end. And I guess we can remove this media query because we do want them to be in the same row now. Okay, so that actually doesn't look too bad. So this is what we'll have on desktop as well as tablet. And then when we go down to mobile, it'll go back to the hamburger. So, okay, I'm actually pretty happy with that. And I didn't have to make another div, which is always a good thing. Okay, so we need to style the text links and the button. So let's start with the text links. This looks like they're the same size for both both tablet and desktop. So let's check here, 15 bold. And the color is 217/1262. So we'll have to figure out what color that is. 217/1262, so it's dim gray. So now we need to figure out where in our styles we want to style these links. They're in the top nav. And I already had a class top nav link, so let's see what we have. Do we even have any styles for top nav link? We do not. Let's add it. So top nav links is for the unordered list, top nav items for the list item, and then inside there top nav link is for the link. So it should go after top nav item. So font size, let's see, and that was 15. which I think we already had as default, so I don't think we need to do that, but we do need to set font weight to bold. And then color, dim gray. And I think that's it. So let's save that. So now on our site, looks a little bit closer. Okay, so I think that looks okay. Oh no, it does not look okay. The font family, space mono. Oh yeah, space mono is a different font family altogether. I did not set the font families as CSS custom properties. So maybe we should do that. Just so we don't have to keep typing the same thing. Let's see how many times I use space mono in our H tags. And I use Lex and Deca. I think just in the body. So maybe we don't need to create a custom property. Let me think about this. Maybe I still will, because right now I've set the type styles here, so I don't necessarily want to have to type out another selector. So I'm going to create a new font. Let's say maybe font family mono, and then up here we'll add it font family mono, set it to that. So now the H tags are taking it, which is good. And then we also want to set the anchor link in the top nav. Top nav link. Font family. There we go. Much better. And the button is going to be a whole nother thing. So I'm going to, because the buttons are going to be used kind of more globally, I'm actually going to add them for the section specific styles. So layer button, add a class of button, which we've been adding to everything. And background, let's use a shorthand property and then use that yellow color. This one down here is like really wide, I think, because it's a div, so I might actually set width to be fit content. There we go. Okay, so let's get the text color white. And while we're here, let's get the padding as well. So even though the button is not immediately visible, let's check the mobile style. So 14 and then 40. Looks the same, 14 and 40. 14 and 40. Okay, so same styles for all the buttons, which makes it easier. So we can do that with a padding. 14, 40. Okay, and it's square, so it doesn't have a border radius. And color, snow, I think. Okay, I think that's right. I don't know if we had a straight up white color. Oh, it is white. I guess that wasn't in the design. Yeah, we just had the grays. So we should probably add that. White. I'll just add it at the top. Set it as HSL. There we go. And let's check the font family just to make sure we're doing the right thing. It is space mono too. So I'm not sure if that is the right font. I think it is not the right font. Okay. Cool. So now all the elements are kind of there. So if we look again at the tablet design, it looks like there is space. About 60 and then 90. So let's see how we want to do this. So I think what's happening right now is we have the grid and we have the logo aligned to the far left side, and then everything else is the right side. So we basically want to add some space between the links and the button. And then I think that should give us what we need for tablet. So that was 94 pixels of space. So I think we can add this with, it's inside the top nav links. Okay. Top nav links are a flex parent. So I think what I can do is target the last top nav item because that's a flex child. So something like top nav item last child. Would that work? Yes. Last child, margin inline start. So that's margin left of, what was it, 94 pixels? There we go. Okay, and this we don't want to apply on mobile because that will kind of mess things up. So let's go back to our top nav styles. Go to top nav item. And then I think we can do ampersand. There we go. Let's turn off that highlighting. There we go. And then I just don't want it to apply to mobile. So media, and actually, let's just copy this, change the sign. So instead of less than, it's greater than or equal to. And I can't remember what it's supposed to look like on desktop. I feel like that is probably not right. Okay. So on desktop, it's the other way. So for desktop, because these are all in the same thing, I think what we can do is set the margin left or margin inline start to auto, and it should push it all the way across. I think that will be a good start for desktop. So we're going to duplicate this. And then our desktop breakpoint was 1,000, I think. And we'll set this to auto. Maybe margin inline start doesn't work. Let's try left. Why is that not working? Maybe this whole thing needs to, oh yeah, this whole thing needs to take up all the space. So it's adding as much margin as it can, but because this is not taking up that much space, there's just not a lot of room. So let's figure out what we did here. So here's the whole website. So this was a grid, and we'd added this to justify self start, justify self end, and we want to what if we set a width to 100? Okay, so that sort of did something. This is a bit of a pain. So how do we get it to take up the total width here? So header links top nav 100%. I guess that worked, but that's really annoying. Let's think about this. So we're already using some grid styles to like align it. So I wonder if we can do something like, let's see. So right now we just have justify self end. What if we did space between is, I think, just a flex thing. What if we did stretch? What selector was that? Header links. So let's go back up to header. Header links. Okay, so greater than 700 pixels. Let's try justify self stretch. Let's think about this. So actually, I think I do want to keep the end for a tablet, but let's make a desktop one. Set it to stretch. So ideally it'll take up the whole thing. And then in the nav, this is not... Oh, I think it's because of this justify content end. So yeah, we can change that for desktop. So justify, this is a little complicated because this is the flex. I've made this a flex parent, probably for the Hamburger Menu stuff. So justify content, start, space between. So this is the flex parent. The flex child is just the nav tag. So I don't want to mess my Hamburger Menu styles up, so let's go back to mobile and just see which ones we're actually using. So if I open the menu, this is actually going to have to get redone too. Let's try to see which things I'm actually using here. Let's comment this out. Okay, so I actually don't know what... I think this was made for desktop styles. And I think I don't need that. So let's remove this. I'll keep the selector for now. I'm just going to get rid of some of these things. Okay, so here's mobile. We'll fix that later. Here's tablet. And this is the 94 pixels of space on the left side. Yeah, you can see that there. Then on desktop, now it gets weird. Okay, so this is what we need to fix. Okay, so because the top nav links are in the header links here, we want to add space so that they don't overlap. And I think the only way to do that is actually to add a left margin that's equal to the width of the logo plus the space. And I know that sounds hacky and I don't love it, but we have to do that because we are overlapping in our grid. So let's find out what that space is. 58, so let's say 60 plus the width of the logo, which is 107, so 167. So what we're gonna do is, for header links on desktop, we're gonna say margin inline start of, what was it, 167 pixels. So now it actually does kind of match. Things need to be vertically centered too, but we can worry about that a little later. So not too bad, it's getting there. So here's what it looks like on desktop. Here's our website. Okay. It's actually not bad. Okay, so now let's vertically center stuff. So where are we here? Okay, so here, the whole header we're highlighting. The links are above the center line. Let's see why that's happening. It's probably because of the anchor links, maybe? So the button looks like it's not vertically centered either. Wonder if we need to align items center. I can never remember. Yeah, so neither of these are doing anything. Okay, so here's the header. You can kind of see the button is too high and then the links are also a bit too high. So the logo does seem centered. Here's the header links, which is centered, even though there's extra space under the links. So I'm just going to keep going down here. So here is where it seems like things are not taking up enough space. So I think that if we add a height 100%, will that fix it? Also need to maybe, so instead of height 100, I wonder if header links maybe align self center. So I think we might need to make this, we might need to make the header links another like grid and then align items center. There we go. Okay, because I think before it was basically just like, it was in that middle column, but then by default it's going to be on the top. So I think that's what was going on. So we're going to make header links a grid parent. Okay, that looks a lot better. All right, so we're actually not doing too bad here. Let's unhighlight that. Let's just go full width on the website. So here is desktop. So we have extra space on either side. We're going to go down to tablet here. So this looks a little tricky here. So I think having the, I might just reduce the amount of space there. That was the header button. I just remember it was 94 pixels. There we go. Top nav item. So I'm just gonna arbitrarily make this 80. So now at least, you know, there'll be a little bit more space. Nice. And then we do need to fix this, but in terms of the desktop and tablet links, I think we're doing pretty good. Okay, so I think the main thing we have left is to get the hamburger menu styles to match the design. So there are a few main differences, one being mainly the background colors on the open menu. So let's figure out what color we got here for this background. And this is 215-1423. So let's go to our colors. 215-1423. Doesn't look like any of these match actually. 215-1423. I guess I'll just add that then. So it's going to be darker than any of the existing colors here. So I'm just going to duplicate this top one and I'll just say X dark navy. And I'll just update the numbers here, 215-14. 23. Okay, so X dark navy. And then the button we should have already, and then the text is, I'm assuming, white. It's actually this very light color. 2134093. It's sea light gray, seems to be pretty close. So sea light gray for the text, and then X dark navy for the background. So let's change those colors. Okay, so we're gonna go down to top nav and let's get the right element to target. This actually should be easy to identify because it's already blue. Yeah, so top nav menu is the blue. And then I guess while we're here, let's get the link colors too. And then top nav link. So top nav menu, we're going to change that background color, and then top nav link, we'll change that color. So top nav menu, here we go. CX dark navy. There we go. And then top nav link. Color. Oh, sea dim gray, I think for desktop and tablet, I'm guessing. So let's put that in a media query. So media width. This is for tablet and desktop. I'm just going to copy this one. And tablet is at 700. So that'll be sea dim gray. Then for mobile, color is going to be dim gray, I think was what it was. Let's see. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm just looking at the colors right now. We obviously need to change a lot more. No, that does not look light enough. 2134093. Yeah, it's definitely not light enough. Hmm. 21314. Which one was it? Oh, sea light gray. There we go. Still seems a little... Oh, I changed the wrong one. Light gray. There we go. Okay, much better. Now let's figure out the layout stuff. So the menu's not going across the entire viewport. So let's see. It's like 120 from the right side. So let's figure out how we want to set the width. So let's look at our site. So top nav menu is what we're controlling. And right now it is fixed and set at an inset of 0, meaning top, right, bottom, left. So what we could do is change the right to 120. So 0, 0, 120, 0, 0. Maybe we need to change inner styles. Sometimes like the Firefox DevTools doesn't update for some reason, but it could also just be something else. Let's try this. Okay, there we go. So that looks a little weird. And the other thing we need to change is, I think if we go back to the design, the menu, you click the button on the left, and the menu, looking at this, like the menu should slide out from the left side, whereas I think in our website it's doing the opposite, sliding from the right. So what we need to do is change the initial position of this. So here, translating, right now it's 100 VW from the left, so we actually want to do negative 100 VW. Let's try that again. There we go. That looks, we're definitely getting there. Also need to add an overlay on the body. But the scroll lock seems to be working, which is good. We're just scrolling on the actual page, like not inside the iPhone. See, now we can scroll. Let's get the overlay working first, perhaps. So let's get the colors for that. Oops. What color is this rectangle here? Looks like it's black, but it definitely is kind of translucent. So, oh, here, opacity. Okay, so you can do the opacity either on the color or in the for the layer itself. So the opacity will just say 75% and it's black. So I might just add that to the color. So we're going to create a new custom property for this. Black overlay, I guess. So we want this to just be black. And then we're going to change HSLA to add the alpha for opacity. And then I think we can do percentage for that too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so 75% opacity. I think 0.75 would work too. Yeah, it's the same thing. All right, so the black overlay. And where do we want to make that overlay? I think usually you're gonna, I guess we could make it the after or maybe the before element, before pseudo element of the top nav menu. I feel like that might make the most sense, just to kind of keep everything in the top nav styles. So top nav menu is here. So let's add a before. And I'm doing before because I want the menu itself to be on top of it, which will happen naturally because the before element is going to be before the actual top nav menu. So in the browser, it's automatically going to stack them with ladder elements on top of prior elements. So we're using a pseudo element, so we have to make sure we set the content to just be a blank string. Otherwise, it's not going to render and exist in the DOM. And top nav menu was position fixed too. So I guess we can do the same thing there. Position fixed. And actually, if we're doing a static, like 120 pixel from the right on the menu, we could sort of do the same thing here, where it's 0 top, 0 right, 0 bottom, and then 100% minus, or 100 VW minus 120 pixels, I think should work. And then background will be black overlay. All right, let's give this a shot. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay, why is the overlay not appearing? Let's find out. Here we go. It has no width. That's weird. Oh, because the top nav menu itself is like not taking over the whole thing. Where else could we add it? That might be easier. Like top nav menu. We could also just like translate it. I might do that just because I'm kind of lazy. So now it's like just been moved. Okay. I just want to see how it looks when it's not there. Cool. So I think that works. Translate. And I think we want to hide this if it's not mobile. We probably want to fade it in. So let's see. We'll say opacity initially. It's going to be 0. And I think we also want to allow you to click through it because it's still going to exist. So pointer events, none. And then we need to target the open state, which is the aria expanded true. So top nav open, aria expanded true, plus top nav menu overlay, or top nav menu before. There we go. Opacity 1. Why is the width 0? Oh yeah, I need to change the inset to 0. It'll just be 0 on all directions. Okay. That looks terrible. Okay, we don't want it with a top menu, I think, because it's gonna slide out. So that's not good. I guess it doesn't matter really where. It doesn't have to be attached to the menu. So I guess I could attach it to the body, but I just kind of let's think about this. It's just convenient for the styles to attach it to the, I think, top nav open, because I can use a sibling selector, but I think the sliding is just kind of messing things up. What I think what want to happen is to have the overlay fade in and fade out. So we could maybe try to attach it to the, we could do the whole header, maybe just the whole top nav. So we'll have to figure out how to select that. Let's go up to top nav. Okay, so I think it is working. We don't need the translate anymore because we're not using that. So if we comment out the opacity, yeah, it's showing up now. So we want to fade it in. So let's add a transition and let's get the right timing. I'm just going to copy the timing from the menu. 0.5 seconds. Let's copy this. Instead of translate, we're animating opacity. And now we need to target the top nav before pseudo element when top nav is open. So this is going to be different because these were siblings. So that's why I can use a sibling selector, but top nav open is a child of top nav. So here's top nav, the div there, and then top nav open is the open button. So I think we can select it with has, if I'm not mistaken. So top nav has, let's do this, has top nav open aria expanded true. Let's just say, I'm just adding this. Okay, so ideally if we open this, then the top nav should get a border of red. And I'm just doing this to test the selector. Okay, that actually did work, so I saw that really quick. So top nav has open before. And we'll change this to opacity 1. Hey, dude, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. All right, cool. And the last thing we want to do is style this. Let's also make sure the size is correct. I'm just going to load the website up here. Let's zoom in a little bit, I think. There's actually a lot we need to do here. So this menu is actually sliding under the header. All right, so we want to move the menu down so that it is under the header. So let's work on that first, because that's kind of the sort of more, I think, pressing thing. So the top nav menu is here, and we had added the overlay to the before, so maybe that's okay. So top nav menu, let's move it down. So the inset is going to be, we want to move it down from the top. So I'm not sure how much, why is that not working? Let's just get the height of the header here. 69. So I'm gonna make the position the top nav menu. Let's just close these other styles that we don't really need to be 69 down from the top. So now it's under the menu. Now we also need to do that to the overlay. Here we go. Okay. So that's not too bad. Okay, I think that looks okay to me. Okay, so that's working. Next up, we need to get the styles of the actual menu kind of looking correct. Oh man, we also need to move the close button up here. Okay, let's move the close button first. So it's basically replacing the hamburger button. And before I didn't need to worry about like hiding the open button because, you know, this was here. Now the tricky thing about this is that the close button has to be inside the menu because this is what's getting shown. Just from an accessibility standpoint, if I move the close button up the header, it's not going to be accessible if you're navigating by keyboard. So what I want to do, I think, is just kind of move the close button. Let's see if we can do this with position absolute. Oops, top 0. Okay, so let's see. We also need to get it sized correctly. I don't know why it's sized so big. Yeah, why is it 40? Did I size it anywhere? No, I didn't. That's so strange. Oh, here. Okay, that's better. I'm just gonna remove that width from the image tag, I think. Let's get this size, and then we're also going to make this position absolute. So top nav close. Remove this. There we go. Okay, so now we can kind of position this correctly, and it's not the best thing ever, but we can, okay, we need to adjust the padding too. So we need to move this over to match whatever we have in the design, I think. Yeah, because these are lined up with the close button here. So it is 32. So let's add this to our top nav menu styles. Here we go. So now you can see it's lined up better. And then I think I also want to get the vertical padding. So 64 on the top, 24 on the bottom. So we want to make sure that is set before we like position the close button, because I think it's gonna get affected by the padding. So what was it? 64 on top, 32 on the sides, and I think it was 24 on the bottom. Okay, I think that's right. 64, 24. Okay. So now we can position the close button to basically be how much up? So it's 20 pixels of padding on the top of the header, and then a little more, it looks like. So I'm just going to do it in the browser to test. Then I'm also going to translate 0, negative 100% to move it up 100% of the height of the thing. So I think that's close enough. So top nav close. And then we need to toggle the top nav open button visibility, because we do not want it to be visible when it is open. So the open button is the top nav open itself. So here we go, top nav open. And when it's open, we want it to be display none. Let's see if that works okay. This is kind of the other annoying thing where, like, for accessibility purposes, the markup needs to be in specific places, but I really don't want it to slide in like that. But the close button has to be part of the top nav menu from an accessibility standpoint. So what can we do to fix that? We don't want the X to slide in. That's like not great. But it has to slide in because it's in the top nav menu. So if we're trying to keep strictly to the design, our options are not sliding the menu and just fading it, and then that'll kind of fix all of our translate issues, which might actually be the best solution. Or figure out a way to get the close button to still be inside the top nav menu, but not get affected by the translation, which I don't think is possible. Or I guess we could make top nav menu have the sort of this background rectangle be a child of the top nav menu and slide it in, which I feel like does look a little bit better than just fading it in. So I think we can do that. And I don't think it'll affect the functionality. So I'm going to try to move the top nav menu like background rectangle inside as a child and put the links inside that. I think that should be the best solution. I wonder if I could move the styles of top nav links actually. Okay, let's try that. So let's get the styles from top nav menu. Oh man, I feel like this has the potential to be really messy. But let's just give this a shot. This might actually be okay. So less than 700. Oh man, I'm scared. I guess if it doesn't work, we can always just Control Z. Then less than 700 with the prefers reduced motion. Oh boy. I feel like this is not going to work, but let's find out. Okay. Yeah, I think this is not going to work. We're just going to move all the styles into another div that I'm going to wrap around after the button. So we'll call this something else. So top nav, because I think it's just interfering. The top nav menu styles are interfering with the top nav link styles, I think. So let's say top nav. I don't even know what to call this. Menu content. Then we'll move this all into there. So top nav menu content is now going to have all these different styles. Okay. I think it may be affected by some other stuff here. Yeah. So everything top nav menu is now top nav menu content. That should be everything. Okay. Let me see if I... Oh yeah, top nav menu. So in JavaScript, we are adding and removing styles, but we're also doing the inert thing. Let's see. Top nav menu. Here's the top nav menu content. Why is it off screen like this? I'm just gonna comment out the translate. Okay. So when it's open, oh, here, top nav open. I was using that sibling selector for top nav menu content, but that I think is not working. So let's see, top nav open is here. Oh my gosh, top nav menu. So I actually want to do sibling top nav menu, which makes sense, and then child top nav menu content. So I think that should work. There we go. However, our buttons have all disappeared. But at least the menu's opening. Okay. Let's see where the close button is. I don't know why this is 0. I guess because this is position absolute. This is position fixed, so it doesn't actually have any like width or height. So if I add a z index, well, let's try adding a position relative. Z index of 1. So the close button does not have any size either. So what's going on there? And why does the open button... Oh yeah, I added display none, so that's fine. Is this like off screen or something? Maybe it's off screen. Oh, there it is. Oh, because now it's at the top of there. So maybe we want to do top of whatever the padding was, which is 20. There we go. Actually, that looks wrong. Top 27. And it doesn't need Z index. Okay. Okay. Just trying to line it up perfectly with a hamburger. So top nav close, we'll say by default display none, but when top nav is open, then top nav in top nav menu content top nav menu will be display block. All right, let's try that. Oh, I forgot the top nav close. There we go. There we go. There we go. That was kind of hard. Is this even like centered right? Yeah, it's not quite vertically centered here. Or maybe it's just because of the letters, but it does look like it's slightly off. Yeah, it is off. So it is trying to center vertically, but the heights of things. So the image itself is only 16 pixels tall. The button, for some reason, adds an additional 2 pixels and a little bit. Why that's happening, I'm not sure. And then in the nav, it then becomes 20 pixels tall, I think because of this grid. It's very confusing. Not sure why. Okay, that changed something. Okay, so now at least it is, they're both 20 by 18. Might actually honestly be easier to, I know this is super hacky, but just to position relative top, just to do that. This will happen for both close and open buttons. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think top is not what I want to do. Probably want to do display block, translate, because we're using the top property for in the close button. All right, let's get rid of translate. So top nav close, it's going to be top 24 pixels. Remove the translate, don't save because I have other styles I need to copy. Top nav, the button. So top nav button, that's going to affect both close and open buttons. And then I think that might have been it. Yeah. All right, so let's save this and just see if it looks any better. Oh yeah, because display block is making it, maybe I don't need that because I'm not using top anymore. Okay. So display block was just so the top property could take effect, but we don't need that. Okay. That took way longer than I thought it would. But at least now it is working and everything looks centered. Okay. Woo, that was rough, not gonna lie. Okay, now let's get the layout on the menu, which I think is gonna be a lot easier. Basically everything is left aligned. So I say that, but let's see how easy it actually is. This is going to be top nav menu content. And why is everything centered? Because of that. I think we need this for desktop though. Doesn't seem to be changing anything actually. So let's remove that from top nav links. Okay, that looks okay to me. Let's go back to iPhone. Okay, now everything's left aligned, but we do want to align the button to the very bottom. So top nav links, last child, and then only on mobile. And we want margin top to be auto, and I think that should push it down. Let's see. Oh gosh. It's weird that sometimes it doesn't like open. Okay, that did not work. Wait, why is this not? Top nav links, last child. Oh, I think it needs to be top nav item, last child. Oops, there it is already. We'll just move that media query down. I was targeting the wrong thing. That's still not working. And Flex. I was using Flex because I wanted the links to be like next to each other on desktop and then like below each other on mobile. I wonder why the margin top is not working. I'm just trying to see if a hard-coded margin top is going to work. Okay, it does work. Okay, I think I'm going to try making this grid for mobile. All right, so now let's check out our links here. So this last one, I think we can maybe try to set height to 100% or okay, I think having the button in the top nav links is just making this too difficult. So what we're gonna do is just take the button, move it outside of the list, and add it after the menu content. So we'll go back to Flex, I think. Okay, so now I have to remove this. This probably also messed up our desktop stuff. So top nav menu content. What if I do display flex direction, column, justify content space between. There we go. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I love Flexbox. So what I'm doing is I'm making this a flex parent, and there's only 2 children here. So the first child, top nav links, because we did justify content space between, because the direction is a column, the justify content is going to control vertical alignment. And this is going to make this one all the way up to the top, and the second child all the way to the bottom, which is what space between does. So it's going to go in top nav menu content. And we will have to fix the tablet desktop styles as well. Okay. I think this is right here. Just make sure. Yeah, there we go. Because it's going off screen just because the iPhone is going off screen. Okay, so much better. And now let's get tablet. Okay, so what's happening here is the top nav links is getting messed up. Because the last child in top nav item is now one of the list items, so I think actually we might want to just get rid of this whole thing. How does that look? For tablet, what was the design? It was kind of sort of to the left. I guess they're both tablet and desktop. The links are kind of to the left of the logo. Maybe that's how I should have coded it. About 60 pixels to the left of the logo. So let's see what's going on here. Here's top nav links. So top nav menu content is after the logo. This has gotten very confusing. Okay, so here is the, let's start from the top. So the header containing the logo and the links is grid. And that's the wrapper. So it is putting everything in those 3 columns like we said, which that does seem like what's going on. So I think that's okay. Now the header logo is justified to the beginning, to the left side, and the links is justified to the end. So that doesn't seem wrong. Although now that I think about it, I think the header links, maybe we also want that to be start. No, we don't, because otherwise it's going to overlap. I think that's why I did that. So then the header links itself is grid. And why are we doing that? I think that was for, why do we have that? What is this grid style accomplishing here? So this is supposed to be for the text links, I think. So that was the purpose of that. This is why it's like very tedious to go back and like try to make little fixes and adjustments in existing code. And it's why a lot of people just like to delete everything and start over, but that will also make a lot of work. So this is just so like narrow. I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna try commenting these things out just to see. And then the other weird thing is the button keeps overlapping the links, which is really annoying, which I think I was kind of afraid might happen. So this is the header links, which contains the nav, which contains the links and the button. So I think top nav menu content needs to be like a flex or grid parent, just so we can separate out the button and the text links. Okay, so nothing's happening there because I think all the styles here might be on mobile. Yeah. So maybe let's move these out of the mobile media query. I think we need this for desktop too. So this was top nav menu content. And then out of the media query. Still looks okay. So let's do this. Okay, so now at least they're not totally overlapping. We'll move flex direction column to mobile because we don't want that. There we go. So we're kind of getting somewhere. So that's here. And this is happening because header links, I think, is automatically going to be on the start. Yeah. But we actually, again, when we were looking at the design, the links are supposed to be (60 pixels to the right of the logo. So I'm just going to move it 60 plus 107, so 167. Because they're overlapping, because we needed that for the mobile with the hamburger menu. So there we go. So at least the spacing is correct. Header links, and that's going to be for tablet and up. So not on mobile. Now we need to align things in the center. So the button's the tallest item in the top nav, it looks like. Yeah, by far. So let's so here's the header. So header logo. Wait, nothing is centered. Okay, so now the logo is centered vertically. Now we want to go to the, I'm just going to zoom in here, top nav links. And this itself is a grid, like that. And that contains the nav. And the top nav menu. And here, top nav menu content is where I think the links are. And then top nav links, looks like it's the full height. So let's do this. So top nav links for desktop, align items center. There we go. Top nav links on desktop. I wonder if this would mess things up on mobile. Let's see. Yeah, it does. Okay. So that looks okay. Let's go back to tablet. And then we want the button to be at the very end. So this is a flex parent, but it's not going the full width because why? Why is that happening? So I think it's by default going to be, in the header, it's going to be aligned to the start. Everything's in that middle column. By default, it's going to be aligned to the left. And I want to align the links to the end. So I think what I have to do is here, I can justify self end. It's not working. I feel like sometimes in Firefox it's not like reflecting the changes I make in the browser. Okay, so at least that's working. So width of 100%. Okay. Maybe padding left. There we go. I think we might have gotten it. Yeah, it's like really weird how like, okay, now it's working. Sometimes I feel like the browser styles are not updating correctly. All right, so here is tablet. And let's get to desktop. I think that seems right. That's like not great. But I don't think people are going to be switching too often between this and then mobile. And that looks pretty good. All right. Boy, that was much harder than I thought it was going to be. I think it's just tricky because our markup's really tricky. Like, we just have a lot going on with the Hamburger Menu. And like trying to have, it would actually, I think, be simpler almost if we had different markup links for desktop and mobile. Because then we wouldn't have to worry about all the nested stuff. But then you just have a lot of markup. So I think this still is kind of better. But yeah, that was kind of rough. Let's see if there's any simplification we can do here. I think we can maybe nest some of these styles inside here, actually. Hopefully this doesn't mess anything really big up. Okay, let's just check our website again. Oh, it seems okay. All right, that's good enough for me. Okay, so now at least we can kind of close all those styles there. Top nav menu content, top nav links. Okay. All right, I think we are good on the menu. So the next step is going to be doing, I think, the hero section. But I will say the Hamburger Menu is probably the most complicated part of this whole site, and just getting everything to work and animate correctly takes a lot. And I think, hopefully, the rest of the website won't be quite as difficult. But we'll see, because some of these full width images might be a little tricky. But yeah, I think we're definitely off to a good start. Okay, I wanted to let you know that I actually made a mistake in my code, where in the code, we set the breakpoint in JavaScript using window match media to match this media query, but I forgot to actually add the width part. So it's supposed to be width of less than, I think less than 700 pixels is mobile. Instead, I just had calc. I just had the number, basically 700 pixels, converted to rem, so that always would return true, which means that it would always be considered desktop. So now you can see when I load, my console log messages is working. So if we go to iPad, it's considered desktop. Desktop is now working. So just want to let you know in case any of you were sort of getting tripped up by that. All right, so we're done with the header. Next up, let's take a look at this hero section. And let's look at the desktop design because it's kind of the more complicated one out of the 3 versions, and see what different parts it has. So the first thing I notice is that it obviously has a background image that goes full bleed or full width all the way to the left and right edges of your viewport. And then if you remember, we'd used grid to create our wrapper class with those 3 columns where we have the main content, like most of the text and images in that middle column, and then left and the right columns are for space. And that's going to be true for all devices. So for this image, we can actually, I think, use an image tag and just set it to start at the very beginning and the very end of the grid, which will encompass the entire viewport width. You know, grid is really handy when you need to stack elements, but you don't want to use position absolute because position absolute is a little bit, it's kind of tricky sometimes. So I think using grid is a better solution for this. So we have the background image, and you might notice that it is changing between desktop, where it's this sort of wide landscape size, tablet, it's kind of cropped in from the sides, and you can see, you know, the motorcycle is kind of cropped as well. And then mobile has another image. So usually I think Frontend will actually give you 3 different images for the viewports, and you can change between these by using an HTML picture tag. So I'll show you how to do that. But let's just keep looking at this design here. So the next thing we have is, you know, the text elements. This is the H1 tag, paragraph, and button. That seems pretty straightforward. There is like extra, it's like the paragraph and the button kind of got scooted over because of this yellow arrow thing. So we will have to figure out how to get that to work. And then we do have these images. So we have this yellow arrow, which has this sort of backside, and then the main arrow. Then we have these white circles. And again, these images are going kind of out to the edges of the frame. So we'll have to make sure we assign them to the correct column in our wrapper grid. And if we look at tablet, we have just the front part of the arrow and the white circles. And then on mobile, we just have the arrow. So the text and the button, they're all kind of in one column. So that seems pretty good. So I think the first thing we want to do is maybe get the background image working. And let me show you how we do responsive images using the picture tag. So let's search for MDN responsive images. Using responsive images in HTML, that's kind of what we want. Let's look for, I'm really just looking for the example code. Let's see. And we should be using a picture tag. Okay, here we go. All right, so what's happening here is in our HTML, we have, you can see there's an image tag, which is probably what you are more used to seeing. And then we have these source tags, which look like they have media queries in them here, which is definitely what's going on. These are media queries. And then all these 3 tags are inside this picture tag. So what happens is, at least in this example, it looks like we have 2 different images in the source tags. So we have the 800 width and the 480 width. And this first one in the source tag is going to load for widths up to 799 pixels, and then above 799, so starting at 800 pixels, it'll switch to this 800 width image. And then in the picture tag, you always want to have an image tag backup, displaying, whatever image you want to be kind of the fallback in case this doesn't work, or, for any cases outside of these examples. So I think we are going to use basically very similar code to this. Our breakpoints are going to be a bit different. So I'm going to copy that. Let's go to our index.html, and we are done with the header. So let's fold that up. So now we're in the main tag, and all the hero content's going to go in this section tag. So I'm just going to add the picture tag that we got there. And I'm just going to delete what we have so we can add in our own images. All right. So usually, at least the way I've done it, is that I have this image tag as a fallback load the mobile image. So we'll do assets, images, home, hero, mobile. And then let's get this size, the width and height, 375 by 650. And it is really important to have these width and height attributes. And then we should probably add alt text to this. So looks like a man riding a yellow scooter. Yellow scooter, looks like on a bridge or something. On a bridge. Okay. Let's make this. Trying to put these on different lines here. Okay, it's just gonna auto do that. So I think that looks good for mobile. Now the next one, I think we want to add our media query. So we're gonna say width of greater than or equal to calc. And I think we should still be able to do our little calc thing here. Divided by 16 times 1 rem, because we want to use rems for our media query widths. And now we want to change the source from the mobile one to tablet. And the top one I think should be the desktop one. I'm not positive. We'll check and make sure that these are in the right order. But now let's have our desktop media query, 1,000. And we probably want to also figure out the width and height for each of them. So tablet is 768 by 650. And then desktop, 1440 by 650. Okay. So these are our images. So now we want to check our website and just make sure we're loading the right thing and making sure everything is working the way it should. Okay, so I'm going to go in Firefox and we're going to load the iPhone image first. And a way that you can see what actual file is getting loaded is if you go to network, and I know this is kind of hard to see. We're going to just look for images, and then we kind of know the file name is, I think, home. So now looks like it's loading both hero and mobile, or sorry, both tablet and mobile, but the mobile one is displaying, which is what we want. So let's go up to tablet. So now you can see the tablet image is loading. So now you can see it's just loading tablet. And then let's go to laptop, and now the desktop image is loading. So this looks like it's working pretty well. Now, the next thing you might have noticed is that it is not full bleed, because right now we are loading our styles based on the wrapper direct child starting in grid column 2. So we really want this to start at grid column 1 at the very edge and then end at the far right side. So one way we can do this is by creating a helper class. So I'm going to say class full bleed. And we're going to add to our styles here in the layout. So here's the default. By default, any child of the wrapper parent is going to start from grid column line 2. But now we're going to add another direct child selector and have it be the class full bleed. And now this is going to be grid column. I'm going to start at 1 and then end at -1, meaning the very last grid column line. So now let's look at our website. So now you can see that the image is going all the way across. So here's tablet. We'll have to figure that out. And then mobile. Okay, so iPhone, it seems okay. But we don't change until 700. So what I might do is set the image to take up the full width. So it's going to be the image tag, because right now the picture tag is going all the way, but because the image itself is, I think, not wide enough for this aspect ratio of the viewport, that's why it's kind of ending like that. So, for example, let me just show you. If we say width of 100%, now it's going full bleed. So you can see now it's stretching all the way. So this should probably be something that we add a class to, the image tag here. So I'm going to say class hero dash image. And then let's add another class here, hero dash picture. So if we go into our styles, we want to create a new layer for our hero styles. And we'll say everything in the hero class. So hero image, or I think it was IMG, just to remind myself it's the actual image tag with 100%. Okay, so now just to reload and check, we got our image, looks pretty good. And desktop. So this is desktop, tablet, and mobile. All right. So next thing we want to do is we want to put the text elements like on the same column as, or on the same row as the image so that they overlap. So these are the text elements here. And honestly, I might just wrap these in a div so that we can sort of control them. Because so we can kind of lay them out as a group. Because if we have them individual, they're going to kind of overlap by default. So I think it's just easier to add a div. We'll give it a class of hero content. And then move the H1 paragraph and anchor link into here. So this way, now in the wrapper, there's essentially just two direct children. We have the picture tag, hero picture, and we have the div with hero content. So it's going to just be a little bit simpler to lay out everything. So let's go into our styles and maybe add some more selectors. Hero picture just in case we need to add styles for this, because we probably will. And then hero content, I think it was. So we want to put both hero picture and hero content in the same row. So I think what I might do is make a compound selector for both of them so we can kind of make very clear that they're both getting assigned to the same row. So grid row and 1 and span 1 row is kind of implicit in here. So now you can see we have that. Okay, so next thing I want to do is make the text color white. I'll just zoom in so you can see better. Color. I'm trying to remember what color I made this. White. Okay. So we're actually looking pretty good here. And I think it makes sense to maybe start with the mobile design first. So let's figure out the alignment of the text elements, because I think we probably need to add some space and stuff in them. So it looks like the text elements are basically centered, is my guess. Okay, maybe a little above center. So let's think about this. Do we want to make a second row for the arrow image is what I'm wondering. Or do we just want to, you know, add some extra space at the bottom? Let's look at the other designs. So on tablet, again, there's more space on the bottom. And then again on desktop, it's almost the same. So usually when I'm adding space on top and bottom, I like to use padding. But I think right now for this image, the height is just basically the height of the image, and that's kind of controlling that. So maybe I will center the hero content, the text elements, and then add the arrow and then just align it to the bottom. I think that will be the best solution. And the hero class is here, and this is the grid parent. So I think I can say hero content justify, or I think align self center. There we go. And then I think we will have to push it up a little bit. We also need to add space between the elements. So I think if I add extra padding on the bottom, I think that will help. So I'm going to add padding on the bottom. That is the difference between the top and bottom. So maybe we should add space between the elements first before we figure out this padding situation. So on mobile, there is 24 pixels between the H1 and the paragraph, 34 after the paragraph. So 24 and 34. And then just out of curiosity, let's check tablet. 24 and 32, so about the same. And then desktop, 40 and 40. 24 and 32. We'll just say 24 and 32. So what I'm going to do, I think, is make the hero content a grid parent as well. Display grid gap. Oh shoot. They're different widths, so I can't actually use gap to do this. So I think I'm just going to do the paragraph inside the hero content. Actually, let's put it outside the hero content just to avoid nesting. And I could add a class to the paragraph tag, but there isn't very much. This is the only paragraph tag in the hero, so I sometimes honestly like using tag selectors just because it makes it stand out a little bit from the other classes. So we're going to add space above and below the paragraph using margin. So I like using margin to add space between sibling elements, and then I use padding to add space between elements and then their parent, like the edges of the parent. So 24 on top, 32 on the bottom. There we go. I feel like there's not enough space under there. Okay, so you can see here the paragraph margins are overlapping the button. That's because a button by the anchor tag by default is going to be a display inline. So, oh yeah. So I think I want to set it to be display inline block so that margins will not overlap them. I think inline block might be better than block, because I think with block it's going to take up the entire width, but because I did add that fit content, it's not going to. And the main difference between block and inline block is that it's actually hard to tell here, but with block, usually there's a tiny little space added underneath, but I guess with display inline block it doesn't matter. Okay. So let's just set the button to be, let's set all buttons to be display block. I think I may have just forgotten to do that the first time around. Okay. Let's check the mobile menu just to make sure the button there looks okay. Looks good. All right. So there's the hero for the mobile. I'm kind of feeling like the paragraph needs more line height. So I think I, by default, set it to 1.3, but I guess we just have a bigger line height here. So line height is 25 and the font size is 15. So I am going to pull out the calculator here. 25 divided by 15 is 1.6. And it looks the same on the others. So I think maybe they just are spacing the paragraphs more than I had set. So let's just change that. That was in global for paragraph tags. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Then we want to center the text on mobile and also tablet, and then left align on desktop. Let's actually check the other alignment stuff here. So it looks like everything's centered on mobile. Yes, everything on mobile is centered. Let's check tablet. Tablet is, some stuff is centered, some stuff is left aligned. So we'll just go section by section, I think. I'm trying to think of basically the easiest, most efficient way to align all the text elements. So for example, if I, on the paragraph tag, just globally set text align to center, then everything would be centered no matter what. And then we would just have to override it, which I guess we could do. So maybe I will do that. Okay, I'm going to set a compound selector to center. Let's actually move this up above the H1 tags. And we also want to center, so text align just centers the text within the text block, like here. We also want to align it horizontally inside the grid. And that's going to be in our layout styles. So I might do another global rule just to see, because it seems like most things are going to follow the center on mobile, left align on desktop. We'll just try it and see how far we get. And then if we have to change it and add section specific styles, and that's fine. So let's say justify items center. It's not working there because the button's inside the hero content. So maybe this is not the best. Maybe we'll just do it section by section. So let's go to hero. So hero content, we actually do now need to set it to be display grid. Yeah, justify items center. There we go. Okay, so we're doing pretty good on the mobile design here. Whoops. The next thing we want to do is add the arrow on the bottom and also add the extra space on the bottom. So we'll add the arrow and then we'll figure out the space thing. Let's figure out what image. Is this what we want? Oh yeah, right arrow, semicircles, white circles. So right arrow is what we want. So let's add it in our code here. And the arrow is something that is not going to be in the hero content because it's going to kind of go outside. So we want it to be its own thing, basically. So I'm going to add it outside of the hero content. Image. Oh, I don't need the source set, but let's just get the arrow. And this is decorative, so we're going to have the alt attribute, but just leave it blank. So screen readers will ignore it. And then this is, oh yeah, 452 by 151. And there's the arrow. So let's give this a class. And just keep in mind, we do have multiple of these decorative images. So I'm going to say R arrow. Maybe R dash arrow. And we'll add this to our styles. So we also want to assign this to the first row, which I guess we could just do here. I wonder if I should just have a direct child selector, because basically these are all direct children of the wrapper hero. Let's do that. So direct child, wildcard. Okay, so now it's in the first row, but we want it to go to the bottom. So align self, and there we go. Okay, so it is now aligned to the end. Oh, I don't know if you can see that. It's now aligned to the end of the hero. It seems like it's overlapping a little bit. I think I want images to be display block. So this is what I was kind of trying to show earlier. Image tags by default are also display inline, just like anchor tags. And that means that the browser is going to add a tiny little bit of space at the very bottom, because most inline elements are text, and with text you have letters that sometimes have what they call descenders, meaning letters that extend below the baseline. Like let's say this lowercase p, that bottom part of the p goes below the baseline. So you have to leave some space so that your text doesn't run into each other. So like you can see here, the G also kind of goes below the baseline a little bit. But you don't really want that with images. So you can see it has this extra space there. So I'm going to make all images display block, which is I think I usually do, just so that that doesn't happen. Let's go back to our image tag. There we go. Okay, so now it is right at the edge. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. So let's, I think maybe align the arrow correctly. So on mobile, this is going to be 34 from the bottom. And then we may have to eyeball this. We want it to be kind of off screen. So I want to move this up 34 pixels on mobile. So I guess we could do that with translate. Oh my gosh, translate. And then we want to move it not horizontally, so 0 for the x-axis, but we do want to move it 34 pixels on the y. I think it's negative to move it up. Okay, there we go. So now we also need to move it to the left off screen. Just if, I don't know if this will do anything. Justify self start. Yeah, it didn't do anything because I think it's already kind of... actually, I want this to be full bleed. So let's add that class. So you can see it is fully to the edge. So I want to maybe get it off screen and then just enough on screen. Or I could just eyeball it, which might be easier. So what we're going to do is we are going to actually translate it negative to move it off. And then we kind of need to figure out where, so it looks like this side is almost just slightly to the left of the left side of the button. So something like that. Okay, so that's pretty good. Then we also want to add space. So that there's space between the button and the arrow. So I don't know if this is going to line up with the design, but it says there's 115 on top and 179 on the bottom. 650 height. Let's see what we actually have here. 650 height. Oh, that's pretty good. And then how tall is the hero content? It is 358. 356. So it's actually not too bad. So right now it's perfectly centered. And now I want to move it up, the difference between 115 and 179. So it did actually end up being close to the design. So 179 minus 115 is 64. So what I'm going to do is on the hero content, we're going to translate it. Negative 64. There we go. Is that good? It seems like kind of a lot. Yeah, I think 64 is just a little too much. Because we want the space to be about the height of the button. So I'm just trying to eyeball it that way. So maybe something like that. 24. So we'll translate the hero content, and this will be on mobile. Okay. That seems pretty good for mobile, actually. The logo seems really big. 75 on mobile, 107 on tablet, 107. So I think we just need to make it smaller for mobile. Yeah, it's 108. So header logo. Header logo. Calc 75 divided by 16 times 1 rem. And then I guess we need to change that for tablet and desktop. So we'll just do this. I think it was 108. Okay. Nice. So I think we're good on mobile. All right, so we have the tablet design open on the left and we have our website on the right. So, we're just trying to look and see if we compare them, what changes we need to work on. So the first thing I can see immediately is the copy, the text is too wide on our website versus here on the design. So that's one thing we want to do. The other thing we need to do is adjust the position of the arrow. I don't know if it needs to be any bigger, but yeah, adjust the position of the arrow and then add the white circles. So let's work on the text first, because I think that'll be a little bit easier. So the headline is going to be 2 lines and the paragraph is going to be 3 lines. So let's try to see if we can do that. So all these elements, the H1 tag and the paragraph tag, are in the hero content div. So one thing we could do is we could set a max width and then set it to something, I'm not sure. Let's try 70%. So this is going to be 70% of the available width. And that seems to work. However, you might notice that the block now is limited to the 70%, and it's also by default left aligned. So we would have to do something like center it with margin inline auto to center the block like that. So that honestly does work. Another thing we could do if we didn't want to have to center the margin inline auto is we could create a hero content direct child. So this is going to select the H1 tag, the paragraph, and the anchor tag, and have the max width of 70% here. And this is going to achieve the same thing. But instead of limiting the width of the hero content, this is still going as far out as it can. It's limiting instead the child selectors. So then we don't need to center them because I think we already set text align to be centered. Or I think it was justify item center. Yeah, so that's what's doing that. So, I think both those things can work just fine. If you look here at desktop, the layout does change quite a bit. So I think, if it does change so much, we can always just add a media query for desktop and adjust it there. So either way, I'm kind of inclined to, normally I'll do max width on the block and then center it with margin inline auto, which is a really handy way of centering block elements inside their container. Okay, so next up, let's add the white circles, and then we'll get both the arrow and the white circles, looking good. So in our index.html, so the arrow is this thing, the right arrow full bleed. So we'll add another image here. And I think we also want this to be full bleed. Let's also add a class of hero circles. This is basically going to create an image tag with both those classes. Source assets, patterns. I'm going to say white circles, I think is what it is. And let's add our width and height, 234. and 63. And we'll leave the alt text blank. So now we have our white circles. There we go. Okay, so now we need to assign the white circles and align them kind of the same way we did with the arrow. So here's the arrow, and we had, you know, it's set to grid row 1, so it's in the same row as everything else in the hero. And we set it to, you know, justify self start, so it's on the left side, align self vertically, so it's at the end at the bottom, and then we use translate to move it, you know, from the original position. So we're gonna have to do the same thing, I think, with the white circles. So the class for those, and I'm just gonna put the class at the beginning because it makes it easier to see. Hero circles. So let's go down to our hero styles here. Hero circles. And we're also gonna have to remember to hide this on mobile. So display none for mobile. And we'll add a media query. Width of greater than or equal to calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. And then display block. Okay, now we can start adding the style. So these circles are supposed to be on the bottom. Let's look at the design again. On the bottom and then all the way to the right and then off screen. So let's get bottom and to the right first. So bottom was, I guess we'll start with justify self since that's what we had earlier. So justify self all the way to the right, so end. So I can see there at the end. And then align self. Also end to be at the bottom. So now to the bottom. And then we want them to be off screen. So how much do we want them to be off screen? So looks like the white circle is pretty much half the circle is off screen. So we'll just try to eyeball this. I'm gonna do it in the browser. So we'll translate. So horizontally, we do want to move it to the right. So let's just say 10 pixels. And then I can't remember if we want to do it vertically. We probably do. Let's just get it off screen first. So that seems about right. And then vertically, it is 45 from the bottom. So let's do translate. We want to move it up. So I think that's negative 45. Yeah, there we go. So that seems pretty good. All right, so there is our tablet with the symbols now. Or I guess the decorative elements is really what they are more. So that looks good to me for the white circles. So now we just need to adjust the arrow so that it's like that. So again, we're kind of like lining up the arrow with a little to the left of the button. It's going to change depending on the viewport, so I'm not going to be too picky about that. So the arrow is this one, hero R arrow. So let's copy this tablet breakpoint. And we're going to change the translate. So we are just moving it horizontally. So we're just going to change the x-axis translate. And we want to move it to the right. So I think that is more positive. So let's try 200 instead of negative 245. Okay. And then maybe we'll just do this in the browser because it's easier to eyeball it. So here it is. Why is that not working? Okay. Sometimes Firefox is just really buggy. Sometimes it does work. Let's just try this quickly one more time. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. See, it doesn't like refresh. So this needs to be more positive. So well, let's try 150. 100. It's actually pretty close. I think that might be good enough. All right, so this changes to -100 now. Okay, so here's the tablet website. That seems pretty good to me, honestly. I think that's pretty close. So let's try going to mobile, making sure we still match the design here. Okay, so you can see here the max width is tripping us up because we forgot to have it only take effects for tablet and up. So it's this one, max width of 70%. So I want to copy that tablet breakpoint again. So it's one reason why I try to check as I'm going to make sure my new styles don't mess up some of the existing styles. There you go. Okay, that looks better. But the arrow is kind of messed up now. Let's try iPhone. I guess iPhone looks okay. It just kind of starts moving when you get to there, but I think that's okay. As long as the text is readable, then I'm not going to get too worried about stuff like this. Okay, so that's the iPad. Yeah, we're good. All right, let's try the desktop now. So for desktop, I'm gonna have to zoom out here. The circles. Okay, so first of all, the text is different. It's left aligned. And you can see that the headline at least is aligned with the far left side of the container. So we do want to make sure we do that. So let's take care of the text elements first, and then we'll worry about the images and then adding this new image. So the text was hero content up here. So we're going to add another media query for desktop, which is going to be 1,000 pixels. So we're going to basically change the alignment, I think. So right now it's justify item center, which is centering the blocks of the H1 tag and the paragraph tag. So let's say justify items start. Okay, and that's just affecting this. Oh, align self center. I'm not sure if that is affecting things. Maybe we should also do text align left. Okay. I think maybe my global styles of text line center is not great, because we want to override that. We'll need to basically add a tag selector. So, okay. Like, there was a reason that I don't usually do that. So the problem is it's kind of messing with the specificity, because what I'm trying to do is change the alignment of things to be left aligned. And this is set on the hero content class, and that's the parent of the H1 and paragraph tag. So normally these tags would, and the anchor tag too, these would inherit the text line center rule if I'd set it originally on hero content. But because I set it on the actual tags, H1 tag and paragraph tag, that's going to override any inherited styles from the parent. So I would have to explicitly say hero content H1 and P, and do text line left. So let's figure out a better way to do that, I think. I think it's in global. Yeah, so this. I guess what I could do if I'm trying to do this global thing is add a media query at desktop and say text line left. So then you can see everything gets left aligned. This is kind of like, I would say almost a nuclear option because it is just affecting every element globally. So it makes me a little nervous because it's going to make you have to override it using the element, the tag selectors in your styles. So I might just get rid of this and just do section specific alignment, setting it on the, the hero content. But to do that, we're gonna have to kind of start over from the mobile styles and set those up right. So basically, I think you will run into fewer issues if you just write all your styles on the same, on a class, basically. That's the whole reason that BEM existed. Every style rule has the same specificity because every element basically has a unique class. That's why there's all the underscores and dashes to make the class names unique. So I think there's a reason why BEM is liked a lot by people who use it, including myself. So I think just writing too specific a style on element tags is maybe going to lead to some things that are hard to override. So let's go back to here. So hero content, I want on mobile everything to be text align center. So now it's centered. And then let's go to tablet. Still centered, which is good. And let's check on laptop now. Okay, so now you can see my text line left rule on desktop is actually working. But we need to have it all the way to the left here. And the justify item start does not seem to be working. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, it might be because of the margin inline auto. Let's remove this rule. And then, so now it's aligned to the left, which is great. But let's check out the iPhone again, just to make sure we didn't break anything. Okay. Seems good. All right. This is looking a bit strange here. The hero con is just getting really tall. When you get smaller here. I might regret doing this, but I might do a max height of like 100 VH just to make sure it doesn't get too large. Where should I set that rule? Hero? I should probably set it on the picture because I think that's what's making the whole thing really tall. Yeah. Hero picture. Max height, let's say 100 VH. So it's not going to get too much taller than the viewport. Just the viewport and then the header height. So just curious why it's overlapping with the features now. Oh, because the image is taller. So let's clip that. So we should be able to do that with overflow hidden. That works. I feel like clip also might work. There we go. So it's not quite as tall. It still looks slightly strange, but that's just because it's kind of an in-between device. So here's normal mobile. Go up to iPad here. So the in-between sizes are always going to look a little bit strange when you're dealing with elements like this. So let's add that overflow clip to hero picture. And let's get back to desktop. which we've been trying to get to. So now we have the text elements starting on the left side, which is good, and they are left aligned, which is also good. So we need to limit the width on desktop. So I wonder if we can do another max width. And it was kind of 500, so maybe we can try calc just to make it in rems. There we go. So that looks closer. This is 4 lines. So let's make it a little bit less, I guess. We could also limit it with the CH unit, so 50 characters. See, it's not updating again. This is really annoying. We can just do it from here. So 50 CH is like that. Okay, so this is not working, I think, because it's on the whole hero content. So I think we just need to maybe actually it would work. We'll just add some left padding to the paragraph. So the title looks okay. And now there's like 95 pixels of left padding on the paragraph. So here is our paragraph tag. Padding inline start 95. There we go. So that looks okay. This is a little hard because the paragraph and the headline are kind of lined up like that. And it's kind of like aligned in a way where it's like a square. Whereas usually you'll have extra. I think maybe we can just reduce the max width again just slightly. There we go. So, I mean, I think it's, oh, it looks okay. Okie dokie. So text is getting there. And this just looks bigger because we have, it's a 1440 design. So now you can see it looks pretty close. Just we're looking at these text elements, of course. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is do the same thing for the button. So we actually might need to do this for the paragraph and the button. So let's do a compound selector. Paragraph, button. So on desktop, they'll both have a, whoops. Oh yeah, padding on the button I think will not work because what's going on here? I guess this padding is inside, so that needs to be a margin. So let's try margin. Oh yeah, I forgot it doesn't work. Okay, there we go. So the padding is inside the button. That's why the button was looking kind of strange. Okie dokie. So now I think we need to maybe move up the text a little bit because the hero content is, it's actually pretty much centered. Let's just see how it is here. I'm trying to remember how we moved it up for iPad and iPhone. We translated it like that. Okay. So let's check and see the translate for desktop. Yeah, still getting translated. So I am going to have to cancel that out for desktop because you don't want this to apply. There we go. So now it's fully vertically centered, I believe. So now we need to move the arrow and the circles up. So let's start with this arrow. So I feel like this is going to be a little bit difficult. Because right now it's kind of aligned to the left, and then we're sort of translating it to move it. Maybe we might align it to the right and then move it back to the left. Because what I'm thinking about is if we start using translate on the arrow, let me just show you some problem that could happen. So I'm going to make my desktop breakpoint. So now we're going to translate this just to have it to the right side of the paragraph. Oops. Okay. What did it look like on the design? It's a little bit to the right of the paragraph. And then up. So something like this. So it looks okay here. But when you start getting bigger, you can see it's immediately gonna kind of mess up because we've aligned this to the left to be flush and it's not moving with the content. So we might need to fix that full bleed class. And we don't want the arrow to be full bleed actually, because we want it to move with the content. So if I remove the full bleed class, then it will kind of move with the content. So you can see it's not moving horizontally as much. Whereas the white circles are full bleed to the right edge. That's why they're moving exactly with the edge. So we don't want the arrow to move with the edge. We want it to be aligned with the text. So let's see what we need to do here. So instead of adding that full bleed class, where was that? Global? No, it was in layout because it's a layout thing where it assigns it to the grid column 1 to -1. We might need to remove the class from the element and then add this rule in our styles for the hero arrow. Just for mobile and tablet, and then for desktop, get rid of it. So let's go here. So hero, our arrow. We want it to be full bleed on mobile, like this. And also for tablet, like that. Oh, I think I messed some stuff up. So iPhone looks okay. Tablet does not look okay, I think. Yeah, tablet's not okay. And is that because I changed something? Also the white circles, and the white circles are fine on tablet. Oh, the text is all weird. It's not centered. Okay. Align self-center on mobile. And then we also want this to still be aligned self-centered. Oh, sorry, justify center. I think it's because I got rid of the margin inline auto. Okay. Guess I'm trying to figure out why the justify item center is not working. What if we did justify content center? No. That's weird. Because like this grid is, this is the cell that it's in. This is the grid parent. Or sorry, the wrapper is a grid parent, wrapper hero. And this is a direct child. Maybe it's because I made the max width less. If I comment out the max width, it looks fine, it's centered. Justify items, I'm just gonna try something, and so it's working on the, oh, justify items is for the children of the hero content. It's not itself. So right now it's aligned self-center. And justify self-center. There we go. So then I don't need the margin inline auto. And we can actually do both of those things with place items center. Oops, no. Don't want that. Okay. Anyway, it's working now. It's because I think it was happening because I removed the margin inline auto because I thought I didn't need it anymore. Okay, so now mobile's good. iPad is good. And laptop. Okay, so laptop. We need to change that full bleed thing again. So, did I remove the full bleed class? Yes, I did. Things still looked okay, actually. On mobile. iPad also looks okay. Let's see. Grid column 1-1. So I guess we'll just change the grid column on desktop. Wait, a grid column 1-1 is what we want for desktop. So I guess it didn't really matter too much that it was not exactly full bleed because we translated on iPhone and tablet. So here, this is really ugly. Okay, the hero content is definitely not where it should be. I think I'm kind of confusing myself with having all these nested grids. So the wrapper has everything in the middle column, and then the direct child picture starts grid column 1 to -1. The hero content, we don't want it to be full bleed. We actually want to start at grid line 2 because 1 is the very edge. So did I do that wrong? Oh, that's grid column 2. I think it's just centered right now. It is centered with justify self-center. Oh, it's working again. So for desktop, this should be justify self start. It's kind of confusing because hero content is both a grid child of the wrapper and it's a grid parent. So justify items is for the items inside itself. Justify self is how it is aligned horizontally inside the wrapper. There we go. So let's see how this looks. Okay, so the text looks okay now. So now let's get the arrow aligned correctly. So originally it was grid column 1, 1. For desktop, we want it to be grid column 2. Let's maybe try to move it back a little bit. So something like that. Okay. Just kind of guessing what the design was here. Actually, not too bad. It should be moved down a little bit, kind of between the last 2 lines of the paragraph. Okay, that's good enough for now. So now let's see how it looks. That's not too bad, except we want it to be also, I think, aligned to the center. So right now it's aligned self-end, so it's going to be at the bottom. That's going to change because the height is going to change with the viewport width. So we'll say for desktop, align self-center. So we're going to have to change the translate. So something like this. Okay, so now. So this is where desktop starts. So obviously this is not great with the white circles, but it starts looking okay somewhere here. I think we also need to align the circles. So for the circles, I might actually make them not appear till later. I'm not sure, because we do need them on iPad. But it looks really bad here. Let's look at the design again. So they're off screen on the design. But it doesn't start looking okay till like here. They're not gonna run into each other. Let's get the other side of the arrow first. Because I think that'll be a little bit easier, and then we'll fix the circles at the end. So, I'm just going to add this image first, just because in the order of the design. So I might be a little lazy and duplicate it. Hero R arrow. We'll call this hero L arrow. It's not what it was called. Let's figure this out. Line. There we go. And then let's get the width and height. All right, there we are. Hero L arrow. So initially it's going to be display none. And then for desktop, it will appear. We probably want a lot of the similar styles that we had for the right arrow. And this actually does want to be full bleed, so I think adding the full bleed here will work. We'll find out. So we'll do the same thing. We're going to say align self-center. Where'd it go? Oh, I forgot to show it. Okay, there it is. So it's actually not too bad. And I think we should be able to use the same translate vertically as the right arrow. And we don't want to translate it horizontally. Oh, I guess the height is different. So yeah, it needs to be different. So we are gonna have to eyeball this. Something like that. Okay. I might do a little bit of negative. Let's move it to the left. Okay. Let's see how it changes. Oh, that's bad. So this should not be full bleed. We don't want it we don't want to do that because that's why it's running into the rest of the content. So we'll not do it full bleed. We'll do translate negative 100% perhaps. So then at least it's stable. We'll just maybe do pixels. Oops. Should be negative. There we go. Negative 150. Okay, so this is kind of annoying. This is one of those things where it's kind of designed at these static breakpoints, but you know, it's going to change like that, which I guess doesn't look terrible. So maybe we're okay here. It's just like the back end of the arrow. Okay. I think it needs to move up a little bit. 160. Trying to get it equidistant from the paragraph. That actually doesn't look too bad. Okay, there we go. So the arrow itself looks okay. I could see people wanting it to be like, you know, always go off screen, but that might also end up looking weird on really wide viewports, so we'll just leave it like that. So that looks okay. All right, so now let's figure out these white circles. I'm just gonna make this a little bigger so we can see better. So the problem with the white circles is they start appearing on iPad. Looks fine. But then when we hit the 1000 pixel breakpoint, this is where it looks weird. So at this point, what do we really want to happen? I think the white circles should not appear again until, you know, maybe 1300 viewport. So we're gonna have to make them disappear at 1000 and then reappear at 1300, which is gonna require more media queries. So 1000, which is where the layout changes, display none. Then at, we'll say 1300, display block. So now let's check it out. So here we have the dots at 1300. Now they've disappeared. So now it doesn't look as weird, I suppose. So here, and we want to translate them up when they reappear. So something like this. I think negative 140 should be fine, or negative 130. All right. So here we got the dots. The only problem is they are moving down, and we kind of want them to line up with that arrow. So we're going to have to do align self center, just like all the other elements, the arrows and stuff, so that they all kind of line up together. So we will have to figure this out. Start from 0. Okay, so that looks a little better, right? So here we are on 13, almost 1400. Looks good. Now they disappear, so it's fine. and they reappear here. So I think this looks okay. The text is always readable. Nice. Okay, so I think we're done with the hero section. Let's just kind of make sure here. Desktop, tablet, and mobile. Yeah. All right, so we're good on the hero section. All right, so I actually did find another bug in the hamburger menu, and that is when we open the menu, you can see that there's actually a little gap here, which shouldn't be here. And I think this is because we had changed the size of the logo. So that's affecting the height of the header. So it is 60. I think before it was like 69. So I'm just going to quickly check what the design says. It says 64. So I think 60 is close enough, but we do need to change because we had some sort of, I guess you could call it hard-coded styles to push down the overlay, this overlay as well as a menu. And you can now see that because we have hero content, it's also kind of interfering. So we need to make the menu have a z-index value that's higher. So let's fix the positioning first. So I think here 69 on the top nav before pseudo element. So this is the overlay. So we're going to say 60. And the other case was the top nav menu content. So change that one to 60 as well. So now it's more close to right under the header. And you can see actually the close button also needs to be adjusted. Let's see, top nav close. Let's try that. I'm going to try to show the open button just so we can make them overlap better. Oops. That's not top nav button. Top nav close. Here we go. So 19 on top nav close. Okay. So now the close button is more closely positioned with the, maybe a little bit less. Okay. I think that's okay. And then the z-index issue here. So basically what we want to happen is top nav menu content. When it is open, we also want the overlay to be included. So I think we might have to set this on top nav, because this is the overlay. So let's try top nav. There we go. So I haven't set any z indexes. So if I just set this to 1, it'll be on top of anything else. But let's just say 10, just in case we need to use the index later on in the site. Now we also need to figure out the selector because maybe this will be okay, because you can still interact with the rest of the website. So we'll just set ZNX10 on top nav. Alrighty, so let's try this again. So I'm just gonna zoom out so we have the whole viewport here. So now let's open. Looks good. We can't scroll, which is good. We can interact with the links. We cannot interact with any of the links on the rest of the website. Now we close. So now we can interact with the links here. Check there's no horizontal scrolling, which seems to be working. Okay, awesome. So I think that's fixed our hamburger menu, hopefully for good. All right, so the next section that we need to work on is these features. So this is a 3-column one where on desktop it's 3 columns. On tablet it is, I guess, put into rows, and then each individual feature has 2 columns. And then on mobile, everything is stacked to 1 column. So let's start from mobile. And let's see where we're starting from in our website. So, okay, so the first thing we want to do is maybe hide this features, because that's the one that we wanted only to be a screen reader headline. So we want this to be visually hidden. So let me show you where I get my code for that from. So in DuckDuckGo, it's a website called Developer Accessibility Guide. And I will link this down in the description. I use this a ton. So Accessibility Developer Guide. And it's really helpful because they have all these great examples of different things you can do. So for example, we want to hide that H2 tag just for visual users, but we want it to be visible to screen readers. Meaning, because if you hide an element using display none, that basically removes it from the DOM and it's not accessible to screen readers, but we want screen readers to be able to read it. So this code here basically hides it visually by setting it to position absolute, setting it to the left of negative 10,000 pixels, which is a lot, and then also setting the width and height to 1 pixel. And this 1 pixel is important because if you set an element to be 0 pixels, height and width, it is, again, not going to be readable by a screen reader. So what I usually do is I'll just copy this, and then we'll go back to our code here. And let's put this in the global layer. So add some helper class here. There we go. So visually hidden. So now let me just make sure we added that class to our features H2 tag. And we did already. I kind of preemptively added it. So let's check out our website. You can see now the features is not visible, but if we inspect this, you can see that this features is in the DOM, and you can look at the accessibility of the website here. And this kind of gives you an idea of how a screen reader is going to read and navigate the website by just showing you the different nodes in the document. So the document, this top row here, is the entire website. You can see the name is here. That's coming from the title tag. So if you expand this arrow, these will tell you different areas of the website based on the tags that you've used. So the banner is actually from the header. So the header has this image. Because of the alt text, it has this name of Scoot Home. And then the navigation is from the nav tag that we use. So you can see why it's kind of important to have the correct semantic HTML tags. Now, an interesting thing here is that in this navigation, we don't have the menu, we don't have any of the links. And that's because with our Hamburger Menu code, we hid it from screen readers and visually. So all it has is this button that tells you navigation. So if you wanted to press that button, then it's going to open. And then I think we need to maybe refresh. Let's just try to go back here. Inspect accessibility properties. Here we go. So now in this dialog, which again is coming from our code, which we have here, top nav menu role is dialog. So dialog again is kind of like that pop-up menu thing where there's some content that is hidden, but then you can show it by interacting with a control. So in this dialog, we have the close button. And again, that close is coming from our accessible labels here. So ARIA label is on this button element, and that's why we can see it has a name of close. Then generic, this is I think the div. In our div, we have a list, and we have this list, these different list items. And then we have our link down here. So it's just kind of a way that you can sort of look at your website and make sure everything has the correct labels and things like that. And you can also do a little check, so you can check for issues. We probably have some issues here. So this tells us that the contrast on this button is not enough. So this is actually not really accessible in terms of the color. So ideally you'd want to change that. Let me just make sure that I have the correct color in the design. Yeah, it is, but maybe we want to make this button text like a darker color. So let's see here. Let's go to our button styles. Button color C white. Let's change this. C maybe X dark navy. So now if we inspect the accessibility of the button and click on the text leaf in our accessibility tab, now it is the correct contrast. So I think that might be a little bit safer in terms of button colors. There we go. All right, that was a little bit of a tangent, but I think accessibility is kind of important, very important in fact. So let's kind of go back to where we were. All right, so we made our H2 tag visually hidden, so that's good. So now let's check out where we are in the design and compare it to what we have in our website. All right, so it's not too terrible. We already have our text styles. I might want to just double check the size of these images, and we want to make sure the colors are correct. So let's do these images first. And usually when I'm building my styles, I like to set all the basic styles first, meaning the size of things, spacing, and color. And then at the end, I'll do layout stuff. You obviously can work in a different order if you want, but I like doing it that way just because the layout can be affected by the size of elements. So I like getting that down first. Okay, so this image is 56 pixels, height and width. So let's check out what class we need to target. So features, I think we actually didn't create a layer yet for these features, so let's do that. So it's going to be features as the main class name. So in our styles, let's kind of close everything else. We're just going to keep adding new layers, and I'm going to call it features to match that class. So features, and then everything else is going to be nested inside this. So where are we going to start? Features small. And then features small is going to be all three of these, because if you remember, we had this 2-column alternating thing later on. So we're just going to worry about these ones with the yellow icons. And then each individual feature is feature singular small. Feature small. So I could nest this inside the features small, since technically it does live inside this other div, but I try not to have too much nesting just to keep the selectors as simple as possible. Okay, so feature small, and then the image. I didn't have a class, but maybe I'm going to add a class name to this. So feature dash small image. And I might add class to the other ones too, because if you remember last time, I kind of ran into some specificity issues because I had added some styles to the H tag element tag selector, and that was kind of interfering with trying to inherit some other text styles from like a parent selector. So we're just going to go with giving classes to every element. Makes it a little bit simpler in terms of our CSS styles not interfering with each other. So feature small, we'll just call this title. Feature small description. It'll shorten that. Descript. Okay, so now we need to add selectors for all of these. So I'm going to do a little trick here where I right click the tab, split down so we have a split screen. And on the top side, I'm going to go just display the HTML. So now I can kind of reference the HTML when I'm writing my selectors here. All right, so in our styles, we got feature SM. So feature SM image. And I'm going to duplicate this with I have a custom shortcut, but I think the default shortcut is Control Alt D or Control Shift D. It's the name of the command is copy line down, I think. So I'm just going to duplicate it and then add title DESCR. There we go. Okay, so now we can set the width of our image. 56 pixels. I'm using pixels for this because it's not readable text. So I don't really care if it is going to scale up when we change the browser base font size. And you want that with text, but again, this is just a decorative image. So I don't think, I'd rather it not get bigger and take up space that would be better used for text. Feature small image. So, oh yeah, we need to add the class name to all the other features as well, and the other tags. And then the H3 tag class. And the paragraph. All right, so now all the images are correct. All right, let's get the text style. So for the headline text, what style do we want here? So this is, oops, let me zoom in a bit so you can see better. 20 and then 28 line height. And then it's like this gray color. 20 font size. Okay, so we did do 20. You can see here with my nice CSS custom property, you can see that I use the name FS20. So that's a quick way for me to know this is font size 20. And if you want to double check, you can go to the computed tab to see what the final calculated font size in pixels is. So if we go to computed and filter for font size, it tells us it's 20, and it tells us where that style is coming from. It's coming from the H3 tag in our CSS line 51. Okay, so the size is right. Let's get the color. 217/1835. So let's go back up to our colors in our nice layers here. So what was it? 217/1835. I think it's closest to this sea dark navy. So let's do that. Color. Sea dark navy. Okay, so that looks better. So next up, let's check out the styles for our paragraph tags. So this is a lighter gray, it looks like. 939 CAA. 217/1262. C dim gray. So I'm going to copy that. This is under the feature small description. And then let's check the size as well. This is 15. I think all paragraph styles were 15. So this should be good. Okay. So the colors seem to be good. So next up, let's do the spacing between the elements. So we got 24 under the icon, 24 under the headline, and they're both 24, which means that we can make this small feature a grid parent, set gap to 24, and it'll add space between all the elements. So let's do that. Looks like there's already space. Let's see where that space is coming from. I think it's the paragraph. So I kind of want to get rid of this margin because I don't want it to like mess up our spacing. So I'm wondering if it might be too much to add a global paragraph tag selector, because I know we kind of got in trouble with those before. Because we really only want to add space between paragraphs if there is like 2 paragraphs in a row. Let's see what we did up here. So we had margin block. I think let's try global just to see. Okay, so the margin stayed here because we'd added a section specific style on the hero paragraph to have margin block of 24. So this might be okay. So now let's go back to features and make features feature small. So feature small is each individual feature, a display grid, and add a gap of 24 pixels. There we go. We also want to center everything. So let's text align center and then justify items center. I always mix up justify items and justify content. There we go. And we also need to add space between each individual feature, which we can maybe do again with grid by making the features, plural, small, a grid parent, and then adding space using gap between each of these because it should be the same. So it's 48. So features small, again, display grid, gap 48 pixels, and there we go. And then we need to add some space inside the wrapper, I think. So let's figure this out. So here it is. So there is 120 space on top, 120 on the bottom. Let's just see how it is in the other ones. 120, and there's more, there's 145 here, 160, 200. So the space does change a bit. We'll just do the mobile space, 120 on both sides. And that's going to be inside the main wrapper, I think. So features small. We'll add it there, I think. So padding block to add it just on top and bottom. 120 pixels on both sides. There we go. Okay, so I think that's good for the mobile one. And there's no decorative elements here, so we're good. Next up, let's figure out tablet. So tablet, we start having this line here. So this is going to be kind of important for us to figure out. And we're going to make a 2-column layout inside each feature as well. So this will be a little different. So I'm going to change to iPad here. Zoom out a little bit. So what we want to do is make each individual feature a grid parent again. So this is going to be feature small, and it has to be 2 columns. So the image is on the left and the text is on the right. So this tells me that, let's see if we can do it without creating a wrapper div, because normally what I might do is enclose the H3 and P tags inside a div and call it feature small text or something like that. But I think with grid, we should be able to just assign, have a grid of 2 rows and 2 columns, where the image would take up 2 rows in the first column, and then the headline would be second column, top row, paragraph would be second column, bottom row. So let's do this by figuring out the size of these images on tablet, and we'll set the first column to be 96 pixels wide. So let's try that, 96. So this is again the individual feature. So feature small, So display grid, we already had that for mobile, but now we're going to add some tablet styles. So media width greater than or equal to 700 divided by 16 divided by times 1 rem. And we're going to create our columns. So grid template columns. And the first column is going to be 96 pixels. And I think the second one can just be 1FR. We also need to create 2 rows because we explicitly want rows. Grid template rows. Oops. Grid template rows. And I'm going to try saying auto, because the height of the rows I think should be determined by the size of the text. Because if we look at the design, this first row is probably going to be shorter than the second row with the paragraph, and we want it to be able to change. So we don't want to set it to a static height. Okay, so now we need to assign each of the elements inside the feature small to the correct position in the grid. And I personally like just using grid lines unless it's like really complicated. So we're going to say grid column 1, start at 1 and takes up 1, grid row, start at 1 and then go to the end. So we'll just say 1, -1. So now you can see it kind of looks pretty good. And we'll do the same thing for the other elements. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing here. So the next one is the title. And the title, we wanted it to start on grid column 2. So 2. And then grid row, it'll be 1 and just take up 1 row. And then I'll copy this again. For the paragraph, it's going to start at grid column 2, like the headline. But for grid row, it's going to start at 2 and take up 1. There we go. So now let's inspect the grid here. So we can see that the image is indeed in the first column here, taking up both rows. And there's a gap here, so we may have to figure that out. And then the second column has the headline and the paragraph. So it looks pretty good. We do need to fix the alignment, but let's get the spacing with gap working first. So how much space is between the headline and the paragraph? 27. And then we also need to figure out the space between the image and the text. 79. So we'll say 80 between columns in the grid. And then we'll say 27. Seems like a weird number. Let's do, yeah, maybe we'll round it up to 28 so it's even. So 28 between rows, 80 between columns. So we can set both of those in our feature small grid parent, and we'll say gap. I think grid row is first. We're using the shorthand gap property, which lets you set space between rows and columns in the same style. So the gap was the one between columns, so 80 pixels. And between rows, we said, I think 28 pixels. So now, I think I had it backwards. So between rows is the first number. There we go. Seems like a lot of space here. Let's see what's going on. It says 96. Oh, I didn't set the image size to be 96. So feature small image. We'll change the width to 96. I think the height should come with it. No, it doesn't. Height. Also 96. There we go. And then there's the gap there. Okay, we're getting there. So now let's check the... Let me adjust the diagram just so it kind of is more accurate to what is actually the case. And there's a gap here, so I'll just use this to kind of illustrate the gap. It looks like the image is maybe aligned to the top where the headline is. So that looks okay. And then everything is left aligned, so we do need to do that. So we centered it with feature small, with text align center and justify item center. So let's copy this. And then in our tablet, we're going to go text align left, justify items, start. There we go. So now this looks, I think, pretty good. Let's check out our design. Just compare it with what we have in the website. So I think space-wise, that looks good to me. The text is maybe a little bit too wide on the website. So if we can see here, it's 573 width. So we might need to add a max width there. Add a max width on the features small. Trying to see how the other features. So I think all of these are kind of going to be limited to the same width because this one is features large. So what we could do is set the max width on the whole features section, which is here, which includes large and small. So I could do this by, let's think about this, because we do need to keep it full bleed. What I might do is just add a horizontal padding on features small and features large. So let me show you what I mean here. So on here, on tablet, there is about 100 pixels on either side. So on features small, for tablet, we'll add padding inline of 100 pixels. So then it's going to have that extra space. And we'll do the same thing for features large. And hopefully that won't mess up any of the decorative images that we have. I think it should still be okay. Let's add that to our style. So features small. And I'm just going to preemptively do features small and features large. For tablet, padding inline, 100 pixels. So you can see that this one kind of moved. So now they're all kind of limited to that width. All right, so the next thing we need to do is get that image of that line. Alrighty, so that line image is supposed to go kind of here, halfway through the images, and I'm going to add it as a child of the features small div, which is, you know, all three features. So image, source, assets, I think probably patterns, and then I think line was that yellow arrow line. Can't quite remember. I don't remember which one this was. That was the yellow line. I'm not even sure if they have one for that gray line, actually. Images, maybe? Let's see. Okay, it looks like they actually didn't have this. Let's just make doubly sure. Circle, left downward arrow, right arrow, semicircles, white circles. Okay, so let's just take icons. Yeah, I think they may just have forgotten to include an SVG for that. So, we may have to make this ourselves. So I could make this with CSS. I could also export it from Figma, but I think making it with CSS might be just kind of a fun, different way to do it. So let's get the sizing and stuff So it's going to be 15 pixels wide, I believe. And then the color is going to be 213/4093. So I'm not sure if I have that in the colors. 213/4093. It's close to light gray. So we can use this. And since we're making it in CSS, I might actually make it as a pseudo element, the before pseudo element of features small. So it'll be before the 3 features in the stack. So the 3 features will be on top of the line. So features small, we'll add a before element. And because it is a pseudo element either before or after, you do need to make sure you set content to an empty string. And what did we say? This is, we'll say display block, just in case we need to like move it around. And we'll say width 15 pixels. Height, let's try 100%. And we'll set background to be the light gray color. All right, so let's see how this looks. It's not visible. So here it is. Okay, so height was 100%, but it is 0 height here. I'm not sure why that is. So this is going to be a little difficult because we want this line to start at the top here. I'm going to hide all these pink rectangles. All right, so the problem here is that this line starts at the very top and then it goes to, you know, the end of here. So that means if this viewport changes, it gets narrower, it's going to make these paragraphs taller, which will increase the height of the features. You can see if I do this, you can see the paragraphs are getting kind of taller, and that's going to kind of mess things up if we use kind of like a static pixel height. So you usually want to stay away from static pixel heights when you're working with heights. So I'm trying to think of what we could do here. I'm also not sure why the height of 100% is not working. Let's try, I hate doing this position absolute, but I might need to. Okay, so now it's visible. And then we need to make the parent of the before element position relative to limit kind of where it is, because it could also, it'll kind of float up to whatever parent or ancestor is explicitly positioned with a position relative, absolute, anything other than the default static. Let me show you what that would look like. So if I set like a top of 0 pixels and this is not position relative, you can see that it kind of anchors itself to the very top of the page. So we want to limit it to be related relative to the features small here. So now you can see it is working there. So let's see here. It's actually not too bad. The only problem here is that the padding here is extending the line. So we could limit the bottom by, what if we said, because we know the bottom padding is 120 on both top and bottom. So if we set this to be position absolute bottom, bottom of 120 pixels, it'll position it 120 pixels from the bottom edge of the parent, which is this. So this means that this is going to be right here. So it actually doesn't look terrible. Now the other problem here is now it's, because it is 100% height, it's moved up. So now it's going into the hero section. So I might try to limit the height because we want to subtract the bottom padding from it. So let's try calc 100% minus 120 pixels because we know it's always going to be 120. So now it ends right there, which is actually perfect. So I'm actually going to copy what we got here just so I don't forget it. Here we go. And don't save yet because we need to copy some more styles. Position absolute, bottom 120 pixels. And then we need to make this position relative. There we go. So now we can adjust the horizontal positioning of this. And we know that this has 100 pixels of left and right padding. So what we could do is set the left to be 100 pixels from the left. And we'll have to do a little more because technically these images are 96 pixels wide. So what we could do is calc 100 pixels plus 96 pixels, but that's too much because we actually just want half of the 96. So 96 divided by 2, kind of like that. But then this also is slightly off because it's positioning everything from the left edge of that line. So one kind of easy way to do this is translate the line itself horizontally negative 50%, because the percent in that case for translate is the width of the element itself. Usually when you do percent, it's going to be based off of the parent's width or height, but when you do translate, it's based off of the element itself. So translate negative 50% horizontally and then 0 vertically. So now you can see it looks perfectly centered. And we do have some z-index issues, so we could do something like, I think z-index -1 might actually work. So it's behind stuff. Because we haven't really set z-index on anything except for the hamburger menu. So this actually looks good. We do need to fix this because it's going to the bottom. So that does make me a little bit worried just because this is going to change. You can see how it kind of moves like that because the height of each of these features is going to change. Let me just show you really quick. Border 2 pixel solid red. Kind of changes, and we don't want it to go extended past that last orange icon. So what can we do here? Yeah, it kind of sucks when the height is dynamic like that, but let's figure that out a little bit later. I just want to make sure I copy all the styles that I need to here. I think that's what I needed. All right, so it looks good except for the extending part. So this is hard because the height changes based on the height of the paragraph. I'm going to add the sort of debugging border 2 pixel. I guess I could do outline so it doesn't affect the size. Let's do blue. So how do we get the line to stop? It's kind of hard actually. What if, because we know that this whole feature small is a grid. I don't know if this is going to work, but you know, each of these features is a row. So what if we got the line to be in this grid too? So instead of being position absolute, it was instead extending just through the second row. Would that work? Let's show the line numbers again. But we also want but then we would have to, I think, instead of having the padding, we'd have to have the padding be part of this grid. So then we could sort of assign the line to go from all the way to the top to all the way to the bottom. That might actually be easiest for positioning the line. So we're going to do everything with grid so that we don't have to do position absolute. So we're going to turn this grid into one that incorporates the spacing on the top and the left and right, top and bottom and left and right, as part of the grid. And I think that will work. So we got 120 on top and bottom, 100 on left and right. And then in the middle is going to be whatever the content is. So this is going to be features small. So let's go features small. So we may not need any of this like position absolute stuff. Maybe I'll comment it out for now. I'll leave the Z index because I think we might still need that. So now features small. The padding block is the top and bottom padding, and the padding inline is 100. Oh, this is also going to mess up our mobile styles. Let's look at the mobile design really quick. There's not too much to it, so maybe I'll just add a media query and have all these sort of grid styles that we're adding just starting from tablet. So we're going to keep the padding inline for mobile, I think. All right, let's copy our tablet media query. So we're going to comment this out for now. Hopefully we can just delete it. So starting with tablet, it's a ready display grid. We're going to change our grid template to be to incorporate the 100 pixels of inline padding. So 100 pixels to start. In the middle is going to be the content. So we'll say 1FR and 100 pixels to end. So things look really messed up. And then I think we need to change the gap as well because it's from our mobile styles. I might just set gap to 0 because it's going to add a gap between the space columns as well, and I don't want that. So let's say gap 0. Okay, so now we have our grid. So this space is on the left and the right here. This looks really narrow. Something does not seem right here. Oh, it's because the space is supposed to be the full bleed. I don't know if I wanted to do that actually. Because maybe I just want this new grid we're making to have the top and bottom padding. Because technically we have the left and right padding from our wrapper class, right? I think I may have combined two grids, like the wrapper grid plus this feature small grid, and it's making too much space. Or it's like there's too much extra space. Or negative space, I should say. Because here's the wrapper. I'm just going to remove this for now. Because what's going on is we have our wrapper grid, which you can't see because it's yellow for some strange reason. So this is our wrapper grid, where we had the 40 pixels of space on either side, and then everything in the middle is there. But then on top of that, for the features small, I also made this a grid. So I think this may have messed up some stuff here. Oh, we should remove the padding inline. That actually might be what's really causing the issue here. Padding inline. I might just change this to only be on mobile, so less than 700 pixels. There we go. Okay, now we got more space to work with. So now in our grids, we got the middle column here, and then the outer column. But this maybe not be, this is maybe not good because it has 100 pixels plus the 40 from the wrapper. Which is too much space. Yeah. I guess what I could do is have a second wrapper styles where on tablet it's instead of 40 pixels on either side like before, it's 100 pixels on either side. And we could use wrapper narrow for just this section. And then on desktop, it's still limited to 1110. Maybe that might be a little easier. So let's see if we can make a second wrapper layout. So right now in the wrapper, we have, this is the mobile where we have 32 pixels of space on either side. Here's a tablet where we have 40 pixels of space on either side, and then it's limited to 1110. So what I think I could do is create a new wrapper helper class. So this is going to be wrapper small. So this means an element that has the classes wrapper and small will have this. So let's copy the tablet and desktop styles. And we're going to, instead of 80 pixels, 40 on either side, we want it to be 100 on either side, so 200. So now we can add this small class to features small. There we go. So now you can see it's more narrow. So I think this should give us everything we want. Let's find out. Okay, so where were we? So for mobile, we do want the padding inline of 100, which is fine. And then for tablet, we need to create our new grid here, I think. And we don't need the 100 pixels anymore, right? I'm like confusing myself. So we already made the wrapper narrower, which will automatically add 100 pixels of space on either side. So yes, we don't need to add this here, but then what do we want the grid to be? So here, 100 pixels of space on either side is coming from the wrapper small. So we don't need to add any additional columns for space horizontally. We just need to add extra rows on the top and bottom. Maybe just on the top to add space for that line. I guess we should add it to the bottom and add the bottom space. Okay, so we'll add a new row. Let's first get rid of the columns here. So we maybe just need to do grid template rows and leave the columns as is. So for our rows, the first row is going to be, what was it, 120 pixels of space on top. 120 pixels of space on top. We'll do auto so that the height of the second row is all this content here, and then 145 on the bottom for the third row. So 120, auto, 145. So things actually don't look as messed up as I thought. So this is features small. So in features small, it has 3 rows. Let's see. So here's the first row, which is empty for some reason, maybe because of this before thing. And then the second one starts at the first feature starts at the second row, which actually is what we want. Right? Man, I'm like confusing myself again. So we made 3 rows, but because there are 4 children, so the before element, the before pseudo element, and then 3 features, it's creating 4 rows because implicitly it's adding there. So what did I want to happen? I think I wanted all 3 features to be in there. So maybe I'll just say repeat 3 auto. So now we have the third row space there. Okay, so we're actually looking pretty good. So now let's fix the before. Wait a minute. We need to fix the spacing between the features. I kind of forgot about that. So we had 40 pixels of space between the features, but if I add that space with a gap, it's going to add space between the spacer rows, which I don't want. So I hate to do this, but I think I'm going to have to add space using margin block end. So margin block end added to the individual features, so feature small. So let's just uncomment that just so you can see, right? Yeah. And we're going to say, I'm just realizing I think we also remove the space between them on mobile, right? Oh no, I really messed this up. What do we do here? Why is it so messed up on mobile, man? Oh, because of the wrapper narrow. Right? I think that's why. Oh, it's because of the padding inline, because I removed it, but I thought I still needed it for mobile, which I actually don't. So let's remove that. Boy, this is hard. So we're just going to remove this whole thing because we're using grid for all of our space. So now it looks fine on mobile, except for space on the bottom. Maybe I'll add padding block end just to add the space on the bottom for mobile and tablet. But will that mess up stuff on desktop? Let's see. I think we'll be okay on desktop. So let's add the bottom space with padding. So it's going to be 120 and 145. So that's over the entire features small. So this one here, I'm glad I left this uncommented out. So padding block end, so only on the bottom. So now we have the space on the bottom, and we want to remove that last row of space. So because we're gonna use padding block end for that too. So I'm gonna copy this. Padding block end 145. Okay. Woo. So now we have the space properly on tablet and mobile. Oh my gosh. Okay. I guess it just looks weird when I squish between devices without reloading. Like that. So if I reload, it's fine. Okay. So now mobile... mobile's not good. So I think mobile needs padding block on both sides. So I'm gonna add it for mobile and then zero out the padding block start for that. And this is also causing an issue because I used gap earlier to add space, but this is adding extra space between the before pseudo element. So let's remove the gap. There we go. So now we're gonna use margin block end in the feature small individual features to add space between the rows. So margin block end to only add space at the bottom. And I guess it was 48 for mobile. There we go. Still have space here. And we want to, I think, get rid of margin block end. Yeah, because that's adding extra. So this is one reason why it's kind of annoying to add space using margin, because, and why gap is so much better, because gap automatically will not add gap between, like, on the edges, whereas margin block end will just always add it no matter what. Gap will only add space between, you know, grid or flex items. So I need to cancel out margin block end for the last feature small. So hopefully last child will work. I don't remember feature small. It's gonna be the last child in the group. So margin block end 0. Okay, so it did remove it, thankfully. So now mobile actually looks pretty good. Let's go to iPad. I'm gonna reload just in case. So the space on the top and the bottom looks good, and we have space between the items now. Yay. Okay, I'm still gonna leave the blue outline, but let's turn off this grid here. So here's the before element, and I'm turning the grid lines on again. We need to position this inside the grid. So we want to start grid, I guess, column, starting at 1, and we'll just span 1. And grid row is where it's going to span multiple things. Grid row, start at 1, end at -1. And there's no height. So the height, why is it not going through all the rows? This is weird. I'm just gonna zoom in so I can see the labels better. What if I said 8 for the end? Maybe the Z index is messing it up. No. So why was it hidden initially? I can't figure that out. What if we just set height to 100%? Would that do anything? No. Okay, let's just remove some of the styles that we didn't need from the before element. So we're definitely not going to use position absolute, I think. Let's also remove the height. And let's remove the index -1 for now. So we're just starting with bare bones. So now when we reload, it is correctly going there. So we want this to get assigned to the right cells. So grid column starting at 1, grid row starting at 1, and we want to end it at the very end, I think. But maybe actually we want it to end here at 4. So now we need to figure out why this is not working. I wonder if there's maybe, because it's a pseudo element, maybe it's causing something weird. Because I have the styles right, I think. I'm going to try converting this to an actual div instead of a before. So features small. I'm going to give this a class of gray line. And then here we'll create a div with this. Okay. So now we've moved all our styles here. Oh, and we don't care about that. I'm just going to add height of 100%. Because I don't know. Okay, so still doing the same thing, which is very annoying. The weird thing is that looks like there's 2 grid row labels here. What's going on? I don't think any other grids have their lines displayed, right? I'm just going to add some random styles and see if it changes anything. Let's try position relative. That changed a little bit where it kind of went over stuff. Oh, this is grid line 4 already? What's going on there? That might be what's going on. So features small has 120 pixels for the first row and then 3 auto rows. So why is grid line row 4 starting there? That's very weird, but I think that's for whatever reason is causing the issue here. So this is row 1, column 1, row 4. Whoa, that's weird. Why is the second row technically starting on 4? That's so strange, because these are direct children. Okay, I'm just going to change our styles a little bit to try to debug this. I'm going to say repeat for 1FR. Okay, let's do it in our styles here. I'm going to duplicate that, comment out the first one, make this just repeat 4. 1FR. Okay. So for some reason, this is starting at grid row 4, which might be, maybe I added a wrong style there or something. Okay, I think it's because I did, I need to make them explicitly overlap. So I think that's what's going on. So the gray line, I did say grid row 1 to 4. So you can see now it kind of moves up. But I need to overlap the first feature small. So what if I say feature small, grid row starting at 2? I might need to target the first one actually. So feature small, so the individual feature, first child, grid row starting at 2. I'll just say span 1 just to be explicit about it. I think it's not affecting this because this is actually the second child, because this is the first child. So this, it has to be the second child with class feature small. It's a little bit hard that way. So nth child 2. There we go. This is behaving really strange. So I want to start at grid line 2, right? Or grid row, yeah, grid row line 2. Maybe let's change the template back to what it was. So we have our 120 pixels of space row, and then we have 3 rows of auto. But this like does not look good. Okay, for the gray line, I don't know if this is messing up stuff. We're just gonna have it start in grid row 1. So that looks fine. But what if we say 1 to 2 or 1 to 3? Whoa. Why is it making 2 columns? This is really weird. I don't know why it's making grid row from 1 to 3 is making 2 columns, which is very weird. Why is it making 2 columns? Maybe just ran out of space. So this looks okay. Okay, so that actually, we need to move that first feature. Oh, the grid row 2 is not taking effect. Oh no, it should be this one. It says it should start at 2, but it's not. It's very annoying. It's starting at the first one for some reason. Maybe I need to, I think maybe it's automatically making 2 columns because, okay, I think that's what it is. Because I didn't explicitly say they should occupy the same column, it's making this taking up 1 column and this is in the second column. So I need to tell gray line and the feature small to occupy the same column. So grid column 1, -1. And we're going to do the same thing for the feature small. Okay, oh my gosh. Okay, so that's what was going on. I didn't explicitly tell them to occupy the same column. Ay, ay, ay. So now, gray line is going, so this is 1, 2, 3. 3 and 4 are going the same. So we technically wanted to go to 5. Oh my gosh. I don't know why this is working like this. So it's really weird. Like, if I tell it to go from 1 to 2, it looks fine. But if I change it to 3, that looks fine. 4? I do 4, it starts like making stuff. Like it creates a new row. Maybe I need to explicitly have each feature small, so each of these 3 feature smalls take up explicitly 1 row. Maybe that's part of the problem. Grid row span 1. And then for the first one, we'll do that. Okay. So now let's see if I can make this extend to 4 without creating a new row, and it still does. Okay, I need to take a little break. I don't know. I think my brain needs a break. All right, we'll be back. All right, so I think I figured out the issue here. So basically, when you're overlapping things with grid, you have to explicitly tell each of the grid children that are overlapping to occupy the correct start and end row and column. So what's happening is I think I need to explicitly tell each feature small how much it's spanning. So I already said each of them will span 1 grid row, but I think I might need to explicitly have the start and end for each one, which is kind of honestly very annoying. But I think let's try with the second child, which means the first feature small. Let's just set grid row start to 2 because it's already going to have the span of 1, I think. That didn't work. Grid row maybe 2 span 1. Yeah, so I think I need to actually explicitly have each one like have a start and end grid row. So for example, this is grid row 2 span 1. This should be grid row 3. There we go. Span 1. And then grid row 4 span 1. And then now we're not creating any new rows. I'm going to be honest, I feel like doing the line with position absolute would have been less hassle than what I'm trying to do with grid. So I think sometimes grid is good for overlapping. Maybe it's just because I'm not really familiar with doing it as familiar as I am with using position absolute, which I do feel a lot more comfortable with. But having to explicitly do this is kind of annoying. So the grid row end is span 1. So maybe we'll change this to be grid row end for all of them. And then we can do the grid row starts to be whatever the line is supposed to be. So this feels very like not efficient, but we're going to just explicitly have them start on grid row starts. Okay, there we go. That was kind of annoying. All right, so now at least we're not creating any new rows or columns. And now I can just try to move the line across. So kind of what we did earlier. Might need to make this position relative. So I can use the left. Each yellow icon is 96, so I'm gonna go 96 pixels divided by 2, halfway. There we go. And then we need to take it back, translate -50% to do half of the width of the line itself. And now we can add z-index back in, -1, so it's behind. There we go. And I might need to make it just a little taller so it fully goes behind that last icon. As you can see here, it's like a little, not quite going fully behind. What if we translated it vertically and moved it down? So you can see it is kind of moving down. But what if I tried... I really am kind of lost here. I want to move it down, but I want extra space on top so we don't create a gap there. What if we added padding? I have no idea if this is going to work. I'm going to add a padding block of 10 pixels. So now we have padding. But padding is basically getting included in the height. So what if we change the box sizing to be content box? Will that make it better? Oh, it did. Haha. This is so dumb. So padding block, I'm just going to increase it so you can make it more obvious. Box sizing and border box, which is what you normally want for everything, it includes padding in the height. So adding padding is not going to increase the height or the width, but I want it to increase the height because I want it to get taller by adding padding. So changing it to box sizing content box makes it extend like that. Versus if we don't have it, you can see it's shorter. I'm trying to think also what else I could do. What if I made the height taller? Would that affect anything? Oh, it would. So then maybe this will be a better solution. Just remove a padding block. I'm just gonna make the height, you know, like that. To be safe, we could say calc 100% plus 20 pixels. So, you know, it won't go past that. Okay, so I think that works. This was... Part of me does wonder if I would have been able to make this faster and more easily with position absolute, but we used grid. But I guess it's good practice because it's not something I'm not super familiar with. I just don't do it as much, but things look good now. Okay, let's make sure I didn't mess anything up on mobile. I need to hide the line. So let's make this display none. By default. And then I'll add a media query. Okay, I'm just gonna be lazy and copy it. Here we go. Display block. There. So now it is not visible on mobile. Mobile looks good. Let's change to iPad. iPad looks good. Dang. Not gonna lie, that was pretty hard. It seems so simple when you look at the design, but in real life it is not that simple. All right, so I think now tablet's good, so we should be able to move on to the desktop styles. All right, so now we have the desktop small features. So first thing we need to do is turn this layout that we had here on tablet into a 3-column layout. So each individual small feature is on its own column. And then we're also going to have to make the gray line basically horizontal, and again, kind of going through each of these. So we were having a lot of trouble last time in the tablet with the grid. So we're gonna have to figure out that first and change the template so that it kind of works. So here's our tablet. Let's change to laptop now. I'm gonna have to zoom out just so everything fits. So maybe the first thing we should do is figure out the wrapper width. And I can't remember if this wrapper kind of matches the main container on desktop or not. So on desktop, the container, the content is basically limited to 1110. So if we try to select all these things here. So it is 1110. So we don't need to add additional space like we did on tablet to make it narrower. So let's check on that first. So it looks like it might be a little narrower right now. Features small. Let's turn on the grid here. Okay, so we're still using the small features here where the grid template is like this. So I guess for the wrapper small, that will just only apply to tablet for like that narrower width. And then on desktop, it'll go back to normal. So I think what I'm going to have to do is go back to our wrapper styles. And here's small. So we had changed let's go full width on VS Code for this one because there's a lot of code. So for small, we changed grid template columns from what it was normally. So I don't want this to take effect for desktop. I only want it to take effect for tablets. So one way I could do it is add a desktop breakpoint inside this small helper class and then change it back to this. But I think what might be better is to update this media query to only take effect when the width is greater than 700 and less than 1000, which is our desktop breakpoint. So I should be able to do that. I'm actually not sure if I can do that with one sort of thing. I feel like I might be able to do something like add an and I don't know if this is going to work. I'm just kind of making up syntax that I think might work. So width is greater than 700. Width is less than 1000. So again, I have no idea if this is going to work. It's probably not going to. Yeah, I think I may have made that media query invalid. Maybe I just need an and. I think maybe I just need to make these separate media queries like this. I'm probably gonna have to end up looking this up. Oh wait, I think this worked. Okay, here we go. So yeah, wrapper small. So now this is valid, it's showing up here. And if we go to laptop, it goes back to normal. Yay! Okay, so I didn't have to look that up. So now what we want to do with our grid here is, here's features. So let's uncheck the wrapper grid lines and let's check the features small grid lines, and hopefully you can see that. But in this one, we have our 4 rows, which we had added here, grid template rows, 120 pixels, and then 3 repeat grids. So theoretically this should be, let's think about this. The gray line is the first grid child. And we want that to, I think, go horizontal all the way across. And then these should be divided up into 3. So let's think about this if we look at our design here. So I'm going to try to diagram this out beforehand so I don't like confuse myself again. So let's draw some squares. So the container is basically here, kind of like that. This is the grid, I think. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, so the grid inside the main content, which is the thing here. This does make it a little complicated because the rest of the content is limited to that middle column, but I want the gray line to go outside of our wrapper grid. So I think I might have to work on this first just to make sure this works. So I don't know if you can see that, but it's still 15 pixels like line, but it's just horizontal now. So we're going to style this first, even though I normally wouldn't do this just because the gray line was what tripped me up last time a lot. So let's go down to our gray line here. So we're basically going to add a bunch of different styles for desktop. So I'm just going to copy this tablet breakpoint, change it to our desktop breakpoint at 1000. I actually really just, these styles are all for like the tablet. So I might move that into our tablet breakpoint and add another one where it's going to be between 700 and 1000. Okay, let's change that and then make sure. Can I do this on a different line? No. So it's greater than 700 and then, oops, less than, I'm glad I checked, less than 1000. So at 1000 up is going to be desktop. I guess the background can always be the same. So let's move that. What else would always be the same? Probably the Z index. There we go. And then this should also be display block. Okay. So let's go to iPad and make sure we didn't mess up what we did. Okay, this actually looks okay. So let's go back to laptop. So now this is the gray line. So we'll say height 15 pixels. Okay, so we can see that. Just for clarity's sake, so you can see better, I might just temporarily make the background magenta so you can like really clearly see it on the video, and we'll change it back later. Now, we want this to be full bleed, meaning on desktop, we want it to go all the way out to the edge because that's what we have in the design. And currently it is inside the wrapper, the middle column of the wrapper. So is there a way that we can make this full bleed without creating an extra markup? I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest, I think the best solution would be to make another gray line like inside the wrapper, because this is just getting kind of complicated. So what I'm going to do is create a second helper class here, and for just the tablet version, we'll say gray line that also has a class of tablet. There's probably a better naming thing that I could do here, but oh well. And then we'll add another helper class for desktop, and then move these styles for desktop in there. So that way I can create another gray line div, but have it have a second helper class of desktop. There we go. Why is it not showing up here? Has a height. It's not. Oh, it's not taking any styles because I moved it outside of the features small, which is where the selector was originally. It was inside features small. So I need to move it outside of features small. And I don't know if I like this, but like that. So now we at least see this. Let's go back to iPad, make sure we didn't mess anything up. Nope, still good. Looks good. Let's check iPhone just in case. Looks good. Okay. There might be better ways of doing this, but I am doing it this way. Now it's like outside of the features small, which I feel like might lead to some issues. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but let's just try it for now. Okay, so yeah, it didn't mess up tablet because we have our HTML gray line tablet here. So now I think this also needs to be just tablet, our feature small styles. I'm going to copy this. Because I don't want all this. I'm going to add it to features small and feature small singular, just because I'm trying to get pretty specific here. Let's go back to iPad, make sure this is not messed up. I might try to move these inside tablet styles. So like that. Still looks okay. So this way, I should add it to inside the media query. Sorry, because I just don't want this to mess up our desktop styles now. Okay, still looks okay. Okay, so this is tablet feature small. So now we need to get to desktop, which is here. So here is where we need to make the features small, have 3 columns. Width greater than or equal to 1000 divided by 16 times 1 rem for desktop. Oh, sorry, this is wrong. We want features small, which is the one that contains the 3 features. Here we go. All right. So now we only have those 3 features as direct grid children. So I think we can say grid template columns, repeat 3 1FR, and it'll make, why is it making rows? You know, I kind of thought I knew grid, but when you're actually building a real site, you realize like where the limit of your knowledge is. All right, so here's features small. And for some reason, each of these children is in a row. And this is because of this grid column 1 1, I think. Yeah. So feature small singular. We need to move our our tablet styles here inside the correct media query. So we don't want this to be on desktop. And then we also, I think, don't want the margin block end on desktop. Okay, there we go. Now we got our 3 columns. And again, let's go back to iPad and check. Everything looks good. All right. So we got our 3 columns. Obviously, this needs to be fixed. Before we had each feature was a grid with 2 columns. So I think maybe that's what's happening here. It is a grid. I'm just going to zoom in so we can see an individual feature here. So let's uncheck these grid lines on features small. And let's look at the grid lines for this first feature here. All right, so display grid, and it has 3 children. So it's automatically going to try to put them in rows, but we have 2 columns here, so we need to figure out why that is happening. Let's look at layout. Oh. Here. Because I made the image take up all the rows, so it is creating 2 rows. So again, we need to kind of be more specific in our media query here. Okay, so we're copying our desktop to like be less than 1,000. We'll add it here for the image. There we go. And then also for the title, I think. Anything else? Also for the description. There we go. So now we've moved all of our tablet styles to inside the media query, which is probably what we want. Okay, much better. So now in our desktop styles, which is here, we have, you know, these 3 columns, which is what we want. So I guess we'll just style each card since we're here already. So 96 says the same, and then there is 40 pixels of space between the image and the title, and 27. So 40 and 27. So right now I think we're adding it with a gap. 24. So these also probably need to go just in the tablet media query. I'm going to add a space here just because, well, maybe not. So this is the grid column because it's a grid child of features small. But then we have a bunch of grid parent properties here because it itself is a grid parent. So now I took away the gap for desktop. And because the space is different, it's 40 and 27. I'm unfortunately going to have to add the space with margin block end. Let's see. So here's the image. So let's copy that, just that first media query, and we're going to make this a desktop media query. So we're going to say margin block end 40 pixels after the image. Then we want to do the same thing to the title. Margin block end 27. There. Okay. And then we also want to add gap between the columns. So let's figure out how much that is. 30. So this is features, plural, small. Here. This is each individual feature. No. This one, features small, which is all the parent of each of the 3 features. What if I should have named that better? I can't remember what I was going to do. Oh yeah, add gap on desktop between the columns. So here's our desktop media query. Gap 30 pixels. There we go. Okay, looking good. Okay, so the features themselves seem okay. So now let's figure out how to make this line. We want it to be full bleed. So let's try adding full bleed. So I guess that works, but I don't want it to be full bleed on the right side, just the left. I'm sorry, it's so small, but I need to see the whole thing here. So the gray line desktop, and I'm just going to add some test styles in the browser. We'll say grid column. This is going to be a problem. I can tell already, because we want it to end again behind the bicycle or the scooter icon. I'm going to be honest. I'm like 2 seconds away from doing this with position absolute as opposed to trying to figure it out with grid. Maybe I will do that, because then at least we'll kind of see it with the grid and then with position absolute in terms of positioning this gray line, which is like hard. So the problem is that, let me just show you. Grid column, start at 1 and at maybe -2. So something like this. Let's see where the actual grid line is. So this grid is this whole middle section. So we want this pink line to end like behind this scooter icon. So I could do something like, I don't know, width 100% minus, you know, whatever, 100 pixels. I need a calc there. Calc 100% minus 100 pixels. So you can see it is getting shorter. So if we do something like that, then it is ending in the right place. When the viewport width changes, I think this might, oh, actually. So why is it not, I thought it was gonna move around. Actually, it is moving around here when we get smaller. It's right when you hit 1,000. It is moving. So see if we line it up perfectly. But I think once it maxes out at 1110, then it's not gonna move anymore. But this is like, this is not great. So we really want this line to be relative to the middle column, but we also want it to be full bleed. So I think that is the kind of tricky part of this. That's why I'm like thinking position absolute might be easier, because we really want the line to be relative to this div. I'm just gonna test some things in the browser. And we want to take it out of the flow by saying position absolute. Okay. So you can see now it's inside the grid of the wrapper. So it's inside that middle column. So doing this with position absolute, I'm going to move it to be off screen, I think. Oh my gosh, this is actually going to be a huge pain because the space on the left is going to be, it's going to continue getting wider as the viewport width increases like that. So again, it's kind of like this arrow question, like how far do we want this to extend? If we want it to extend all the way out, I think that will be a little bit trickier if it's not full bleed, but we also want it to be relative to this scooter here. The wrapper stops growing at, you know, somewhere around 12 something, 1180. So I could add a media query here and then add some styles like this to make it go all the way to the left. See, these things that seem simple, but they're actually kind of hard when you're trying to build it. Okay, I'm going to maybe take it out of the features small. I think that will not, I don't know. Okay, so now remove the position absolute so it is full bleed on the left. So that's part of the equation. The other part of the equation now is making it match this icon here. And that part I think is difficult. So after we max out the wrapper, these individual features are not going to increase in width. So we could add some styles for greater than 1200 or whatever viewport width. We'll limit the width here. Let's try this calc 100% thing again. And might as well, I'm going to just start translating it to move it down. So it's kind of looking like this. So this is looking okay. I'm going to put it on top of the icon so I can see better. Okay. So here it is. This is what we want it to look like. But let's see what happens. So when we increase, because these columns are not growing anymore because we maxed out the wrapper, it's not going to move. But then when we get below 1200 or whatever pixel viewport, then you can see it's going to start moving. So you can see it's moving here. So between 1,000 and basically 1,200, because the wrapper is maxed out at 1,100, and then we have, I think it was 40 pixels on either side, so 1180. So at 1180 is when it stops moving, but then under 1180, it's gonna like move like that. So, okay, this is actually not as horrible as I thought it was gonna be. This works for greater than 1180. For less than 1180, actually between 1,000 and 1180 is where we need to fix this. So maybe we could add a second gray line inside features small. This is really hacky. I think that's the only way to do it. Maybe there's a better way. I'm not really sure. But basically, if we put it inside features small, we can make it relative to this middle column. And then I think that might be, we can assign it to be, you know, end at this line here. But it'll kind of overlap with the other line so that it'll look like one cohesive line. I think that's the way to go. So I'm actually not even using position absolute on this. So let's remove the Z index that we didn't need. So this looks good for large viewports. And this is going to be inside the wrapper. So I might have to add another helper class to that HTML. So gray line desktop, I guess large. And then we'll do gray line desktop small or whatever. So gray line desktop large. Here, gray line desktop large. So here's the desktop styles for that. I think that's okay. All right, so here we go. So this is the one for the large viewport width, so greater than 1180. So this looks fine. It'll keep growing, you know, however wide the viewport gets. It'll just be like that. Is that the best solution? I don't really know. It does look a little bit strange, but then again, I almost feel like it would look weirder if it like ended like the arrow. And then at smaller viewport widths is when it starts looking weird like that, like this. So this is when we'll create our other div inside features small, call it gray line desktop small. I guess I'll just type it out. So gray line desktop small. I guess we'll just duplicate this. Change this first class to small. I think I want to remove these styles. And I'm not sure about this grid column. I think it does need to be a grid column because this is now inside the features small. So let's actually make this a different color, blue. So it's inside features small. So let's uncheck the, what grid highlighting do we have showing right now? Small features. Okay, so what I want to show is features small grid. So we want this to basically kind of make this look okay. If you can see that, we want to move this blue line so that it's basically under the magenta line and under the scooter so that it kind of fills that gap. So it actually doesn't need to be that long, but I guess it doesn't matter because they're gonna be the same color eventually. So we want to start at grid column line 1 or wherever really, and then end at grid column line 3. So let's do this here. So grid column, I guess we'll say span 1 and end at 3. That's not working. Why is that not working? I I think maybe the styles are not working again. Let's try starting at 2, ending at 3. Okay, I'm just going to copy this into VS Code because I think Firefox might be being buggy again. Let's just try that. All right. But we also need to move it because of the gap. So let's copy the translate from the other line. And we want to move it not that much. Let's try 50 pixels. Whoops. And I guess we just only want to move it down a little bit because the other one needed a large vertical movement because it's coming from the wrapper, but this is inside this feature small anyway. And we've kind of messed up the column. So would it fix it if I made this position absolute? Yeah, it does. But where did the line go? It has 0 width. I think I need to make the parent position relative. Okay, I'm just restarting. Let's make a new row because this is another grid child. So I think what I might have to do is, again, explicitly position the children here for greater than 1,000 so that they are positioned in the correct column this time. So, okay, let's make sure we're doing this in the right place. So this is for each individual feature, and we're going to copy 2, 3, and 4 for the 3 features. But instead of grid row start, we're going to do grid column start, starting at 1. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if this is going to work. I'm trying to explicitly assign each of these grid children to, oh, okay. To the column. So I want this one to start at 1. Why is it starting at 2? Wait, which one is the first? I can't even remember now. Locate with app is the first one. And that's this one. Oh no, I messed up the children, I think, because I added this new thing here. I think I may have messed up my iPad styles too. Yep. So this is so annoying. I'm gonna go position absolute because this is too much. Too many styles. And my iPad styles will probably still be messed up. Yeah, because I need to take out the grid line, that gray line, from the normal flow by making a position absolute. So this is desktop, gray line desktop small. Yes. Let's fold up gray line tablet. Gray line desktop small. We're going to make this position absolute. Hopefully I can get this to work. Still not working. I think maybe, is it even appearing? Gray line desktop small. So if I delete this, will this fix these styles? Let's delete. Yes, it will. So unfortunately, making a position absolute does not take it out of the grid, because even though it's position absolute, it's still there. So I'm just going to have to redo the row assignments for feature small. So I think I need to bump them up maybe. Let's try 3, 4, 5. No. I think I need to explicitly designate the desktop large. Grid row start at 1. And by default, it'll span 1. Then I think if what do I need to do here? I think I need to change the nth child selectors because I now have a new child. So I think if I go back down here, nth child 3, 4, 5. Oh, thank goodness. You know, everyone always says grid makes things easier, but I'm not sure that's always the case. Or maybe it's just like my own inexperience with these types of things with grid. That was rough. So the problem I was running into was adding that new desktop small div changes the order of the children, because this is now the first child, nth child 1. Before, this was nth child 1. The first feature was nth child 2, but now because of this is nth child 1, nth child 2, and this is nth child 3. So that was a problem. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's rough, dude. Okay, where were we? Desktop small, and I was swearing up and down I was going to do position absolute, but now that I kind of made the grid stuff work, I wonder if using grid would be better. Because right now the width is nothing. Oops. Not $100 sign, 100%. I feel like even with position absolute, it's like, maybe let's just get rid of that, because even with position absolute, looks like it's getting conformed by the grid still. So that is not accomplishing what I wanted to with position absolute. So I think, where are we? Gray line. Here. There we go. So now we need to assign it to the correct column and also assign the nth child thing to the correct column. So this is the whole reason why I wanted to do position absolute in the first place. Let's put it back. Position absolute. And so here's where things start looking kind of off. Grid column 2 to 3, but it's not appearing. What is going on here? So it's not appearing because it says it exists, but the height or the width is 0. So let's try adding just some kind of width, 100% or 100 pixels width, 100 pixels. Okay, there it is. Also, maybe because it's position absolute, I need to make the parent, which is let's not make any mistakes here. The parent of this is features small. So I need to make that position relative, which it is. Okay. So why is it so high up there? This is very confusing. Oh, it's because the feature small has padding, so that's why. So I will have to translate this down the size of the top padding, which is 120. So now we'll just leave it. Well, let's do more. 120 and then also plus half of 96. So calc of 120 plus 96 pixels divided by 2. Okay, that was not right. 96, is it 96? Hold on, I just need to check this. It's 56. Let's check the design. Oh shoot, I pressed delete. 96. So I'd set the size to 96 for tablet, but I must have not. I probably only put it in that limiting only tablet media query. So features small image. Where are you? Here we go. This is the default. Yeah, so this is why. So I need to move. So my only options here are to, oh my gosh. My only options here are to copy this and duplicate it in the desktop breakpoint, which will work, or make yet another media query, which is just greater than 700. So I'm just going to copy the width and the height. There's no super efficient way of doing it, even though you're not really supposed to duplicate code. Okay. So now we can go back to the gray line. Here's the gray line. So gray line, desktop small. Let's remove the 96 divided by 2. It's not working. So I want you to go, oh, the other line is not down enough either. So let's fix that. That was probably because I was sizing it to the 56 pixel tall thing. Desktop large, so translate. Calc, I'm going to do calc again. 120 pixels, which is the padding. Plus 96 divided by 2. And then I think I need to also move it down 50% to be 50% of the height. I don't even know if this is going to work. Okay, that actually did work. So I'm kind of showing my work here just so I'm not using like a magic number. So you can see this is the padding. This is the height and width of the icon divided by 2. And then 50% is the height. So that is how it is. Okay, so here's the blue one. 120 plus 96 pixels divided by 2. There we go. And then I guess minus 50%. There we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to make it, you know, move to the right. Because right now it is, where is this? Here. So it's starting at grid column line 2, but then I had translated it horizontally. So let's remove this for now. So now it's basically behind the icon. I wonder if I, oops. I wonder if I can just add a temporary Z index just to make it above. Oh my gosh. Just so I can put it on top of the icon. Here we go. All right, so now it's on top of the icon so we can see better. So I started this at grid column line 2 and end at 3. So maybe the width, let's comment this out for now. So there's no width, it does need to have a width. Let's try width of 100%. Okay, so that actually did kind of work. So now we just need to translate it, the width of the gap plus a little bit more. So the gap was like 20 or 30. I'm just gonna add a magic number. Let's do 40. So there we go. So now it's extending. So let's just make sure there's no gaps here. So here's 1,000. It's fully under the scooter thing. And as we increase, okay, that looks good. Let's remove the Z index. There we go. Yay. So let's remove our colors from both lines. And now I think we got this. Let's zoom in so you can see a little bit better. So here is large desktop. Looks pretty good. As we decrease, so 1180 is where it was kind of moving weird. There we go. And now everything looks good. Let's uncheck those grid lines again. So here's okay, I messed up mobile. How did I mess that up? I think I must have just moved everything into tablet. So anyway, we'll get back to that. Mobile. Here is tablet. Here is tablet. There we go. Tablet looks great. Then we keep increasing. And here's desktop. Looks good. Here we go. And the line is where we want it to be. Nice. All right. So we got desktop. Now we got to go back and fix mobile. Web dev's hard, y'all. And I really don't think that ChatGPT would be able to build something like this because it's just like, this is quite complicated. Well, eventually, maybe, who knows? But at this moment, I do think it is too complicated for ChatGPT. All right, let's look at the design again. So mobile design is here. Where did we get away from this? Okay. So basically we had a lot of centering stuff. So text align center and justify item center is also gone. My guess is that it got moved to tablet or something. So this was in, so the features, plural, small. I might actually change this name. This is like too much. So I'm gonna say features small grid, just so we understand where this is coming from. Okay. So features small grid, which is the grid that contains each of the individual features, is here, display grid. So let's add our gap of, I can't remember what it was. We'll say 30. 48, that's a lot. 48. So weird. Where did I just delete that? I think I deleted it. Okay, so okay, I think because the styles are so different, I'm actually going to make another media query just for mobile because otherwise I'm going to have to cancel out everything. So width of less than 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. Move the gap down into our mobile styles. And we want to justify item center. That didn't do anything. Let's do text align center first. Okay, now why is the image not getting centered? I feel like that should have centered it. Feature. Wait. Okay, this stuff is actually in the wrong. I don't want it in feature small grid. I want it to be in the individual feature small. Oh. So I think actually, let's move this gap back to where it was because it is getting changed in the tablet breakpoint here. But this stuff we actually want to be in the feature small styles. There we go. So we're getting there again. And then the space inside the feature, let's see where we are with that. 24 and 24, thank goodness. We can do that with gap. Gap 24, just for mobile. There we go. Okay. That wasn't too bad, right? So let's check our styles again. Looks good for tablet and looks good for desktop and big desktop. Okay, that was really not easy. I'm gonna be honest, that was not easy at all. Not easy. Okay. 1 hour later, I think we have finished the features small. So yeah, that's it for that section. All right, so we're going to try a slightly different approach for this next section where we have the alternating text and image features. And you can see these magenta lines that I've added to the design. What we're going to do is, before, what we've been working with is in our wrapper grid, we have the extra space on left and right. And then in the middle, all the content is in this one middle column. However, as you saw, it makes it kind of hard to kind of perfectly lay out some of these elements like the gray lines, which were giving us a lot of trouble because we sometimes want them to be full bleed, but then other times we want them to kind of be aligned with the content. And in this next section here, I think it's going to be even more complicated than the previous section because, you know, this arrow, it's extending part way out on desktop, maybe halfway. Then it's also full bleed on the right side. We have this other arrow that's full bleed on the left side, and then only extending out, you know, part way into the content. So what I'm going to do, which you might be able to guess from looking at this, is that I'm going to divide that middle column up into 12 columns on desktop, 6 columns on tablet, and then 3 columns on mobile. And it's also going to still be able to be full bleed if we need to go to the right or the left edge, but have the capability of being able to make it start or end at any of these column lines here. So I think it'll make it hopefully a little bit easier. And it'll also give us the ability to, you know, say that we want this text block to take up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns on desktop. I think that that's kind of the way to go for this, just because it's going to be more complicated. And this approach does require some work to set it up in our wrapper styles, but I do think that it's going to make all the other work a lot easier. So we'll give this a shot, and hopefully this will make this section a little bit less painful. So we need to make some new wrapper styles. I have the layout layer open in my style.css file, and let's just kind of look at the existing wrapper styles as a little bit of a refresher before we start making this new wrapper. So the wrapper initially for mobile, we had 3 columns, so 1 FR on either side, and then in the middle was the content, which would be 100% of the available width minus 32 pixels on either side, so you add them together to get 64, and that's for mobile. Then for tablet and desktop, I should say, we have the same thing where the first and last column are 1 FR, and then the middle column is where we're doing a little bit of, I guess, CSS magic, where on tablet it's going to be similar to mobile, where it's 100% of the width minus 40 pixels on either side, or for desktop it's going to be maxed out at 1110 pixels wide, and then any other available space goes to the left and the right edges. And that's what makes the desktop styles have a lot of space on the left and the right at really large viewport widths. And then of course we have the narrower wrapper for, I think this was just for tablet, where there's just more space on either side. And we're not going to worry about this one right now. What we want to do is make a new version of this wrapper here. So what I'm going to do is maybe make another helper class, and I'm going to do it before that small wrapper. So let's say wrapper, and I'm going to call this full bleed. So this means that the div needs to have the wrapper class and the full bleed class to get these styles that we're about to make. So we'll say display grid. And then on mobile, we need to do grid template columns. And in the design, we had the available space, 1 FR on either side. And then in the middle, we still do actually want this space minus 64 pixels. So this is going to give us that middle column that we had before, except now I want to divide this space up into 3 columns so that on the design here, it kind of matches. So we have 1, 2, 3 columns instead of that 1 column that we had before. So what we're going to do is wrap it in another calc, and this is where things can get kind of complicated. You want to make sure you have your parentheses correct. Wrap it in another calc and then divide this whole thing by 3. So now this is going to give us 3 columns. So that's for mobile. So let's just kind of start with this and then check and make sure it looks right on the website. So let's go to our next div here, features large. And I think I might actually need to make a new section for this because in the features small, we were using the existing wrapper. So I'm just gonna close our section tag, make a new section tag, and then we don't need the closing section tag because we already have it down here. So we'll say wrapper full bleed. And then I guess I might just need to reorganize our styles here. So I'm going to call this features small. And then full bleed features large. So let's just quickly go back down to our features styles. So this is all going to be features small. We'll rename the layer to, let's just make sure the website looks okay. It looks good to me. Okay. So now we'll make a new layer for our new features large section. Okay, so that looks good. And then maybe we don't need this div anymore. So actually, let's get rid of the div because this was for the features large styles, but because we're putting them in separate section tags now, I think we don't need that div anymore. Okay, so now we got features large and then feature large. Now in our full bleed wrapper, we have 3 children like that. Okay, so I think I need to actually have, I want the wrapper full bleed thing to be inside this feature large div because each one's going to be an individual row on desktop. So we're going to actually copy and then do like that. So then each one is going to be a wrapper. So it's a little different from what we've been doing before. Okay, so I think we're sort of okay here. Let's go back to our full bleed. I wonder if I should change the name of this because I'm already using this full bleed class here. Let's try FB column. So full bleed and it has columns. I think that might be a little better. So we'll just rename it there. All right, let's go to our website. So let's inspect what we got. So now we have our grid. And this should be on mobile. Okay, so we have our 3 columns now. And obviously things look messed up because we haven't like assigned things to the right column. But in our grid, we got our 3 columns. And we need to actually, let me make sure I did this right. We have 3 columns in the middle, but we still want the space on the right and left. So our grid lines are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I don't know if this is correct. Let's check our styles here. Oh, yeah. Whoops. I did this. I didn't actually do one very important thing, which is I divided the middle space by 3, but I need to have 3 of these. So again, and this is why this looks really complicated, we need to repeat that column width 3 times. So repeat 3, comma, that's going to be the column width, and then closing parentheses. There we go. So this should give us what we need. Okay, much better. So now you can, I don't know if you can see that, but there is a 6 at the very end, which is the correct number of lines. So now we got 1 at the edge, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is correct. So let's go back to the design really quick. So in this design here for mobile, we want the image, we want everything basically to start at line 2. Most things, and end at line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's going to be inside. So let's go to our code here. So in this FB column div, we have the image. which is the circle image. Then we have our h3 tag. We have a paragraph, and then we have our button. So what I'm going to do, I think, is wrap the h3 paragraph and anchor tag inside a div. I like doing that a lot just because I feel like it makes it easier to treat all the text as one thing instead of having to do them individually. Although for mobile, it wouldn't be too much of a big deal because, you know, they're all stacked to one column. But when we're doing this, I just feel like, I don't know. I know it's adding an extra div in your markup, but it just makes it easier for me to think about it. But I guess I could try not creating a div and just, you know, assigning it to the rows. So for example, in this, we would probably create like 1, 2, 3 rows, but I just feel like that kind of makes things complicated too. So I don't know what would the best way be. Yeah, I'm just gonna wrap this in a div. I just feel like it makes it easier to deal with. So we're gonna create a new div, add a class of feature large text. Move the h3 paragraph and anchor tags inside. And let's also give the image a class, feature large image. Okay, so we got feature large image and feature large text. Let's now create some selectors so we can write some styles here. Let's duplicate that. There we go. Oops. Okay. So I'm going to show what we're doing here. So the image, we want to go from 2 to 5. And also we want the text to go from 2 to 5. So what I might try to do is do a compound selector here for both of these. Although things might change with tablet and desktop, so let's just do everything individual, because with the compound selector, I think it can get, if things change too much, it might be tricky. So grid column 2 to 5. So now the image is going there. It's not going all the way out there, so we will, I think, let's just go down to iPhone. There we go. So that looks a lot better. And we're going to do the same thing with the text. Because right now, grid is sort of guessing, it's sort of auto-assigning these. There we go. So this actually looks pretty good. We do need to add space between the image and the text. We also need to probably do a lot of work for styling the image and then getting the colors and everything right. But I think we're starting off pretty good. So let's make the image round. And I'm going to do this before the grid styles. So border radius 50%, I think, should do it. There we go. So now it's a circle. And then the text, I'm pretty sure needs to be centered if we go back to our design. Yeah. So centered, and also the colors are not right. I think the colors are the same as what we had up here at least. Maybe we can copy some of that from what we had for the features small. Title and description. So I might use the same class names here. So feature large title, and then feature large DESCR. Let's just see what we got here. Okay, I'm just gonna copy the colors for now. Shoot, did I put it in the wrong? Oh, I just didn't make selectors yet. Okay. Feature large title, DSCR, and we need to copy the description color. Oops. Dim gray. We'll just type it in. Dim gray. EY. Okay, so now the colors look better. Okay, so let's also make this a grid parent, the feature large text. So display grid. And then justify content center, text align center. Sorry, justify items. There we go. I always mix that up. Okay, and then we need to get the space between the elements here, 32 and 32. They're the same, which is great, so we can use gap. And this is between rows, so I might actually set 32 pixel row gap and then 0 column gap, just because I think, just in case things change later. I don't know if this font size is correct. I think I need to manually change the font size because it's coming from the H3 tag size right now. And it looks like it does change. So this is 32 on mobile and then 48 on tablet and desktop. And the paragraph looks the same. So 32 and 48. Here we go. Feature large title, font size. Oh, darn. C, no. Okay, maybe getting rid of the autocomplete is not the right move here. It was 32, so FS32. And then might as well add the media query. With the greater than or equal to calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. Font size 48. And then for the description, I think we were fine. Okay, so this actually looks pretty good. And maybe I'll use gap to add spaces between the image and the text on the sort of parent gap, the parent grid here. 56. And that is the features large, I think. Here, yeah, wrapper fecall feature large, which I don't think we have a selector for yet. So features large is the section tag. Feature large is the div containing the image and the text. So we'll display, it's already displayed grid, I think. I might specifically say row gap to just set the row gap. Okay, I'll do the same thing down here, just the row gap. So we're not setting the column gap. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that actually. All right, now we're gonna get into the sort of trickier part, which is the arrow here. Now on mobile, this arrow is full bleed on the right, and then it kind of starts on the line 2 here. So let's try that. Let's go in our markup here, and we want it to be a direct child of the wrapper full bleed column thing. I actually don't want it to mess up the other grid styles. I might just add it at the end. Let's see. Okay, assets. I think it was patterns. I think it was right arrow. It's probably left arrow. Is there a left arrow? Left. Downward arrow. I think that's right. What's upward arrow? Okay, so it goes down, so downward arrow. Okay. And we'll give this a class as well. Feature large arrow, I guess. Let me just make sure there's how many arrows there are. So there's only one arrow on mobile, one on tablet, and then one on desktop. So yeah, just arrow should be good enough. Okay, so feature large arrow, and we want to make a selector for that too. Oops. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Copy just the class name. Okay, so here's where we want to tell it to go from line 2 to line very end, -1. So grid column 2 to -1. So there we go. Now, here's the tricky part. I need to assign it to the rows, and this is where we started getting into issues last time. But I think if we just remember to explicitly say everything, it'll work. So we want the arrow and the image to both occupy the first row. This row. So starting on line 1 and going to 2. So grid row 1 to 2. So now it's above the image. So we want to do the same row for the image. Here we go. All right. Okay, so now they're occupying the same row, which is good, and the text elements look good as well. Okay, so now we can align the image, the arrow image, and I don't know if this is sized right. Let's look here. Maybe I need to add this width and height attributes. Okay. Let's just align it to the bottom because I think that's what we wanted. And then we'll figure out the sizing. Yeah, this is like 735 by 138, and it's much smaller, I think, because it's fitting the grid. But let's put this on the bottom so it aligns self end. And now we need to set the width. So I wonder if we can just set the width to like 738 or whatever it was. 741 by 151. Could I set height to 151? Okay. So width of auto. It's skewed. Can I do, oh my gosh, what's it called? Object fit. Contain cover. I think cover might actually be what we want. And then object position left. And then I guess bottom. There we go. So I think setting, we don't need the width, height of 151. So we'll do the sizing things first. Okay, that's actually not looking too bad. Let's compare. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I know it's extending a tiny bit, but I really don't think it matters that much. I did change the button text because this is not contrasty enough. That's why it looks different. But yeah, I think the mobile version looks good. All right, so this first feature looks good. Now we need to make sure the other ones, you know, also have the same styles. And I just need to add all the CSS classes and the HTML for that arrow to the other ones. So let's copy the class down here. And then it was feature large text containing the H3 and the P tags and the anchor tag. And then we'll add the classes for the H3 tag. P tag. And then we need this arrow. And that's after this div here. I guess I should have pasted it in the third one too. Okay. So now we'll do the same thing. Feature large. Oh, I forgot the, yeah, feature large image. Feature large text. And then the H3. Okay. And the image. All right, cool. So now let's check out the website. So I can see the images look good. The text is centered, has the right colors. Now, we do need to look back at the design because I'm pretty sure the arrows are different. Let me uncheck this grid because I think we got the grid styles decent. Okay, so let's get the design over here and then our website here. So the first one, arrow looks good. Second one here. Oh, we also need to add space between the feature divs, but we'll do that in 1 second. Second one, the arrow is different. So I think it did have actual different image files, but I think if we flip this arrow, it should be actually, if we flip it, it'll go up to the arrow. So unfortunately, I think we do need to add the new image. And then this one, the last one has the same as the first one, I think. No, it's different. Same arrow shape, but it's just kind of positioned differently. So there's really two different arrow images. So this does get a little tricky just because, let's get the right arrow. I think it's this one. So left, downward, and upward. And we have a right arrow here. Which one is this one? Looks like right arrow, actually. Okay, so right arrow is what we want. And then we'll have to get this size 452 by 151. Looks like we did use it already, probably in the hero section. Let's see if I can find it. Right arrow. So I'm just going to copy that. And let's go back to the features. That one was the second one here. So here is the first feature. So we really want this arrow instead of this one. Now, if you are building this feature large thing as a component, what's probably going to be the component is each individual div. So that means they all need to have the same markup. That's just how components work. And it's good when you have, elements that are the same and they have the same classes. But in this case, this arrow is a different file entirely. So if I had to make this as a component, what I would have to do is have all the arrows in all the feature large divs. And then I would have to use probably CSS to hide the ones based on which order it is. So the second feature has this different arrow. And then the third feature has the same arrow as the first one, but it's positioned differently. So we could probably, hopefully, do like the nth child selector for these arrows, or we could give them a class. That might be easier. I'm going to actually uncomment this one, and let's just make sure we, have it correctly. Oh yeah, I also probably need to add the class. So feature large arrow, we'll say right, because it is pointing in the opposite direction. It's pointing to the right. Okay, so that'll take a little bit of work. It should be this one. Oh, there it is, because I didn't position it. Okay, and this one is the same, but just kind of moved over more. So let's kind of get our styles fixed here. The first thing I want to do is add space between these. So let's figure out how much space we have between the features. 120. Okay. So let's get on the right grid parent here. So these are each of the 3 features. So, okay, they actually were not in a grid. So what we could do is make the features large, the container holding each of the 3, itself a grid parent, and then add space between them with gap. I think that might be the best way to do that. So features large, display grid, gap 120 pixels. And I'm going to say row gap, just to be explicit about it. All right, so now we have space between the features. Okay, next thing we want to do is, so I'm going to make the second one work because this is the one that has both arrow markup. Once I figure out a way to do that, then I'll add the arrows back to the first and the third one just to make, again, the markup the same. And, you know, I'm sure there's other ways of doing this, but this is just what I would do. So the arrow stuff is, I'm going to fold these. Here it is, feature large arrow. I might have to make another class for this, -L for left, and then -L for left. Oh, I need to change the classes everywhere. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty good. All right, so we need to select the second feature large. So feature large, nth child, and we need to figure out which nth child it is. So let's look into the markup because this can get very tricky very quickly. So when I'm trying to select for the nth child using the feature large class name, what the browser actually is looking for is in a specific order, which can really trip you up, which I've been tripped up by like a lot. So basically looks at any group of sibling elements. And then let's say I'm doing nth child 2, it'll look at any group and it'll look at the second child. Then if the class is the class that I've written in the style Zen, it'll, you know, take effect on that element. So let me show you what I mean. So feature large, nth child. We're going to add something just really obvious like that. So you can see this did change immediately. So feature large here. But let's say you had some random element that was first and it pushes down the order. Let me show you what I mean. I'm just going to grab a random. I'll just grab one of these arrows here, drag it up to be the first child in features large section. So now in this group of sibling elements, there's 4. The arrow that I added is the first child. That's nth child 1. The first feature is now nth child 2, which is why this one now has the green background. And the second feature now is nth child 3. So that's kind of how the nth child selector works. It looks at the order of any group of sibling elements, and then it looks, if it matches a class, then the style that you wrote will take effect. So unfortunately, it doesn't find the second element with a feature large class. So let's get rid of that. So what do we actually want to happen? Well, in this second feature, we want to target the arrow. Which one was it? Arrow right, I think. Yeah, so these are the 2 arrows. Feature arrow pointing to the right, which is the new one, and feature large arrow to the left. And this is the one that is here, which we want in the first feature, but we don't want in this feature. So what I'm going to do is get this class name inside this nth child selector. We'll add it here, and we'll say display none. So now it is hidden, and the other one is here, but that's not going to affect this first one here. So that's kind of how that works. All right, so now what we want to do is go to our design, and here it is. So it's like here, looks like it's the top is sort of matched with the top of the circle, maybe a little bit before. So it's kind of different from what we had there. But I do want to check the grid column styles for the other arrow, just because we might need to reuse it. Height is 151 pixels. So what I'm thinking about now is like, what are some of these style rules that I want to apply to all the arrows? So we have the height, which could be if they all did kind of look like they were the same height in the design. Object fit and object position, so the image doesn't get skewed. And then this grid column and grid row and align end, align self end is stuff that might differ because, you know, these arrows are going to be in different positions. So what I could do is let's first check and see if the height is the same across all these arrows. So I said 151, but 138, 138, 138. I wonder if I should change that. Let's change this to 138 just to match the design. So I think that looks good. Yeah. So it's kind of aligned to the bottom and then basically to the left edge of the circle. So that looks good. So what this means, I think, is I'm going to create another selector, just maybe feature large arrow, and then add these positions that I think are going to be the same, or these styles rather. And now I need to add this class to all the arrows. So you could do it another way. We could say feature large arrow L and R. Then we wouldn't have to add the class names here. Maybe that would be a little more efficient actually. So let's try that. So feature large arrow L and feature large arrow R. So here we go. Okay. And then we need to obviously position that. So let's get these styles here. Okay, I might actually move this group of styles to the bottom just to be close to the arrows. So feature large. Feature large. Nth child 2. There we go. Just to have it together. So this still looks good. And this one, the arrow is hidden, and then this second one is here. Okay, so now what we need to do is figure out the grid column and row and alignment for this arrow here. So let's inspect this. I'm going to turn on the grid lines for this second feature. So I want it to occupy the same row as the first as a image here. So let's do that. So I can probably just copy this feature grid row 1 to 2. And maybe I can do this for both arrows actually. Let's try that. We'll do it at the bottom here. So still looks good. So now here, obviously things are not quite there yet. I think because we need to do the grid column. So let's look at the design. And we want the arrow to start full bleed, so start at line 1, and then end at 2, 3, 4, and a little bit more. So we'll just do 1 to 4. So grid column 1/4. Okay, and we need to also align it vertically. I think we want to align it to the top, right? I think we need to change the object position actually. This might be tripping us up. Left to bottom. This is really just for that first arrow. So I'm going to move that to the arrow pointing to the left. So this one here. There we go. So now I can see more of the arrow. Maybe right bottom. Okay, there we go. So that looks good. Or it's getting there, I should say. So, all right, it's still not, it's actually not bad. So it is extending it out more. So let's see if we can move this. We might need to use translate a little bit to move it, but I don't mind translating it a little bit because we got it in the rough right area with the grid stuff. Translate horizontally. Let's try 100, maybe 50 pixels. Okay, so problem here is that it's like really short. It's really like not wide enough. Trying to make it wider. Let's get rid of this. Let's try width of 100%. Does that do anything? You know what I might need to do is make it extend to the next line, line 5, and then just kind of move it back out. I think that would work better. Because making it go from 1 to 4 is making the box containing the image only that. So there we go. So now we can kind of move it back a little bit. Negative, let's try 50 pixels again. There we go. So, you know, just kind of eyeballing here. Let's go back to our design. That looks pretty good, I think. Honestly, I think that is close enough for me. Okay, so good. Okay, so let's uncheck those grid lines. Nice. And then let's get the last one. So this last one is sort of like the first one, but the arrow is in a different position. So it's aligned to the top rather than the bottom, and then you know, it's going from the last grid line to 1, 2, 3. So we probably want to do 3 to -1 and then move it over again, kind of like what we did last time. So basically, let's just see where it lines up. It lines kind of with the 0, the O of 0. That's kind of where it ends. So we'll kind of remember that. Now, this is using the same image as the first one, so we do need to differentiate that. So I'm going to copy this, duplicate that. So nth child 3 should be this last feature, and this is using the one pointing to the right. Wait, this one's pointing to the left. This one should be pointing to the right. Yes, that's right. And the last one is the one pointing to the left. So there we go. And I think I had a line self before. It was at the top. Now it'll be at the end. Or sorry, start. Okay. And then we want to change the grid column. I think I said 3 to -1 to move it over a bit. There we go. So, okay. I guess grid is good for aligning things if you are doing it the right way, right? And then we want to move it over a bit. So we'll use translate for that. Translate, I'll start with 60 pixels horizontally. That's a little too much. So I think that looks right. I mean, we don't have to be super detailed. That looks pretty good to me, honestly. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to go back to our markup and make sure they all have the same arrows. So in this case, I need to copy the feature large arrow R, put it in the same place. So now it has these two conflicting arrows, but that's okay because we can hide it in our CSS. So we want to hide the arrow on the third child pointing to the right. So I'm going to copy this and make it the right arrow. There we go. So we do the same thing for the first one as well. And again, this is just because I'm kind of assuming if you're building this for real, you're going to make this into a component, which is easier when the markup's exactly the same. Otherwise, you're going to have to use your server-side logic to show or hide the markup, which I think kind of gets a little too messy. So I think I would prefer to control the visibility of things with CSS and then keep things as simple as you can on the server side. Okay, so we want to hide the arrow pointing to the right on actually 1 and 3. So might just copy this and make it a compound selector. So for the first, I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. Nth child 1 and 3, we want that. So I'm gonna make a new compound selector here. So 1, can I put this on the second line like that? Oh, I can, nice. And then I'll copy this display none. So now it'll get hidden on 1 and 3. Okay, and good. All right. We need some space on the bottom, and do we need space on the top? No, we don't. Where's that space coming from? It's coming from the features small grid where I added padding to the top and bottom. So we need to figure out where we want to add the space here. So I added space here for top and bottom, but how much space is there? 120 also. But if I add padding block of 120 to the big features, it's going to have double padding here. So I might just have to do that. Usually I like having padding block being the same with all wrappers, but it's not a huge deal. So let's just add a padding block end to the whole features. Here we go, features large. Here we go, features large, padding block end, 120 pixels. Okay, there we go, space at the bottom and space at the top. Okay, well that was actually much less frustrating than this previous section, if you remember. But again, we haven't gotten to tablet and desktop yet. So next up, we're gonna look at tablet. All right, so for tablet, I have Figma open on the left and our website on the right. You can see our website, we still have the 3 columns from our mobile full bleed column grid. For tablet, we want to turn that into 6 columns. So let's start by doing that. So in our styles, it was up in our wrapper styles. Here we go, so layout, and I'm just gonna make this full screen so we can see everything. So full bleed column is our wrapper, and we want to change the grid template on tablet. So I'm going to copy our tablet breakpoint here. So now let's also copy a grid template and we'll change it for tablet here. So before, for mobile, if you remember, we did a repeat 3 to make 3 of these columns where we had divided what used to be in that whole middle column by 3. Now I want to do the same thing except for 6. So let's just change this to 6 columns, and we're taking that original middle column and dividing it by 6. So now let's take a look at our design. And our website has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. So it looks pretty good. Now, the thing is, for tablet, we need to basically, things aren't super different from mobile, but you can see that the picture is only taking up 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. So starting at line 1 is the outside, 2 is where the content starts, 3 is where we want the image to start. And it extends for 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. And then the text underneath looks like it's probably going to start at 2 and then go to, I think if we do -2, because you can number from the right. So this last line is, I think, 9 now, but it also is line -1. So you go -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So that can be helpful depending on if you're trying to count from the right side versus the left. So let's first assign the image to start on line, I think it was 3, right? So feature large image, and we are going to have to add some media queries. So let's see if we can copy it from above. So media width greater than or equal to 700. So here's the image. Here's our tablet media query. And we want to start the grid column from line 3. I guess we'll say go until line 7, or you could just say span 4 columns. There we go. And then I'm going to copy this, and we want to do something similar with the text, except for here, I think we wanted to start it here at 2. And I'll end it at here, which would be -2. There we go. So let's see how we look here. Yeah, pretty good actually. The image, I think, needs to be wider. So this is 445 on our design. So how big was the actual image? 445. Okay. Now why is this not going all the way? It is 445. Oh, it is 445 on the website. I think maybe just the design slightly different, perhaps. Our columns here might not be perfectly aligned. Oh wait, I need to change the padding. The space on left and right from mobile. That's where that extra space is coming from. Let's go back up to our wrapper. Originally we had said 100% -64 to have that 32 pixels of padding on either side, but that's for mobile. For tablet, we want 80, so I forgot to change that. Okay, this should look a lot better now. Okay. Let's inspect our grid here. It says 40 on either side, which is correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I think maybe it's just not perfectly lining up. I'm going to see how wide this tablet is. 768 is what the design is, but the iPad is actually 810. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to center the image horizontally in the cell. Feature large image. I might just center it. We'll just center it here. So justify self center. There we go. So now it's at least centered. So if the size is a bit off, it doesn't have to perfectly align with the viewport. Maybe justify self center should be everywhere. There we go. So here's iPhone. And then somewhere here is iPad. Okay, so I think the image looks good to me. Okay, so the text needs to be not quite all the way out, so maybe we'll add a little padding on the sides to make it match better. That's going to be feature large text. So here is tablet. Padding inline. let's say 40 pixels on either side. I think something like that. But this wants to be, we want the word writing to be on this second line. I think there's a text align property we can use for a word break thing. Word break. Can't remember what it was. Word wrap, maybe. I'm gonna have to look this up, aren't I? There's something about like a balanced word break where it would kind of try to balance it. Okay, let's look this up. It's one of those things that I like read on a blog or something. CSS text wrap balance. Here we go, text wrap balance. Okay, I guess we'll try that on the title. I guess we could try it on the, let's just try it on the title for now. Text wrap balance. Oh, what if I could set this on the div? Would that work? Oh, it does work actually. That's pretty awesome. I should remember to do that. This might be a thing that I set globally on like all paragraph and H tags, to be honest. So if it's too much, we can get rid of it, but let's just try, because it's one of those things that I think just kind of looks nice, but if your browser doesn't support it, it's not going to look terrible. So looks pretty good to me. Okay. So I think we're good with the wrapper for tablet. What's going on here? Why do I suddenly have horizontal scrolling? Oh no. Let's remove what I just added. I don't know if that's the cause of it. That seems, nope, that's not the cause. It's probably the images actually. So let's look for where the overflow is coming from. It's coming from here. This paragraph. Really? I think it's probably coming from... So something here is causing overflow. Let's see. It's probably this arrow. Yeah. So we might need to clip overflow. Let's do on features large. Overflow X clip. It's still happening. Where's the overflow coming from? I'm pretty sure it's from this arrow here. Usually it's gonna horizontal overflow something going off to the right, and these are the only things that I can think of. I'm gonna try to hide all the feature large arrows and just see if that fixes it. Yeah, if that was causing it. Wonder if I could clip the overflow and feature large? I thought that's what I was trying to do. Maybe it needs to be set on the body. I'm pretty sure overflow X clip is what I want to set, but maybe not. Meh. Okay. This is one of those things that I thought I knew how it worked, but overflow X clip not working. All right, so I was able to figure out what was causing the overflow. So what's happening is, I was guessing that it was this left arrow. So you can see when I scroll horizontally, there's a little space here. This is not causing the overflow, but we're looking for something that does go all the way out to the edge, which, is this full bleed arrow here. And I was trying to fix it by setting on the body tag, overflow X clip, which usually does work. However, the body itself ends, you can see the arrow kind of goes outside of that. So this is not going to accomplish anything. So we actually need to find out what is actually overflowing. It can be hard to find what the element is. So what I sometimes do is I will literally just start deleting full sections. So we're going to try deleting the header from the DOM. I'm literally just pressing the delete key. Then see if we can still horizontally scroll, which we can. So the header was not causing it. Let's try deleting the hero. Still causing horizontal scrolling. Now features small, still scrolling. So, if we delete features large, now I'm horizontally scrolling, but nothing's happening. So we know that it's coming from features large here. So now we need to go inside features large and figure out, what's causing the scrolling. So again, what we can do is these overflow labels do help, but it's not always going to be perfect. So let's say, actually it disappeared. So let's try deleting the first feature. So now if we try to horizontally scroll, it's actually not scrolling. So maybe that was causing it. So let's go back here. So here's the features large. I'm going to try one more time just deleting this whole section tag. Delete. Try to horizontally scroll. It's not happening. So if I undo, it'll come back, and so will the horizontal scroll. So let's look in here. I'm going to delete this first div. It's not happening. However, if I delete the second div, it's also not happening. Let's try deleting a third div. Also not happening. So this might have something to do with those nth child selectors that we had added. So if we look in the second one, which is, we want the one where the arrow is coming from the right side here. So again, we're kind of seeing where the boundary ends, and it looks like that arrow does extend outside of that. So let's figure out here. So now this label overflow is actually kind of helpful. So if I say display none, I'm trying to horizontally scroll now, it's not happening. If I bring it back, we can horizontally scroll. So the problem is we need to clip this arrow within the bounds of its parent. So let's try this. So maybe in feature large, which is the div, here, feature large, let's try overflow X clip. And something moved, so that tells me that it probably did work. So now I'm trying to horizontally scroll and it's not working. It's not scrolling, which is what we want. So that was a little tricky, but that's kind of how I was able to find out which element was causing it. So we want to do overflow X clip. And I don't know if overflow hidden will do the same thing. Clip is, I think, a little more reliable. It's a bit newer. It does seem like it's working, but sometimes hidden does not work. So I think it has something to do with hidden. You have to limit X and Y, both dimensions, and you can't always do that. Sometimes you only want to limit the X dimension. So clip, overflow X clip, I think tends to be better. So let's go back to feature large in our styles. So feature singular large. There we go. So now when we reload, I'm trying to horizontally scroll. It's not working, which is great. So let's turn on responsive design mode and loading, trying to horizontally scroll. It's not working. So, whew, that was a tough bug, but hopefully seeing that process can be kind of helpful for you because those bugs are very hard to identify sometimes. Okay, so just thinking about the, I guess, lessons that I've been learning while building this website. The one we were just learning was when you have some kind of element like a decorative image that goes off screen to the right, you just need to make sure that the parent of that element that's going slightly off screen has overflow X clip usually, in order to prevent horizontal scrolling. And then the one before that was, I think when trying to use grid to make things line up, it might actually be better to, instead of having just one big column in the middle for the content, to instead have, a multi-column grid, because it just makes it a lot easier to line things up along the grid columns that you have. So those are two lessons that are good, but they were very hard to come by. Oh no, there's horizontal scrolling again. Okay, so knowing what we know, let's try to figure out where this is coming from. So let's just make sure it's not happening on iPhone. It's not. I'm trying to horizontal scroll now. So something in iPad, probably another image that's going off to the right. So what I'm going to do is highlight the body element, because you can see it doesn't go off screen, and just see what element there is that might be extending past the bounds of the body tag. Okay, this image here I think might be the culprit. Oops, there we go. So let's inspect this. And yeah, you can see that it's a full circle, that third solid white circle, but we only have half of it. So let's do and you can see also it does have this overflow label. This is also overflowing, but it's to the left. And if it goes off screen to the left, that does not cause horizontal scrolling. It's only off screen to the right. I think because of our writing direction going from left to right. So let's test and see if we can get rid of the horizontal scrolling if we set this to display none. Okay, so now, we're scrolling inside this window here, but that's not the iPad. So if we do this, then I'm trying to horizontal scroll, nothing's happening. So that is definitely the cause of the horizontal scrolling. So the hero circles image is causing it. And what is its parent? We can see here, I actually don't use this very often, but in Firefox, I'm assuming other browsers probably have the same thing. You have little breadcrumbs of the ancestry of whatever element you've clicked on. So you can see this is the circles. The direct parent is section wrapper hero. So we can actually click here to navigate through the ancestry tree, which is pretty cool, I think. So we want to make this be, I think, overflow X clip. And hopefully this will fix our thing. It's not. Maybe I'm just going to try to add it in our styles, because that did seem to work last time. So last time we just added overflow X clip to feature large. So I'm going to add this to the hero. Okay, and it actually does seem to have worked. So I think this is just kind of one of those Firefox bugs that when I made the changes in the browser styles, it didn't take effect, which honestly is not great. But I do like using Firefox. I think they have some nice like Flexbox inspection tools. Okay, so we successfully figured out the overflow issue on the hero much quicker than we did in the features section. So I'm going to take that as a win. So now let's go back to where we were before. We're here in this grid. Let's check out the design and see what we need to do. So here's the design. Here's our website. So we had the image. And then the next thing we want to do is add this circle image here. We also need to fix the arrow. I don't know why it looks so weird like that. Might be the object fit property. Object position left bottom. If I uncheck that. So you can see the SVG itself looks fine. It's just, I think, the way it's positioned. 741 by 138. So it is not tall enough. What if I say width of 100%? I feel like I tried that before and that didn't really work. Now it's 770 by 138. Let's see, object fit contain. What if contain might be better? So on contain, 741 by 138. What is it in the design? 735 by 138. Is that the whole arrow? 735 by 138. The aspects are just a little different than 735 by 138. I'm just trying to see if this will fix some of the issues here. I'm gonna, I think, change it because I was getting the width and height from the actual SVG code, but I think maybe just because the design has it a little different size, I might be messing up some stuff. I wonder if I can just fix this in the CSS. 735 by 138. And then change it to contain. I don't love doing that, but I wonder if contain is better because cover is sort of making sure the height and the width, either the height or the width are full, but it can also cause cropping. Contain means it'll contain even if it shrinks a little bit. So what happens if we go to iPhone? I'm going to remove cover. I'm going to make it contain. So now it's small. 735. I think the problem here is that having it be a grid child is constraining the width. So I set width to be 735, but the actual width is 343 because of the grid. So I think this is one of those cases where position absolute might make it a little bit simpler because then, or maybe not. I'm just trying some random stuff here. I think having it be a grid is limiting the width. 343 by 138. What if I said min width to 735? Would that do anything? I think it did do something. Oh, it did. And then contain. I'm just going to, I think, add these. Add the min width. Because it seems like it's the same size on all of these. So that was arrow to the L. Min width. So it can override. So min width seems to override the grid sizing. Just width does not. So that's kind of interesting. Okay, so now I do need to change this to contain. So it fits the whole image in there. And then I think we need to adjust the grid styles. So this is a very sort of, I don't know, picky little thing that I'm working on. So the arrow is going to end here where the main content starts. Did this make it change? Yeah, this kind of messed stuff up. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 grid column rows. Doing this is messing it up because I think it's trying to fit a really large image inside the grid. So I think maybe what I did was not great. So let's kind of go back to what we had before, where it was cover and then we didn't have the min width set. So let's go back to iPad. So here's where the issue kind of is right now. It's currently 741 by 138. And object fit, I think it should be contain. So that makes it look okay. Let's go back to iPhone really quick. Oh my gosh, this is really annoying. It's the hamburger menu. I'm trying to manually go down to mobile. Yeah, this is annoying. Might be because this is so dumb. I think having to move everything to the top nav menu content when before in the boilerplate everything was on top nav menu, I think that's kind of making things kind of weird. I'm going to add something kind of nuclear, so display none by default. And then when it opens, I want it to be display block. So top nav open, aria expanded true, meaning menu's open, plus top nav menu content. All right. That unfortunately removes the maybe instead of display block, we'll do opacity. Okay. And we also want to transition property opacity so it'll animate. Okay, so now let's see what happens when we go from tablet to mobile. Okay, much better. So, okay. Ay. So we have fixed the menu weirdness going from tablet to mobile, and we fixed the overflow. Now let's go to features large again. And we need to fix that arrow. So I think I'm just going to add object fit contain on the feature large arrow on mobile, on tablet. So let's do this. We'll do it for both L and R. Object fit contain. Okay, so the arrows look okay. Now let's make this, position this the right way. So it's supposed to be going off to this off screen. So grid column goes to 9, or I guess -1 we could say. Let's copy our tablet media query. This is the one pointing to the left. We should check the third feature because it has the same arrow. They're both going off screen to the right, so that's good. Grid column 2. It's already -1, so I think this might be an image issue because -1 should go all the way. I think maybe the whole width thing. Let's try width of 100%. Okay. Cover. My styles aren't going again. This is like really annoying. I'm just gonna try object fit cover on this one really quick and see if it extends all the way. It's not. How big is this arrow on the design? 735 by 138. 735 by 138. So why is it not? I think maybe the design, the tablet design is like less width. Yeah, 768 is the tablet width on the design. But we have, iPad is 810. Okay, so 741 by 138. Oh, I need to change the object position, but the bounds of the image are not looking good. Let's try object position right bottom. I don't think that's changing anything. Yeah. I'm just kind of curious, what if I change the grid column to start at 3? What if I do width of 100 VW? Which seems crazy, but okay, so that's actually working. It's getting outside of there. But 100% for some reason. Wait. Okay, width of 100% seems to be working for some reason now. Okay, let's just add it in our styles. I don't know what the heck is going on here. Okay, so the width seems to be working. Now let's make object fit. Object fit contain is not taking effect. It is using cover. Why is that? Oh, because I have this style here. Oh boy. All right. This compound selector I think is starting to not be good. So I think I'm going to just make all of the styles for tablet on the single, not the compound selector. Just because things seem to be changing. Okay. And let's set width to 100%. 770 by 138. What if I just, now that I know, like, I think the specificity thing was kind of tripping up what I was trying to do earlier. Let's get the actual width. 735 by 138. And then because it's like not big enough, I think needs to be responsive. So I think setting a static width is not actually going to be good. And I'm gonna do, just so we can see better. Oops, that's too much. There we go. Okay. So the image itself is extending out, but the thing inside here is not. So it's, I think, a quirk of using SVGs. So I need to make the height not 138, but auto. There we go. I think this height of 138 may not have been a great idea. Let's go back to iPhone really quick. If I change this to auto, will it mess things up a little bit? Actually, what if I change height to min height? So that looks okay on mobile. Okay. So, okay, that's another lesson. So instead of doing static height of 138, which makes it only 138. We want to set it to min height, so then it can get taller if the width increases to match the aspect ratio. So I'm just going to uncomment that. I'm going to comment the height auto just to see. So now it actually looks good. So height of auto, width of 100%. And that seems to be good. Oh man. It's a doozy. Okay. That looks actually pretty good. Finally. Okay, so I think we're good with the arrow. Now we need to do the gray circle. That's actually another lesson that I'm learning. If you're overlapping things with grid, having the element set you want to overlap other things at the end is good, because then it's not going to mess up the order of grid children in the grid. Okay, so we're going to add another image here. And it's probably patterns again. Maybe it's just circle. Yeah, there it is. And 445. This doesn't really matter because it's a circle, so you just need the width and height to be the same, but you do need to add something. There we go. Okay. Now we need to give this a class. Feature LG circle, I guess. And let's start adding. Is a circle all the time? So here it's here. On the second one it's on the left side. Third it's there. Oops. So we might need to utilize some of these nth child selectors. So I'm going to add the feature LG circle here. And we need to figure out what we want it to be. Grid row. Also, we want to hide it on mobile. We want to show it on tablet, and I'm assuming desktop. If I can type. There we go. And display block, grid column. All right, so we want to start. Is it touching the photo? It is not touching the photo. So I'm gonna have it start at the same line and then just move it over a little bit. Or I guess I could have it start at this line and then move it to the left. I don't know if it really matters. Let's start at grid column line 7. Or we could say -3, -1. Oh yeah, grid row. Grid row, we want it at the top, so 1, span 1. Okay. Now, right now the circle is sized according to the grid. So we want this to be the same size as this image here. So I wonder if it would be better to assign it to the same grid column as this, to have it, or at least have it span. Yeah, have it be assigned to the same grid columns as the picture, so they're the same size. So that way the grid will control the size of both of them. So we'll start with 3. I think it was span 4. There we go. But now, and I guess we want to translate it 100% of its own width. I wonder if I should center it, justify self-center, because that's what we had on the photo, so now they're perfectly matching. So translate, what if I can do translate X? We'll just try this 100%. So 100% of its own width, so it should be basically next to the photo. That didn't work. Nope. Okay, so just translate 100% 0. So I guess you can't separate those out. Plus a little bit. So it's like half a column here. So we're going to do this calc 100% plus 64 pixels. There we go. And the arrow I think needs to be on top of it. Yes. So let's give all the arrows a z-index. And this is on the compound selector because I do want it to affect all the arrows. That's not too bad. Let's compare with the design. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That was a little easier than I thought it was going to be, I think. It was a little easier than the previous one. So let's we'll need to add the circle to the other two features, because again, we're assuming we're going to be using the same markup. So the second one, this is the third one. Okay. So now we can see they all have the same one. But we need to change the second one here. So we want it to be full bleed and starting kind of there in the middle of the first column. So let's go to our styles, and we're going to utilize those nth child selectors. So the second one is nth child 2, and we'll add a selector for feature LG circle. And do I need a media query for this? I mean, it's set to display none on mobile anyway, so let's just not hide it. Or let's not add a media query. So grid column 1, because it's full bleed starting from the left. If I do span 4 again, I think it's not going to be the right size because that first column is narrower. Yeah. So I'm going to do the same thing as the photo. 2 span 4 and... oh, let's reset the translate for now. Okay. Let's hide the grid, or let's show the grid. Okay. So, oh yeah, and then justify self. Sorry, I am not able to type right now. It was 3 span 4. There we go. So now let's translate negative 100%. Okay. And then again, calc negative 100% minus now 64 pixels. Actually not bad. Okay, I know I sound so surprised that it was that easy. This is kind of the benefit of like, as you work through the website, you like, there's a lot of startup labor, I guess you could say, to get everything working. But once, you know, now that I have the grid set, I kind of know the columns are good. I can just assign the elements to the right columns and rows in the grid, so it's a lot easier. Okay, I think this is good. This arrow might need to be moved a little bit, because in the design, the arrow ends kind of a little more, so it needs to be moved to the right, actually. The elbow of the arrow is closer to the circle. So that's going to be nth child 2. It's going to be arrow to the right. Feature large arrow right. So I translated it in negative 80. This might have been for mobile, so let's add a tablet breakpoint and change the translate to be more to the right means a more positive number, so less negative. So let's try negative 40. Okay. Honestly, that's good enough for me. Okay. Let's go on to the last one here. And let's turn on the grid highlighting. So I think this one's supposed to be the same as the first one, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's different. So this is the first one. It's on the bottom, on the far left edge. This last one is positioned probably starting here in the middle, like that. So let's change that. This is going to be on the nth child 3 under our tablet styles. Here we go. Nth child 3, arrow to the left. Yep. And let's add our media query. Hopefully I still have it in my clipboard. Yes. Grid column. What did I say? I think it wants to start in the center. So at grid line 5, then we'll move it over a little bit more. And then we should move it down. So I am going to use translate again for that. Let's translate a little more to the right, and then also down, which is a positive number. Let's try 40 and 40. That looks pretty good. Down more, so it's actually almost to the center, not quite to the center. Okay, that's actually good to me. Looks pretty good to me. Looks like the circle actually needs to be moved more. So let's copy this feature large circle, add it to the nth child 3. Wait, but it's lining up with the first one. So yeah, so we just need to move them all over a little bit, I think. Feature large circle. Here we go. So I translated it. I can't remember what direction I want to go. More to the right. So it's really all pretty much halfway. So we want to increase it. Something like that. Okay. So now this design should be a little bit closer. Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Okay. I can't believe it, but we're actually done with the iPad styles for this features section. So for desktop, I have the design on the left and the website on the right. So kind of like what we did last time, the first thing we want to do is change our grids to have 12 columns instead of the 6. So let's go back to our layout styles, wrapper. And for the full bleed column grid, we're going to duplicate our tablet styles, change the rate point to be 1,000, and now we're going to change the number of columns to 12. Okay. So now you can see we have 12 columns. Okay, so basically we need to first have the text take up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns, and then the image start over there. Let's do the text first. So it's going to go from, this will be 1, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or we could just say start at 2 and span 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Might just span 6 for smaller desktop widths, but let's see. Okay, so feature large text. Here's our tablet styles. So let's duplicate this again. Might need to cancel the padding inline because I don't think I want that for desktop. So we want to start it at 2. So it is starting at 2 already. And we want it to span, let's say 6. And I'm going to cancel the padding inline because I'm pretty sure I don't want that. Okay, and then we also need to tell the image. Also, we, I think, want this to be in the first row. Because right now it's getting put in the second row. Because we didn't explicitly assign it. So grid row 1, span 1. Okay, so now they're overlapping. So I'm going to copy our desktop breakpoint, and we need to change the image as well. So here's our tablet styles. So it'll just duplicate what we had. So change this to 1000. And the image starts at halfway across. Let's see what line number that is. I guess I could say it spans 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then ends here at -2, I think. So span 5/end at -2. Let's see if this works. Okay. So the arrow basically starts at the edge, the far right edge. But then if you think about a really wide viewport, do we want the arrow to just keep following that right edge? Because then it's going to keep moving to the right. So it's probably better to anchor it to the content. I'm going to start it at line 1, 2, 3, 4, or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is going to be the arrow pointing to the left, this one. So add a desktop breakpoint. And grid column, we want to start at, I think I said 8, right? And then go to -2, so second to last. Okay. So that's roughly okay. We'll probably have to change that, but I just kind of want to get everything kind of in this right position. So let's look at the gray circle now. So the gray circle is off screen. So again, what do we want to anchor it to? If we anchor it to the far right edge, it's going to get farther and farther away from the photo, which I don't think we necessarily want. So I'm going to start it at that -2 line. So here's the circle. Change it to desktop. Grid column. Start it at -2. Or hold on, I think we had to do span 4. So I think what we did before was we had it match the image. So let's do that again. So they'll be the same size. Here's the text. Here's the image. Span 5, -2. So we're going to do that too. So the arrow pointing to the, sorry, it's the circle. Grid column 5, -2. Hopefully it's behind the photo. Just want to make sure it didn't disappear. Oh, I think it still has the translate. Oh, Firefox. Let's set translate to 0 to start. So here we have it there. So translate 100%. So you can see if I zoom in, it's right there. So what happens when the viewport width increases? So let's go to 1440. And I apologize, I know it's getting kind of small. So it's basically perfectly aligned there. So, you know, maybe the calc 100% plus 80 is not terrible of an idea. Let's start with 20. Okay, so there you go. So how far is it really? 64 still. So that's quite a bit. So now it's going to go kind of off screen. So it's going to be there, but it's just going to, let's zoom in a bit. So here's 1200 desktop. The circle is actually fully off screen. Then as we increase, you know, it gets more and more visible. So I think that's actually pretty good. And let's also take a look at the arrow and see how that moves horizontally. So you can see we've kind of anchored it. It is getting smaller as the columns, as the width gets smaller, but honestly, I don't care too much about that. So I think this is pretty good. And we only had horizontal scrolling, so I was switching from desktop to tablet. When I reloaded tablet, it was fine. So I think that looks pretty okay. Let's compare this to the design. The design is here. Here's the website. I think that actually looks pretty close, so I don't think we need to change the arrow. So we got the arrow, we got the gray circle. Now we need to get the text, which you can see is really stretchy. It's stretching out here. I think that's because it is a child of this grid. So it's taking up the first row, and the row's height is determined by the height of the image. And I think by default it's going to stretch. You can actually check what the default value is. And I think this vertical alignment will be align self, which is auto, which I think ends up looking like stretch basically. So we just need to make it align items center so they'll be centered. So feature large text. Where are we? Here we go. So on our desktop breakpoint, let's kind of move these grid properties. Maybe we'll do the padding first. Align self center. There we go. And then text align left. I wonder if start works. Does end align to the right? Yes, it does. So I guess we can just do text align start instead of left. Is that actually what we need? Yes. So everything's text align left, and then we also need to justify self start. Why did that not work? Let's look at the button here. Okay, the button doesn't have any centering properties, so what's going on here? Let's uncheck the feature grid and just look at the text. So let's see. Oh, place self. I need to change. No, that's not right. Justify item center. Here we go. So that's on the parent. It's this. We need to cancel this out. There's a lot of different grid properties. Some of them are because it's a grid child, and some of them are because it's a grid parent. So these first two are because it's a grid child of the greater feature div. Justify self is also because it's a grid child, because it's self. Text align start is, I guess it doesn't matter too much, but that's for the items inside it. So then this is also for it being a grid parent. There we go. So it's a little complicated because it's a grid parent and a grid child. So I'm pretty good with this, actually. Looks pretty good. So let's do the other features. So now this is going to be a little different for the nth child too. We basically want to reverse it. So we have the text on the other side here. Here we go. So nth child 2 is going to be this second feature here. I'm going to start adding these selectors here. So feature large text, and actually feature large image we probably want to add as well. And I'll do the image first. Image. Then we need our media query. For desktop. Let's copy this. Okay, so the image, we want to start column at 2, span 5, I think it was. And then the text grid column, we want to, let's turn on the grid line so we can see better. Turn off the other one. Okay, so our text, we want to span I think I did 6. So let's span 6 and we'll end at the where the content ends. So -2. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 might be a little too much. Let's try 5. 5 is just, I think it's actually okay. So maybe the other one should be 5 too, the other text here. Change this span 6 to span 5, so then it's a little bit narrower. Again, it's not perfect because, you know, this is responsive, so it's going to change when the viewport changes. Okay, but I think it looks okay. So the text looks pretty good. We just need to get the arrow and the gray circle. So the gray circle is kind of like the other one, kind of going off screen a bit. So I'm going to increase the viewport width here just so we can see more. So the circle on nth child 2, make sure we're in that. Circle, let's copy the media query. And we'll do grid column. I guess we'll start the same way to span 4. Maybe we can just change grid column. Wait, is it 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's translate 0 just to see, make sure it's the same size. It is. Okay, so now it's kind of going off screen. But at 1440, which is where the design is, it's like that. So I guess that's what we want. I think that's okay. It's not always going to be fully visible, but it is visible for larger viewports, so I think that is good. And then the last one is the arrow. Actually, it doesn't look too bad right now, but I think it needs to be more, the elbow of the arrow is outside of the circle. So feature large arrow R. Again, in the nth child 2. Here, nth child 2. We don't have one for the arrow yet, so I'm gonna duplicate this one for L, change it to R, remove the display none. We want to copy that desktop breakpoint. And now let me actually see where it is right now in terms of styles, like what grid column it is. Grid column, start at 1 and go to 5. So I want it to go to 4. Let's check out the design. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so let's make it grid column end at 4. And then it's probably translated. Let's reset the translation. So it's like that. So, I think it looks good actually. I'm fine with this. I think this looks great. So let's look at the last one. It looks like it might need a little work. So it's kind of like the first one where the circle's off screen, but I think that's okay. But we just need to mainly adjust where the arrow is. And let's look at the grid highlighting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That just seems really wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's because it's at 1400. I'm just kind of curious to see what happens when it gets super wide. Okay, so maybe we need to set a max width on this text thing here. 445, 445, 573. I'm going to set a max width on the text just for desktop. Otherwise it's going to get super wide. So feature large text, here we go, in desktop. And it's not a grid style, so I'm just going to set it at the top. And I'm going to set this in rems. It was 473 divided by 16 times 1 rem. There we go. Okay. And now the arrow. So the arrow basically starts at -1, -2, -3, -4. It seems really big too. Okay, that might be a problem. But let's have it start at the right column first. So nth child 2, feature large arrow. Sorry, this is nth child 3. Feature large arrow left. So make our desktop breakpoint. Okay, grid column. I think we said start at negative, can't even remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, -4. And then go till, I don't know, I guess -1. Okay. Actually, now it looks like it's the right size. And let's set translate to 0 to reset it. I feel like it should be farther over. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that does look right. So it's a little bit, it's about halfway. So it's actually pretty close. So let's just adjust the translate. So don't move it horizontally, but we're going to move it. I guess we'll try the old one. Okay. Might move it to the left a little bit, 20 pixels. Or -20. There we go. Just so the elbow is a little bit more inside the circle. Okay. Just gonna zoom in a bit. So it is starting at 4, moved over a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it is bothering me slightly because it's not ending right at the same place the other arrow is. I don't know if that's a huge deal. You can see the other one's ending right there. Where did I style that? Where's the grid column for this one? Grid column 8, -2. 8 is there. Well, it does go out a lot farther. This one goes out a lot farther, so maybe it's fine. Okay, so I think this might be the desktop styles. Let's turn off all the grid highlighting. Wait, why the text is really, I guess that's right? Wait. Okay, that's not right. I need to set it to the right grid column. It should be changing with the viewport width, but it's not. So here's desktop. Let me compare it with the one above it so we can make sure it's right. Something is not right with this. What is the problem? Like, it shouldn't just keep stretching like that. Middle section should max out at 1110, and it's like clearly not. For desktop, well, actually we don't need this thing because this is for tablet and this is a pure desktop thing. So I think I forgot to incorporate the calc 1110 thing. So we really just need the calc 1110 as the size of the content. And we're just gonna do that. So it's 1110 maxing out divided by 12. So I do need to have a nested calc to divide by 12. There we go. Okay, so I think before it was just like, it was just doing the tablet thing where it was 100% minus 80. So forgot the 1110 max width for desktop. Okay, there we go. So now you can see they are all lining up perfectly. So let's take another look at our desktop site. So here's 1200. And as we increase, the gray circles become visible. And this is at 1700, so it's pretty big. So that looks good. Yeah, so I'm actually pretty happy with this. Nothing looks too weird. So let's go down to iPad. Refresh just in case. All right, let's go to mobile. Zoom in a bit. Okay, I think we're pretty good here. I did want to check the padding, because I think I forgot to check that for tablet and probably desktop. Let's get rid of these grid lines. And let's look at our design for tablet. So that looks okay. Let's look at desktop. Okay, we do have space between the different features. Is it enough though? I'm not sure. Let's see what we got. And we're adding space with gap. So it is row gap of 120. So let's check our design on desktop. It's 160. 160. So we just need to change the row gap on the features large section. Okay, here's the row gap. So width of greater than 1000 divided by 16 times 1 rem. And it's going to be 160. Okay. That seems good to me. Nice. Okay, so I think we're done with this section. Oh boy. All right, so the next section we're going to be looking at is this CTA section. So it should be much simpler than what we've been working on previously. So this is this one with the gray background. We got some text. We got some buttons to go to the Apple Store or the Google Store. And the tricky part is we do actually have some background image that does go off frame, but I think we know how to handle that now. So on desktop, we have the content in 2 columns, so text on the left, buttons on the right. On tablet, it is basically stacked to 1 column and centered, and then same thing on mobile. So, and then also mobile does have the background images, which I think is different from the other sections that had background images on tablet and desktop. So let's start with our mobile design. Okay, so I got the mobile site open on the right, and I am going to add some extra padding on the bottom of the body. This is just for the purpose of this video, so I can scroll up higher and it doesn't get in the way. So instead of min height 50 VH, we're going to say padding block end. So now I can scroll up higher, so we'll be able to see everything. All right. So we have this section here. So we need to add our classes to our index.html. And I'm going to fold up the features since we are done with that. And this is the CTA section. So that's going to be the class name for the layer and everything. I think these SVGs actually need to be inside links. So let's do that. Just going to move that up in there for the App Store. And then same thing with the Google Store. All right. So if we look at the design, I think the first thing we need to do is make the background color correct. So let's look at that. What color is this? Here we go. So 217/1835. Let's go up to our colors. I think it's this one, 216/1735. So close enough. So it's going to be sea dark navy. So we're going to create our new layer for the CTA, not cat. And then we'll add our class of CTA to contain everything. And I will set this straight up on the CTA class, which is the section tag. So everything will be that. And then let's check the text color. And it is white. Okay, so I think that's pretty much all we need. Color white. All right. So let's also, we need to add that background image and of the circles. And as we learned, because it is going to overlap the rest of the content here, so I'm going to add at the end so it doesn't mess up like the grid row stuff or grid column stuff. So image, assets, probably patterns. Maybe it's semicircles. Okay, yeah, it is. And let's get the width and height for these. And it's decorative, so we're leaving the alt attribute there, but blank. Let's give it the class CTA circles. All right, so we got all the elements that we want. I'm just going to zoom into the mobile site. Now we are going to have to probably make some stuff grid child. And what I'm trying to figure out is, can I do it without creating another div containing stuff, or will I need to maybe put the text elements in a div? So we need to center everything. And these are the only elements, so we might actually be able to get away with making the CTA wrapper the grid parent for everything. So let's look here. So CTA, so from the wrapper class, it is going to be a grid parent. So I'm going to try to center things, justify items, center, and text align center. Okay. Now we will have to, I think, make a div to contain the buttons because they're on the same row next to each other. So let's do that. So we'll create a div, we'll call it CTA buttons, and we'll move the links into there. And now in our styles, CTA buttons, display grid template columns, repeat to auto, and then we do need a gap. 12.86, so 13. Let's just see what they are. 12.86. Oops. 18. I'm gonna just make a executive decision and just say it's gonna be 16, just to kind of strike a balance in the middle, because I don't think it's a huge thing. The buttons do look kind of big. Let's just make sure. Yeah, they get bigger on desktop. So let's just make sure that we have the right size. 113, 114, and 130. So 113 and 130. Let's check the size of this Apple button. Here we go. 159. Okay. So I think we're going to have to use CSS to size the SVGs themselves. So I'm going to have to add a class for each of the SVGs. So class CTA Apple, and then CTA Google. So CTA Apple width of, I think it was 114. And we will have to, can I say height auto? Will that fix it? No. So the size is coming from the intrinsic size from the SVG here itself, where it's 159 and 56. Wait a minute. So this is an inline SVG. I feel like it might be easier to have it as in an image tag. But we can work with the, oh yeah, here it is. Oh, I think it was because of the font issue. It wasn't loading from the image tag. That's why I did inline. Maybe there's a better solution. But we can fix this, I think, if we did something like object fit contain or cover. This is kind of tricky. I don't think I've ever had to do this before, because usually with inline SVGs, they're just kind of the size that I want. Let's try explicitly setting the width and height based on the design. 113.57 by 40. I just want to check and make sure grid is not causing any of these issues. Okay, so it's not a grid thing. I think I could get I could load the SVG in an image tag if I add, I think, like a style tag to the SVG. But I am kind of curious to figure out if I can figure out a way to size this just with CSS. All right, DuckDuckGo. I'll search for sizing inline SVGs. See if that helps. All right, how to scale SVG. CSS Tricks usually has good posts. So, this is kind of what's been happening. It's just been cropping the SVG instead of scaling it. So, why is it behaving this way? Because SVG isn't just an image, it is a document, which, you know, we can see the code when we open it in our editor. It's more like an iframe. Okay, so it's basically saying forget height and width. Now it's saying viewbox. Yeah, I've worked with viewbox a bit. It's like kind of tricky. There's 4 numbers. It's the X and Y like position, and then width and height. How to scale SVG to fit within a certain size without distorting. This is what we want. Okay. Using the latest Firefox, and this is in 2022, so I'm assuming all browsers should load this correctly. Set the viewbox on your SVG and set one either height or width to auto. So the height or width is set in the viewbox. These are the last 2 numbers here, and that will give it the aspect ratio. So let's just try that. And then we want to set either width or height. So, and then it should auto size. Okay. So we'll say viewbox, which I believe goes in the SVG itself. So X is 0, Y is 0, that's the positioning. And then we're going to go 159 width and then height of 56. And then let's delete the height and let's figure out what the width on mobile is, 113. So let's see if this changes anything on our website. Oh my gosh, it did. Okay, so viewbox is, that wasn't too bad. So the viewbox is like, let me just show you what this looks like. We'll say 50. So you can see it's moved. The viewbox is kind of like, imagine you have a camera looking at the SVG. So changing the x-axis of the viewbox, I think means you're moving your camera to the right. So it makes the image look like it's moving to the left. That's kind of how I understand it. And then the same way, if we add 20, it's moving the camera down. So it looks like the image is moving up. But usually you just want to start at 0, 0. Okay, so we can do the same thing to the Google Play button. I'm glad that wasn't as hard as I was afraid it was going to be. So viewbox 0, 0, 182, 56, and then let's see what the width is on our design. 130. Here. Okay, nice. Let's go back to the design. Compare it to what we got on our website. Okay, so seems like the text is wider here. Let's get the padding, the spacing inside here. So 88 on top and bottom. On tablet it is 62 and 62. So let's just start with a mobile one. This is going to be straight up in the CTA section tag. We're going to add padding block. Okay, I don't know if that was a great idea. Okay, it looks like maybe the image themselves are just half circles, which is, I guess, why they're called semicircles. Okay, I was afraid it was getting cut off for some reason. Okay, this might actually not be the best way to go. We want the circles to be on the bottom, so I think what I need to do is wrap the H2 tag and the buttons inside a div, and then add the padding inside there. That way we can have the circles still be like on the bottom. I think that might be easiest. So CTA content, move the H2 and the buttons in there. So now, oh wait. And then CTA circles are outside. Oh yeah, I think I need to get rid of the padding block. There we go. Okay, and then inside CTA content, that's where we'll add the padding block. There we go. We also need to add space between the buttons. There's a lot of space between the buttons now. What's going on here? Maybe grid items center. Or, I'm sorry, justify items center. Nope. So, there's 2 columns. So it seems like each one is like, I think actually line item center is not going to do the job because center means in the center of the cell, which it is, but I actually want it to be kind of pushed in. So sort of like what Flexbox would have justify content space between, but we don't have that option with grid, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so we're gonna have to justify each individual one, which is a little bit annoying. All right, CTA buttons. What I'm going to do is do an nth child selector. I guess we'll just say first child. justify self end. I want it to go right up to the gap. Oh, the anchor link is taking up the whole thing, but the image itself is not. So the anchor link is taking up the whole column, which you can see. But then the SVG is not, so I want to align it to the right. I wonder if text align right would work. It does, because the SVG is a display inline. That feels super hacky, but I don't want to create yet another grid. I want to see if I can use the nth child selector again. CTA buttons, first child. Why is that not selecting? CTA buttons, first child is the anchor link. Text align end. So it's not selecting the first child. I clearly have some issue with my selector here. I think I must be forgetting something really dumb. Oh wait, that worked. So removing the ampersand worked. Why is that? I guess the nth child is not on the CTA buttons. Like, it's not the first child that is a CTA buttons, is the first child of, so we don't want the ampersand. So like this could be anchor. So we're trying to select for the child here, so that was my bad. All right, so now at least we can duplicate this. We could probably just change this to first child and then last child, and then change the alignment of the second one to start. There we go. Much better. That was unexpectedly difficult. Okay, so let's get the space between the elements. 40. And that's going to be CTA content. So, because CTA content contains the H2 and the buttons. So I could have the space with a gap, but I also could just use a margin block under the H2 tag. It doesn't really matter. We'll just make another grid, I guess. Gap 40. Let's say row gap. Okie dokie. So we're looking pretty good for the kind of the regular content. So now we just need to size the circles. So let's figure out, these are huge. Okay, 1153 by 347. So let's see what we got. So this one I did put the SVG inside the image tag, so we'll just do it this way. I feel like it might be a little easier to size. Oh, I think I don't need this anymore. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so CTA circles. Width. What was it? 1153. Why is this being so difficult? Oh yeah, it's because it's a grid child. So, oh man. These like images that go off screen are giving me a lot of trouble. So it's a grid child, so this is basically not doing anything. So I think learning from last time, instead of width, min width is what we want. There we go. Oh, glad I remembered that. So if it's a grid child, the sizing is going to be controlled by the grid unless you set min width or min height. Now we just need to position it where it is 171 pixels off to the right. And we of course have horizontal scrolling. So let's fix that first so I don't, go crazy later. So the parent of CTA circles is the CTA wrapper. So I think on the CTA itself, We want to say overflow X clip. And that works. Yay! Okay. So it was so hard before, but now I feel like I know what I need to do when I have images go off screen. So it is just being able to fix these same bugs faster each time. So I think that's part of what I do like about web development. Okay, so now let's position this correctly. So what is it right now? It's probably centered is my guess. So I don't know if justify self will do anything. Let's just see. Okay, it does do something. And okay, I need to look at what this image actually looks like. So here's the image. The solid circle is the last one. Okay, I kind of want to see where it's like lining up inside the grid. So I'm actually gonna comment this out for now, just so I can like, okay, that actually changed the position of the circles. So circles are going all the way out here. So this is probably the left one, like this one. Justify self. So justify self start is, I think, maybe the default value. It moved a little bit. So what I kind of want is, I'm going to make the body background temporarily a dark color so I can see everything. We'll just say navy. Okay. There we go. So the justify self start is here. So I actually might want this to be full bleed. So then it'll go outside of the wrapper. Oh, what? Oh man. Okay. There's a lot of stuff going on here. You know, I hate to say this, but this might actually be a case for setting the image as a background image instead of overlapping with grid. Because I think this is just not ideal. So I'm going to comment out this image tag so we can go back to normal. And I'm going to set it as a background image on the CTA. Because it is basically a background image. That's really what we want. So background image URL assets patterns semicircles. Yay. Okay. And then we need to set like background repeat, no repeat. And then background position bottom. And I think maybe the right side is, I can't remember. Let's just do bottom center. And then we'll figure that out in a second. I think it's maybe bottom right. I think you can also use percentages. So let's change it to 80. There we go. So I don't know, something like that. Okay, this is actually much better with background image. So it looks like it's almost like half. $75. So that's, I think, kind of what we wanted. And we don't need to worry about overflow, so we can delete this and then delete the body background color. There. Oh my gosh. Okay, so sometimes background image is really the way to go, is what I'm learning here. So it's kind of like, there's like so many different ways of building things, but sometimes there are better ways than others. I'm just thinking if like, would it have been better to make a background, well, I can't do a background image on the arrow because it's on top. So I think there was no way around that one, but this is definitely a background image. So I think the mobile one is pretty good now. The top of the circles is higher. So let's fix that. So bottom I think could be 100%. So we'll do a little bit less in bottom. Oh, well, can't do that. It has to be bottom. Maybe it's because the size is not like matching what we have in the design. 1158 by 58. Sorry, background size contain to contain the whole thing. Oops, no, not what we want. Cover. We should be able to just, I think 1158 by, I haven't done this in like such a long time, I don't remember the syntax. 1153 by 347. 347, I'm just guessing. Oh, that's not good at all. Let's look at the actual SVG code. 1158 by 158, but in the design it's 1153 by 347. That's a lot different. Let's see what happens if we change the width and height here. 1153 by 347. I'm just trying to think if we should use the viewbox trick again. Oops, what the heck? Okay, 0, 0, 1158 by 153. Actually, that did look better. So 1153 by 347. 1153 by 347. Okay. So now let's do this. So I changed the view box so that now we can see the full circles. We are actually getting closer, I think. So if we change the view box, so I want the image to move up. So I think we want to go down, which I think means increasing this number. Let's try 160. Ooh, yeah. 180. Okay. 170. That looks pretty good. I think we need to move it to the left. So we want to move the view box to the right. So we'll increase this number. Let's try 1200. Okay. I'm learning. I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I think it's slightly smaller on the website, but I don't think I care enough to get it super, super pixel right. So that's mobile. So next up, let's do tablet. Hopefully we won't have to make too much more changes for tablet because everything's just like centered. We will have to change the spacing, I remember. 62 on either side. So where did we set that? Padding block on CTA content. Oops, width. Calc of 700. My keyboard will double hit the space bar and other keys sometimes, which is really annoying. Okay, so it's less on tablet. And then the font size, let's just make sure it's the right font size, 48. And we got that. Okay, great. And then I think the buttons might be bigger too. Is that right? Actually, they look the same. 130. 130, okay. And then now it's just a matter of getting the background. So the top of the circles is like kind of midway in that second line. And it seems like kind of centered a little bit to the left. It's actually pretty good. How close is that? It's actually fairly close, I would say. I'm just going to see if background size of 100% does anything interesting. Just because I think I might need to make it bigger for different things. Okay, so we're gonna, I think, change background size and background position for the different media queries. So let's add our media query here, just kind of preemptively. Definitely will need one for desktop, I'm sure. Oops. So now let's update the background size for what we need for mobile. Okay, so I think it was something like that. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Now let's go on to iPad. So it needs to be smaller. So we're going to copy this. And then we'll make it smaller. So let's try 200%. Needs to be smaller, so almost all three can fit here. So the middle circle starts at the S of scoot and ends at the letter A of today. Oops, wrong way. Let's try negative. Okay, we need to move it to the right, so we want to move it to the left. So decrease this, maybe 45. Oops, 45. I think 40 was better. Or I'm sorry, 50. Okay, I think size-wise that's actually pretty good. And then move it down just slightly. So down means we want it to go up. There we go. Okay, I think that's actually good for a tablet. Yay, that was not as hard as I was thinking it might be. Let's just quickly check. And we don't have horizontal scrolling, this is just in the browser. Here's iPhone. It does look a little weird here, but I don't know. Okay, so let's figure out desktop now. So now the text and the buttons are on different columns. Basically, I don't think I need to add the full bleed 12 column thing. We're just going to make them aligned to the left and the right, and then occupying the same row. So I can delete the circles image tag. So now let's go to laptop. So first things, let's make the CTA content and CTA buttons on opposite sides of our wrapper. So right now we have justify item center, text align center. We want to get rid of that. So in our desktop media query, by items, we'll just say start and then start for both. And then we'll fix the buttons later. Now we need to, for CTA content in desktop, and CTA buttons. Oops. We want to have them occupy the same grid row. Okay, whoops. What's going on here? Wait, oh no, I have the content and the buttons. They're inside each other, so. So we actually want the H2. So actually we need to update our grid template in CTA content, not the CTA wrapper. Whoops, that was my bad. So let's remove what we had here. Actually, we still want to, I think, left align. Justify items. Stretch, I think, might be better. There we go. CTA content contains the H2 and the buttons. So let's turn on the grid highlighting for that. Oh, we did have that. So the grid children of CTA content is the H2 and then the buttons. So let's add a class CTA title. And on desktop, we want them to occupy the same row. So grid row 1, span 1 for both of these. There we go. We need to set a max width probably on the text. 415. Okay. And then align items center to center them vertically. Okay. And then let's get the padding. 102 and 102. I might just say 100. So it was this padding block. So on desktop, 100. There we go. All right, so now let's do the background image. So it looks like it is kind of vertically centered to the top of the circle, and then it's just off screen so that the circle's partially off screen. So this is up here. So let's copy the background, or maybe background position, background size from tablet, paste it in here, and then I'm going to turn off these grid lines. All right. So we need to move it down. And I think make it smaller. Okay. It's not changing anything. I think I keep moving I want to move to the right. So normally with like, you know, the left property or translate, you would increase the number to move it right. But because it's a view box, you're moving the camera. So you want to move the camera to the left so the image itself moves to the right, which means a negative. There we go. Okay, let's decrease this again. So now it's not moving because I have background size of 100%. I'm just going to try static pixels because I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, so percentage doesn't seem to move anything. What if we do right bottom? I don't know, I'm pretty confused here. I don't like using pixels for positioning things because it will change. actually not that bad. I'm not loving this, but like when it gets bigger, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing here. I feel like the background is smaller. Also, are these buttons aligned? I think they're aligned okay. They are centered. They need to move more to the right. Yeah. So CTA buttons. Justify self and... Okay, there we go. So here's the design. I'm looking at the circles again. This first circle starts at the word today. So that means that the circles are too big on the website. Let's just double check that the width is the same. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, so let's make our circles smaller. Wait, we don't need this anymore because we're using background image. Okay, I was confusing myself. So let's get back to our background image styles on desktop. So it's too big on the website, so let's make it smaller. We're going to make it smaller and then also scoot it over and scoot it up. I don't know why I keep trying percentage. Oh, it looks like it did move actually. I don't understand. When it was 100% background size, this didn't do anything. But now that it is not 100, it does do something. What if it's like 99? Will this do anything? Actually will. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. So if I make a huge number, it will move. But if I change it to 100%, it's just centered, I think. Yeah, so weird. Okay, let's undo to go back to where we were. So 150. $160. Maybe a little bit bigger size. There we go. And then something like that. Okay. I think it actually is getting pretty close. Okay. I think we pretty much got it. So let's just do one more sanity check for different viewports. Just make sure nothing looks like extremely weird. I think that looks okay to me. This looks a little strange, but what are you gonna do? Okay, nice. So I think we're good with this CTA section now. All right, so we are on the last part of the website, which is the footer. Now the footer does look very similar to the header if we go up all the way to the top, but I'm gonna kind of build this from scratch just because the header has like all the Hamburger Menu stuff, which I think just makes things more complicated. So we're gonna just build the footer by itself. So on desktop, we have basically three parts of this footer. We got the logo, we got the links, and we got the social links. And on desktop, they're all in different columns. So the first two are going to be pushed to the left, so the start side, and then social links are going to be on the right side or the end side of the inline direction, which is horizontal. Then tablet is similar to desktop, except the viewport is more narrow. And then the layout does change on mobile to be stacked to one column. All right, so let's check out our code and see where we're at in terms of the mobile site. All right, so let's go to our footer now. So we got footer, we got nav links, and I think I made the social links part of the nav. So let's start adding some of these classes that we kind of want. I'm going to say wrapper, and we'll give this a class of footer as well. And then the image class footer dash logo. Now the nav, let's say class footer nav, just to kind of keep it separate from the UL. So the first link's the nav link, so footer links. And then footer social. So we'll see if we can make this work with the both sets of links inside the nav. I think we should be able to. So if we think about this, the footer has, if we're making this a grid parent, the two children will be the image and then the nav. So let's start adding our styles. So we're gonna make a new layer for footer styles. Layer, footer, give it a class of footer. And this needs to have that dark background. If we look here, and what color is that? Here we go. So this is, if we go up to colors, 215, 14, 23. That's this one. So X dark navy. So this is going to be the background color. We'll just use the shorthand background. And then I'm just assuming color is going to be white. So there we go. The logo needs to be different, I think. Not sure if there's another logo here. Icons. I wonder if they forgot to make a logo for the white color. Let's see what we have in the actual code here. Yeah, it's just pure white. So I think we are going to have to create a new file here because here the fill is like that. So I'm going to duplicate this logo, rename the second one. We're going to say logo white. And then we're going to go into the code here. And we'll make the fill white. So now, here in the footer tag, we'll make the image logo white. There we go. Okay, so next up we need to maybe style the nav links. So they are space mono 15 and then this other gray color. 217.12.62, dim gray. So that's going to be the, oh, that another class here, footer link singular. So I'm just going to copy this. So in our footer styles, nested inside the footer class selector, footer link, color dim gray, and then font family. Okay, I am just going to see what I did in the header for these links. Maybe it was in top nav. Here we go. I'm just going to copy this. It might be a little more efficient to make like a helper class, but it looks like the color changes between mobile and desktop and tablet, I mean, so I don't want to have them conflict. So we're just gonna have some slight duplication, but I think that's okay. Okay, so we're getting there. So the next thing we want to do is start centering these things. So the footer wrapper is going to be the grid parent. So here we'll say display grid, justify item center. Okay. And then I might do text align center too, to see if we can use that to center the text links. There we go. Okay. Let's start adding the spacing. So right now in the footer, the two children are the image for the logo and then the links, which I combined regular links and social links. The reason I did this is just because semantically, when you look at the markup, these are all just different links. And so it made sense to me to have them all in lists. I guess they don't all have to be in the nav, but they are all navigation links because you can navigate to their social page and stuff. Although maybe navigation is more like links to pages in the website, so maybe it would make more sense to break this out. We'll have the closing nav tag here just for the navigation links for the other pages in the site. And then the social links will be another direct child of the footer. So now we have three children in the footer logo, the nav links, and then the social links. So maybe that makes more sense semantically. So here we go. So things don't look too different. So if the footer has these three groups, let's figure out how much space we want in each group. So there's 40 between the logo and the links, and then 85. So because they're different, we can't use gap to do all of these. So what I might do is add a margin block on the nav links. So 40 and 85. And this is footer nav. So I'm trying to keep the same order in our styles as they appear in the markup. So footer nav, margin block. I'm just trying to see how I can type it more quickly. So it was 40 on top and then 85 on the bottom. And then we also want to add some padding inside the footer. So it's going to be 64 on top and 88 on the bottom. This is in the footer itself now. So we'll do padding here. Padding block 64 and 85. I can't remember. 64 and 88. Okay. Looks good. So let's now add space between the text links here. And the text links are in footer links. So I'm going to make this another grid parent, so each individual list item will be an item. So footer link was the anchor link inside the footer links. And then how much space between each link here? 14? Hold on, let's zoom in. 16. So gap of 16. Okay. And then let's get the social links working. So these are all in the same row, centered, with 24 between each one. So the social links were the footer social. This will be another grid parent. Display grid, gap. Actually, we want to do grid template columns, repeat 3, 1FR. Oops. And then gap 16. And then center vertically. There we go. All right, so we're looking pretty good here. Okay, that seems, I feel like there's not enough space there. Let's see. 24. There we go. Okay. So this seems pretty good for mobile. So now let's move on to tablet. So now we need to change our grid template on the footer to have 3 columns. And that is the footer wrapper. That's going to be where we're changing these styles. So footer class. So let's add our media query for tablet. And we will say grid template columns. Now, what if I say auto to take the width of the content for the logo, auto for the page links, and then 1FR for the social links. These should create columns, so why is it not creating columns? Let's change the color so you can see better. All right, so grid template columns, auto 1FR. I'm going to try to repeat 3 1FR just in case something I wrote was weird. Nope, it's the same. I wonder if there's some styles coming from wrapper that are messing this up. Yeah. Something from wrapper is messing it up. So let's see what we have in our wrapper styles. They're all getting canceled out, so I don't know what the deal is. Okay, maybe, oh, okay. I think I remember, because the wrapper is those 3 columns for like the entire content. So I'm actually trying to create a grid inside that middle column. So I need to create another div inside the wrapper, I think. Or I could just manually assign each of these to the middle column. But I don't think that's going to work. Let me think about this. I'm just trying to see if I can do it without having to create another div. Like, let's say this is the wrapper, so let's remove this for now. I guess if I wanted them in the same row, I'd have to assign them to the same row, so I think it actually might be simpler to put them inside a div. So footer content. And we're literally just going to move everything inside this div. So now this footer content div is going to be assigned to the middle column in the wrapper, like that. And then here is where we'll move these grid styles. Okay, still not adding them into columns. What the heck is happening here? Oh, I didn't say display grid. Oh my gosh. So I actually want to move all of these to here. There we go. Okay. So now at least we have our columns. And we can work with these. So let's change the grid for tablet on our links. So we need to make these into columns as well. I'm going to be honest, this might be easier with Flexbox. Maybe it's the same. But grid template columns, repeat 3 auto. So now they're at least next to each other. I guess it's the same number of styles. What I was thinking is that you could also do display flex. And then for the links for mobile, we'll say flex direction column, like that. And then on iPad, you would just change the flex direction again to row. So I don't know. But then with grid, you can do align self, which I'm not sure you can do with Flexbox. Maybe you can. But then we also have the margin block that we want to remove for tablet. So let's fix that. So I think for the footer links, you can do flex or grid. It's roughly the same in terms of number of styles. Okay. We might have to add a margin back in to add a margin to the left. 32. And then 60. So 60 to the left, which would be the footer nav, I guess. So 0 on top, 0 on right, and then 60 on the left. I think we can do it this way. No. There we go. And then the gap needs to change. And then we want to make the social icons all the way to the right side of this. So that's going to be in footer content, the footer social. We're going to justify self for tablet. So let's copy our tablet breakpoint and justify self end to move it to the right. There we go. Okay. So this is looking pretty good, I think. Change the padding. On top and bottom, 30, we'll say 32. And that's going to be on the overall footer, I think. Oh yeah, padding block. Oh, we need a tablet breakpoint here. Let's copy that. 32. Okay, there we go. That looks pretty good, I think. I think it's align centered. It seems like it's vertically not. Oh. Yeah, when you have like nested items in the grid, it can be a little bit confusing. So here's the whole nav. You can see that the text links look like they're a little too high. We got the logo here. And this is the grid child of here. And we did, I'm pretty sure, set, oh, we didn't do align item center. I don't think this will fix our issue though. Actually did fix our issues. I was thinking that it might be messed up because it's like a nested thing inside here, but we just didn't align item center on footer content. All right, so never mind whatever I was about to say. So that looks good. We can just do desktop now, which might be the same as tablet. So that seems pretty good. Let's uncheck our grid highlighting here. Okay, let's also, and this white space is from that temporary style I added to the body, so we'll remove that later, but we do need to figure out the hover states for these. So when you hover over the text link, it should go orange, and the social link should go white. So let's find our links. So the anchor links is footer link. So this is what's going to have the hover state. So in footer link, hover, color, yellow, I think. There we go. And if you want to get a little fancy, you can add a transition. So we'll say transition color is a property we want to animate. 150 milliseconds, ease in out. So now it's a little more nice looking. We probably also want to animate the logo, which should be a link, which I did not do. Well, I have to add a class to this too. Footer. I guess I'll go here. Footer logo link. So hover. What do we want to do? Let's look at the design. There's not a hover state for that. We could make it turn yellow too. I think usually when you have a hover state, you want to increase the contrast is what I was reading. So a lot of times what people will do is on opacity, on hover, you'll make the opacity less like that, but that's making it less contrasty. So you don't really want to do that, but it's already white, so we can't really make it any more contrasty. Logo white. I guess this would be a good case to use inline styles, or sorry, inline SVG for this logo, because this way we can change the color of the path using CSS, which you can't do when you're loading the SVG in an image tag. And that's the only way to animate the hover state of an SVG. So we are literally going to copy this whole thing. So I'm going to comment this out. So now let's give this a class. Footer logo. Let's make sure this logo looks okay. It looks okay. So footer logo link is the anchor, the anchor link that contains the footer logo. So what we want to do is when the footer logo link gets hovered, which I don't think we need to nest this, so hover, then we can change the path of the footer logo inside it. Path, yellow. So I think this should work. It's not working. Footer logo. So the logo is the SVG, which I guess we can look here. So this is the SVG. The path is, sorry, a child element. So I did the selector wrong. So footer logo path, and then the fill is a property we want to change because that's this attribute here. So it's pretty cool that we can change this in our styles. There we go. So now it's working. And if we want to animate this, we can duplicate this, remove the hover, and then we're going to transition the fill, and then do the same thing there. So now you can see it's nicely animated. So I think it looks pretty good. And then if you wanted to, we can make this a little bit more compact by using the ampersand and then adding it, just nesting it inside footer logo link. There we go. All right, now let's do the social links. So I don't know if I did an inline SVG for these. Just delete that extra thing. Here's the social. Okay, so again, we're gonna have to do inline SVGs so we can hover them. Otherwise, you have to swap the actual image in the image tag, and that does not animate easily at all. It's much more direct to do it with the inline SVGs. So we're gonna do that. So let's remove these. Okay, so first one is Facebook. And I'm not going to save because I need to reference these. Second one is Twitter. Third one is Instagram. Now I can save. Okay, so looks pretty good actually. So now you can see they each have the fill, which is here. So we need to give these a class as well. Class footer social icon. I'm going to give these the same class so I can use the same CSS style rule to affect all of them. So footer social icon. Footer social icon. So hover, or hold on. We have to actually target the anchor link. So let's do this. Footer social, let's call this link because it's the anchor tag. And we now need to add these to all of the anchor tags. So actually, we don't actually need to add a class here. We can just target the tag, which I think is fine. I don't think it's going to cause any conflicts. So footer social link is the class. And when it's hovered, then we want the, I think we can just do path fill to turn white. Let's see if this works. Zoom in so you can see better. And it worked. So we're just using the tag selectors. So now we also need to transition the path fill. There we go. There we go. All right, we're doing pretty good here. Okay, so we got the hover states working. let's go max width here. Just kind of check how things look. So we go to iPad here. Looks good. And now here's mobile, which looks good too. Okay. So because this looks good, I'm going to remove that. I think it was a padding bottom that I added. So we are done. Hooray. So now we have the full website here. All right. We also need to add the hover states to the header. So I might need to make these inline SVGs as well on the logo. Or actually, yeah, we should. Here we go. Yeah, there's the logo. So I'm going to copy the logo code and then add it there. Copy this class. And for accessibility, I kind of forgot. I think we need to add a title tag, if I'm not mistaken. Scoot home, which we should probably add in the footer logo one as well. I think that's what we wanted to do. What we can do is check and make sure this actually works. Yeah, so here we go, scoot home. So let's delete the image since we don't need that anymore. Okay, looks good. Now let's add the anchor link. Oops. And then move the SVG here. And we'll add a class here as well. Header logo link. So header logo. Oops. Header logo is now inside header logo link. So the header logo link is actually the grid child. Let's see if this works. Let's see what I did here. So here's the header. Let's turn on the grid here. It's in a separate row for some reason. I kind of don't remember what I did with the header styles. So why is the logo in a second row now? Grid row 1. Oh, here, header logo link. There we go. That's what I was missing. Okay, that looks pretty good. I cannot click on, why can't I click on the logo? Oh, because this is here. So I think this is kind of the issue when you are trying to put everything in that center wrapper row. So what's happening is I can't click on this because the header link's top nav, and this is where all the hamburger stuff is like on top of it. So if I uncheck that, then I still can't click on it. So what I need to do is actually put the logo on top of the links. So now I can click on it, you can see. Because I made the z-index 12 as opposed to 10. I'm a little worried this will cause issues with mobile, but let's see. Okay, so here's mobile. Looks okay, except the close button's like really too high. Actually, hold on. This needs to move down, this whole thing. That happened because I think I changed up the logo, so I don't know if it's the right size actually. 107. 75, yeah. So I think before in the header, the width here should be 75, so that is on the anchor link. Oh yeah, look at that. So now we're running into issues where the SVG is the wrong width. So this is kind of what was happening before. I think I had to use ViewBox for the Apple Store SVGs. Yeah, so I did that. So I guess I could do that with the logo too. So let's add a view box here. So in the design, what are the actual specs of this? 75.5 by 20. So 0, 0 for X and Y, like positioning the camera. 75. I don't know if I can do a decimal. I'll just do 75 and 20. Oh yeah, and then we want to change this. Width. I feel like there's a property that I'm like forgetting about. What happens if I delete everything? Like all the sizing properties. Then it's just like gigantic here. Oh, but what if I... No, I think it's not going to work, but let's try it anyway. 75. Yeah. Man, I can't remember what I did with the buttons. Ah! I thought I was almost done. Yeah, well, it's just ViewBox. On the Apple Store, we have... The width is actually 200. That's because I think I did that. Okay. Width is 114. The ViewBox is larger. It's 159 by 56. Let's open the original logo. Width of 108 and 29. So maybe we need to do that in our ViewBox. Oh my gosh, it worked. Okay, I think this is because the original one had a height of 108 and 29. I think the path shape kind of reflects that. So this ViewBox needs to have the original real, I guess, intrinsic width and height. And we can change it to be whatever you want with the width attribute. There we go. Thank goodness. Okay. So now we still need to move it down a little bit. 64 is 64, so we're just going to move this down a bit. The menu's kind of going a little into the header, as you can see. Where was that set? $64, so I think the inset needs to be 64. There we go. Much better. Okay. So now The whole reason we did this was so we could change the hover state on our logo. So let's go back to our header styles. Header logo link. Okay, so when we have a hover state, then we're going to change the path on this SVG. So header logo link, hover, path, fill. Let's try yellow again. I don't know if I love that. Is there a darker color we can use? What color is the logo right now? 495667. See if we can get it from here. I'm just gonna do this just to get this. So that is 216 X dark navy. So what's darker than that? X dark navy. Let's try that. So it's not changing a ton, but it is at least getting a little darker. Might do the same thing for the text links because I think the yellow, I don't know if that's going to be contrasty enough. Okay, top nav link. Top nav link, there we go. So hover, color. Let's try the dark navy. That looks pretty good. And then transition. And we didn't do the button hover states either. Okay, so hover. Let's look at the design. Looks like it goes hollow with just like an outline. Here's the rectangle. It is, can you see that? It's 3 pixels solid border. So when that happens, we need to add the border to the button all the time, not just when it's hovered. And we'll just change the color of it when it's hovered because the border is going to add. You could also do an outline, but I try not to mess with outline too much because I think you kind of need it for accessibility. So you definitely don't want to make outline none because that will make keyboard users won't be able to see what elements highlighted when they're tabbing through. But we're going to add the border yellow. And I wonder if this is making it too big now. It's 55 pixels tall. 53. So let's take a little bit away from the padding. So we added 3 pixel solid border. So that basically added 6 on top and bottom total pixels. So let's subtract that. So padding 14 minus 6 is 8. And I guess we can do the same thing here. 34. Is that right? 43. 53. I think I took way too much. Let's just take away 2 pixels. There we go. That's better. Okay. So now on hover, we will make the background transparent and the border color. Let's make it, I guess we can make it, keep it yellow. So maybe we won't change the border color. There we go. And I'm going to keep the text dark. Maybe we should change the border color to dark as well. And then we'll transition. So I'm transitioning two properties, border color and background color. So unfortunately, you can't do that with the shorthand transition property. So what I usually do is I'll just set the other transition properties in the shorthand property. So the timing and then the animation function. Then after that, I will explicitly set the properties, border color, comma, and background color. So now you can see they transition pretty nice. All right, so I think we're good with that. Oh, that's bad. Are there any other buttons here? That looks fine. So I might add a helper class to this one. We want the hover state to be white. So this is in the hero content. Here's the button. So I'm going to say hover white. So now in button, we're going to say hover white. And I guess I can just add the hover pseudo selector inside the main one. So now we'll say white. And color white. So now we do need to change that transition property to also have color. There we go. So now here's the regular button. Here's the white button. Nice. Okay. I think that might be the whole website actually. So yeah. So if you followed along the entire way, thank you for doing so. I hope you found this video helpful. And again, I do have the link to my source code and a demo website linked in the description. You can check it out on frontendmentor.io. So yeah, so thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.